On a parallel world 2 million steps away from our own, a troll known to her human handlers as Mary stood in a corner of a gleaming laboratory. The video caption scrolled by informing Monica Jansen, a former lieutenant with the Madison Police Department, that no one actually knew what the troll called herself. Mary, a formidable creature of dense muscle and dark fur, clutched her cub tightly against her. The young troll was already fitted into a miniature silver suit, a tangle of wires snaking from sensors on its broad head. 2 men confronted them. One, suited up for the void, spoke in a coaxing tone. "Just hand him over, Mary. We've had this test scheduled for ages. George here will take him across into the gap for a little float. He'll be back before you know it. Perfectly safe, might even enjoy the ride." The other man, George, remained quiet, his silence more threatening than any words. The first handler took a careful step forward. "Remember? No treats if you keep this up." Mary's large, surprisingly human-like hands moved in a rapid, emphatic flutter of signs. Watching the clip on repeat, Jansen had seen plenty of online debates about why the troll didn't simply step away to another world. The answer was likely simple. They were deep underground in a cellar carved from solid rock. You couldn't step into bedrock. Besides, Jansen's police experience told her there were numerous methods to prevent a troll from stepping if you could get close enough. The purpose of this whole grim exercise was widely speculated upon too. This lab bordered the gap, a single step from airless nothingness, from a void where a planet should be. A fledgling space program was being built out there, and they wondered if trolls, so invaluable across the long Earth, could be put to work in that emptiness. Adult trolls, unsurprisingly, refused to step into the drifting dark, so the gap space researchers had turned their attention to the young, like this cub. "We're wasting time." The second man, George, finally said, his voice flat. He pulled a metallic stunner rod from his belt and advanced, aiming the device directly at Mary's chest. The adult troll snatched the rod, broke it over her knee, and drove the jagged end into the second man's eye. No matter how many times you watched, the violence was a gut punch. The man collapsed, howling, a vivid crimson spray arcing through the air. His companion dragged him frantically out of frame, voice cracking. Oh my God, Mary!" Her cub clutched tight, her fur streaked with gore, kept repeating the same deliberate gestures. Events had accelerated from there. These overconfident technicians had moved to subdue the troll mother instantly, even drawing a firearm, only to be halted by a senior figure who reminded Jansen of a grizzled retired astronaut. Now, any immediate punishment was stalled, buried under the global spotlight this leaked lab footage had ignited. It had exploded across the outer net, triggering a deluge of similar grim reports. A pattern of brutality toward beasts, and trolls in particular, seemed woven throughout the long Earth. The digital sphere was a battleground, torn between those asserting humanity's divine right to dominate, and if necessary, destroy, the inhabitants of new worlds, and those pleading that we not export our worst instincts into the frontier. This incident at the Gap, occurring at the symbolic heart of human ambition, had become the defining case. It wasn't even about sheer malice, Jansen mused. It was a profound institutional blindness. Yet a loud minority was demanding federal action from Datum Earth, while others quietly wondered what the trolls themselves made of it all. Because trolls had their own ways of speaking. Monica Jansen, watching in her Madison West 5 apartment, focused on Mary's hands. She knew the signing taught in these facilities was adapted from American Sign Language. Her old police training had included a basics course. She was rusty, but the message was chillingly clear. And she knew millions of others were deciphering it too, wherever the clip played. I will not. I will not. I will not. This was no simple animal. This was a mother cornered and defiant. Stay out of it, she told herself. You're retired. You're ill. Your days of charging windmills are done. The irony, of course, was laughable. There was never any real choice. She killed the screen, dry-swallowed her medication, and reached for her phone. Meanwhile, on a world distant as the Gap, a being not quite human stood before a creature not quite a dog. Humans called his kind kobolds, a borrowed, clumsy term. This particular kobold, with his inexplicable passion for 1960s rock anthems, had certainly never haunted a mine. They called the dog-like beings beagles, which was equally absurd. They were no breed from Earth. Neither cared for the labels humans slapped on them. Both, however, shared a deep-seated contempt for humanity, though the kobold's disdain was laced with a helpless, grudging fascination for their music and machines. Trolls are unhappy. Everywhere the kobold hissed, the words oddly precise. Good, the beagle bitch growled back. A gold ring hung from a cord around her neck. its sapphire glinting. "Good! The stink of their crimes pollutes the worlds." The kobold's speech was near human. The beagle's was a language of rumbles, shifts in posture, and claws scraping dirt. Yet through a rough, shared patois, they understood each other perfectly. And they had a common purpose. The beagle princess rose to her full height, her wolfish head tilted back, as a long, mournful howl tore from her throat. That single cry was answered by dozens more, echoing through the damp air from every corner of the swamp. The kobold felt a surge of greedy triumph at the prospect of finally securing the treasures he coveted for himself, along with items he could barter away. Yet, beneath that excitement, he worked hard to conceal a deep-seated dread of this powerful beagle, his improbable partner in this endeavour. Meanwhile, at a naval installation on Datum, Hawaii, Commander Maggie Kaufman of the U.S. Navy stared in awe at the colossal form of the USS Benjamin Franklin, an airship rivaling the historic Hindenburg in scale, the gleaming new craft placed under her command. Over in a tranquil English hamlet, Reverend Nelson Azikiwe contemplated his ancient parish church, a cherished fragment of history now adrift in the boundless expanse of the long earth, and wondered what role he might yet play. Far away, in a thriving metropolis over 1 million steps from the Datum, a former pioneer named Jack Green was meticulously crafting a manifesto, a plea for freedom and basic human respect across the infinite worlds. And back at Yellowstone National Park on Datum Earth, it was just Ranger Herb Lewis's second shift, and he was utterly unprepared for the furious confrontation from Mr. and Mrs. Virgil Davies of Los Angeles. They were incensed that their daughter Virgilia's 9th birthday had been ruined, her father made to look a fool, or because Old Faithful had stubbornly refused to erupt. Herb could hardly be blamed for the geyser's mood, but that was no comfort when, by evening, the family's disappointed faces were plastered across every news site and channel, the story of the unreliable natural wonder, now a national headline. In a sterile medical centre operated by the Black Corporation, located on a world close to the Datum. "Sister Agnes, we need to rouse you once more, just for a quick adjustment." Agnes sensed music, a distant thrum. "I'm awake. At least I believe I am. Welcome back to us." "Back from where, exactly? Who is speaking? And what is that dreadful droning?" "That's the sound of hundreds of monks from Tibet you've been under for 49 days, and that tedious melody." "Ah, you can thank John Lennon for that. The words are passages from the Tibetan Book of the Dead." "What an awful cacophony!" "Agnes, regaining your physical bearings will take time. But I believe we can let you see your reflection now. This will be brief." She had no sense of duration, but eventually a gentle light began to glow, steadily intensifying. "You'll feel some pressure as we raise you to a standing position. It shouldn't be painful. We can't begin mobility training until you're stronger, but integration with your new form will involve minimal discomfort. Trust me, I've undergone this process numerous times. You should be able to see yourself now." Sister Agnes looked down. She saw a body, pink, utterly bare, startlingly new and unmistakably feminine. Without any sensation of moving her lips, in fact, without feeling her lips at all, Agnes heard her own voice demand, "Who placed that order?" Sally Lindsay descended upon Hell Knows where, like a summer storm, all fierce energy and urgent purpose. But then, when had her arrivals ever been calm? Joshua Valienté heard her familiar voice carrying from the house as he returned from his forge, the tools of his afternoon's work still warm in his hands. Across all the stepwise worlds of the long earth, it was late March, and the daylight was already leaching from the sky. Since her dramatic appearance on his wedding day 9 years prior, a visit from this old friend was an uncommon event, and it almost always signalled that trouble was brewing, serious trouble. His wife, Helen, would understand that implication all too well. A knot of apprehension tightening in his gut, Joshua quickened his pace. He found Sally at the kitchen table, cradling a mug of coffee made from local clay. She was gazing out the window unaware of his presence, and he stopped in the doorway to observe. Helen was in the pantry fetching salt, pepper and matches on the table. Sally had deposited a small mountain of freshly butchered meat, enough to feed a family for weeks. It was the classic gesture of a stepwise traveller, her offering of practical support. The Valientés had no real need for the provisions, but the gesture itself spoke volumes. The arrangement was simple. A traveller passing through would provide fresh game, and in return, the host would prepare a proper meal, the meat cleaned, seasoned and cooked, along with offering those small luxuries difficult to come by in the wild, like salt, pepper, and a decent night's rest in a real bed. Joshua allowed himself a faint smile. Sally considered herself far more independent than any legendary explorer. but he suspected even the toughest frontiersman must have longed for a pinch of pepper now and then, just as she did. Now 43, she was a handful of years older than Joshua and a full 16 years ahead of Helen, a gap that inevitably coloured their interactions. Her greying hair was pulled back neatly, and she wore her standard uniform of rugged jeans and a sleeveless jacket studded with pockets. As always, she was slender, tense, unnervingly motionless, and alert. Her attention was fixed on an object hanging from a rough iron nail on the wall, a gold ring set with sapphires, suspended by a loop of string. It was one of the few mementos Joshua had kept from the epic journey across the long earth that he and Sally had undertaken with Lobsang, or, as the world now referred to it, a decade later, the journey. The ring was flashy and too large for any human finger. But then, humans hadn't crafted it, a fact Sally would surely recall. Just below it dangled another piece of jewellery, a child's monkey bracelet, made of plastic and cheap glitter, gaudy and whimsical. Joshua felt certain she remembered the story behind that trinket as well. He stepped forward, intentionally letting the door groan on its hinges. She turned and looked him over, her expression assessing and devoid of warmth. "I heard you arrive," he said. "You've gained some weight." "Always a pleasure, Sally, I assume. You have a reason for dropping by." "You always do." "Oh, absolutely." Joshua sat down reluctantly, a thought crossing his mind. Was Calamity Jane like this? A human powder keg that periodically detonated right in the middle of your peaceful existence? Though, to be fair, Sally probably had slightly better access to soap and a toothbrush. From the kitchen, Helen was preparing meat on the griddle, and when Joshua glanced her way, she subtly waved off his silent offer to help. He recognised the gesture. It was tact, pure and simple. Helen was trying to give them room to talk. Tact, yes, but he also dreaded that this might be the start of one of Helen's frosty, prolonged silences. After all, Sally was the woman who had shared a long, intricate and very public history with him long before Helen ever entered the picture. In fact, Sally had been right beside him when he first met Helen, then a 17-year-old settler in a fledgling Long Earth colony town. It was no surprise that his wife wouldn't exactly be thrilled whenever Sally reappeared. Oblivious, or perhaps indifferent to these delicate undercurrents, Sally waited for his response. He let out a tired sigh. "All right, then. What brings you out here this time?" "Another lowlife killed another troll," Joshua grunted in acknowledgement. Reports of such incidents had been flooding the outernet, cases scattered all across the long earth, from the datum to Valhalla and beyond, even stretching up to the Gap if the recent sensational headlines about a cub in a vintage spacesuit were to be believed. "Butchered it this time," Sally added flatly. "I mean literally. It was reported at an Aegis office in Plumbline, just inside the Megas. I know the place. It was a young troll. Body parts were taken for some kind of folk remedy. For once, the guy's actually been arrested on a cruelty charge. But his family is raising hell because, come on, it was just an animal, right?" Joshua shook his head slowly. "We're all under US Aegis jurisdiction." "What's the debate? Don't datum animal cruelty laws apply out here?" "It's a legal swamp, Joshua. Conflicting rulings at the federal and state level, plus endless arguments about whether those rulings even extend into the long earth. And that's before you consider the complete lack of resources to enforce them. I don't keep up much with datum politics out here. We protect trolls under an extension of our own citizenship rights."
"Really?"
Sally's tone was edged with skepticism. He offered a thin smile. "You sound surprised. You think you're the only one with a conscience. Trolls are far too valuable to upset or scare off, you know. But not every place shares that civilized view, Joshua. Remember, the Aegis is run by datum politicians, total jerks, in other words. They just don't understand. Those types wouldn't dare get their polished shoes dirty anywhere beyond a manicured park in Earthwest 3. They have zero grasp of how crucial it is for humanity to stay on good terms with the trolls. And now the long cord is buzzing with this mess. That meant every troll everywhere would soon know the whole story." Sally continued. "The real issue is that before Step Day, most of what trolls understood about us came from places like Happy Landings, where they lived side by side with humans. It was peaceful. Productive even? A little weird, though. Okay, fine. But now trolls are running into regular people, which is to say, they're meeting idiots." A cold knot formed in his stomach. "Sally, why are you really here? What do you expect me to do about it?" "Your duty, Joshua." He knew exactly what she meant. She wanted him to leave with her, to vanish back into the long earth and play the hero again. To hell with that, he thought. Things were different now. He was different. His duty was right here. To his family, his home, this little town that had, for some inexplicable reason, voted him mayor. He'd loved hell knows where before he even saw it, figuring that any settlers who picked a name like that had to be decent folks with a sense of humour, and he'd been right. For Helen, who had journeyed out here with her family to start fresh, this pioneer life was in her blood. And this remote valley, a million steps out along a ghost of the Mississippi, had gifted them with clean air, a river teeming with fish and land abundant with game and resources like lead and iron. Thanks to a Twain mass spec survey Joshua had called in as a favour, they even had the beginnings of a copper mine. As a bonus, the climate was a touch cooler than the datums, and each winter their local copy of the Great River froze solid. A breathtaking sight, even if it did claim a careless life now and then. When they'd first arrived, Joshua had been a greenhorn settler next to his young wife, despite all his earlier wandering. Now he was known as a skilled hunter, a decent butcher, a handy fixer of things, and lately nearly a blacksmith and smelter, not to mention the mayor, at least until the next election. Helen, meanwhile, was the town's lead midwife and its best herbalist. Sure, the work was relentless. A pioneer family lived far from any shopping mall. Bread needed baking, hams needed curing, tallow needed rendering, and beer needed brewing. Out here, you worked from dawn till dusk. But the labour was satisfying. This work was his life now. Occasionally he missed the solitude, his sabbaticals as he termed them, the profound emptiness of being utterly alone on a world, the relief from the pressure of other minds, a pressure he still felt here, though it was a faint whisper compared to the crushing weight of the datum. And that strange sensation of the other, the silence he'd always called it, like a hint of vast, distant consciousness. He'd once encountered one of those immense minds, the being known as the first-person singular. But he knew there were more out there. He could sometimes hear them, like deep bells tolling in far-off mountains. He'd had all that, but this, he'd come to realise far too late, was infinitely more precious. His wife, their young son, the hope of maybe another child someday. These days, he tried to tune out whatever dramas unfolded beyond the town's borders. After all, it wasn't like he owed the long earth a single thing. He had saved lives on the stepwise worlds during Step Day itself. And later, alongside Lobsang, he had helped open up many of them. He had done his duty in this new era, hadn't he? Yet here was Sally, a living echo of his past, seated at his kitchen table waiting for his response. Joshua was never one for hasty replies, even on a good day. He found comfort in the old notion that sometimes the slowest path is the fastest in the long run. They sat in a silent standoff until, to his immense relief, Helen finally walked in, carrying beer and burgers, all of it home-brewed, home-raised and home-baked. She joined them, steering the conversation toward pleasantries, asking Sally about her recent travels after the meal. Helen busied herself clearing the plates, gently waving away Joshua's offer to help. Beneath the surface, a different conversation was unfolding. Every marriage has its own private language. Helen understood exactly why Sally had come, and after 9 years together, Joshua could sense her quiet dread of impending loss as clearly as if it were a radio broadcast. If Sally noticed, she gave no sign. Once Helen left them alone again, Sally picked up right where she left off. As you said, it's not the only incident. What isn't? The Plumblind Massacre. So much for the small talk, Sally. It's not even the most infamous one happening right now. Would you like me to list them? No. You see what's unfolding, Joshua? Humanity was handed an opportunity with the Long Earth, a fresh start, an escape from the ruined datum. I know your speech. He had heard it countless times before. We're going to ruin our second chance at paradise before the ink is even dry. Helen returned, placing a large bowl of ice cream on the table with a firm thud. Sally stared at it as if it were a relic from another age. You make ice cream out here? Helen took a seat. Last year, Joshua spent weeks building an ice house. It wasn't as hard as we thought once we got started. The trolls love it, and we do get scorching summers here. It's a wonderful thing to have when you're trading with the neighbours. Joshua heard the unspoken message loud and clear, even if Sally missed it. This isn't about dessert. This is about the life we're building. A life you have no place in. Go ahead, help yourself. We have plenty. It's getting late. You're welcome to stay. Would you like to come see Dan's school play tomorrow? Joshua caught the flash of pure panic on Sally's face and took pity. Don't worry, it's not as painful as you imagine. We have bright kids, dedicated parents, and good teachers. Helen and I should know. We're both on staff. Community schooling? Exactly. We focus on survival skills, metallurgy, medicinal botany, the biology of long Earth creatures, the whole range from flint knapping to glass blowing. Helen added, but it's not all pioneer practicality. We maintain high academic standards. They even learn Greek. Mr. Johansson handles that, Joshua said. He commutes twice a month from Valhalla. He smiled and gestured to the bowl. Better eat it before it melts. Sally took a heaping spoonful and devoured it. Incredible! Pioneers with ice cream. Joshua felt a sudden urge to defend his home. Well, life out here doesn't have to be a grim struggle for survival, Sally. You're also pioneers with cell phones, aren't you? It was true that life on this particular world, West Wen 397,426, was easier than for most pioneers elsewhere. They even had satellite navigation. A fact only Joshua, Helen, and a select few understood was due to the Black Corporation using this world to test prototype technology, launching 24 nanosats from a portable launcher. Consider it a favour from an old friend. Sally, of course, was among those few in the know. Joshua met her gaze. Ease up, Sally. The sat-nav and the rest are here because of me. I know it. My friends know it. Helen just grinned. One of the technicians who serviced the equipment once mentioned to Joshua that the Black Corporation considered him a long-term asset. A worthwhile project, apparently. Worth keeping content with the occasional token. Sally let out a dismissive huff. So that's how Lobsang views you, how utterly patronising. Joshua let the comment pass, as he usually did whenever that name came up. Besides, I'm aware that my presence here attracts certain people. The renowned Joshua Valienté. Why not? It saves us from having to recruit. And if they don't work out, they move on anyway. Sally drew a breath, poised to continue the verbal sparring. But Helen clearly decided it was time to intervene. She rose from her chair. Sally, if you'd like to get ready, there's a guest room just down the hallway. The performance starts in an hour. Our son, Dan, you might recall him, is already at the community centre, which mostly means he's ordering the other children around. Feel free to take some ice cream with us when we head over. It's just a quick stroll. Joshua managed a thin smile. Everything is a quick stroll around here. Helen looked out through the imperfect window pane, and it seems we're in for another flawless evening. It was, in fact, a pristine early spring night. This world wasn't untouched anymore. Joshua reflected as the trio walked toward the community centre for the school play. You could see the encroachments along the riverbanks where the forest had been cleared, the plumes of smoke rising from forges and workshops, and the stark, straight trails cut through the woods. Yet, what still dominated the view were the fundamental elements of the landscape. The sweeping bend of this stepped replica of the Mississippi, the bridges and the vast stretches of woodland beyond the shores. Hell knows where resembled what its origin town back on the datum, Hannibal, Missouri, might have looked like in the 19th century, perhaps in Mark Twain's era. That to him was the ideal. But at this moment, that impeccable sky was interrupted by the silhouette of a Twain hanging in the air. The airship was being unloaded via rope chains, crate by crate, bundle by bundle. In the deepening dusk, its hull gleaming like aged brass, it resembled a vessel from another realm, which, in a way, it was. Although the town hall show was about to begin, a handful of students lingered outside watching the sky. The boys, especially gazing with a palpable yearning, boys who would trade anything for a chance to pilot a Twain someday. The Twain stood as a symbol of so much, Joshua mused. It represented the tangible reality of the long Earth itself. The long Earth, abruptly, on step day a quarter century ago, humanity had discovered the ability to step sideways, to simply walk into an endless corridor of Earths, one after another. No rockets needed, each Earth was merely a step away, and every Earth resembled the original, more or less, except for the profound absence of humanity and all its creations. There was a world for anyone who wanted one, countless billions of worlds if the prevailing theories held true. Confronted with such a vista, some people locked their doors and hid, some retreated into their own minds, but others thrived, and for those people, scattered across settlements in the new worlds a quarter century later, the Twains were becoming indispensable. Following the pioneering exploratory voyage a decade ago by Joshua and Lobsang aboard the Mark Twain, that ship had been a prototype, the first cargo and passenger vessel capable of stepwise travel. Douglas Black, of the Black Corporation that built it, and the primary investor in the subsidiary supporting Lobsang's ventures, had declared the technology a gift to the world. It was a characteristic move by Black, met with loud skepticism about his intentions, yet embraced universally. Now, 10 years later, the Twains were doing for the settlement of the Long Earth what the covered wagon and the Pony Express had once done for the Old West. The Twains sailed on, weaving connections between the growing stepwise worlds. They had even spurred the creation of entirely new industries. Helium, essential for their lift sacks and scarce on datum Earth, was now being harvested from stepwise versions of Texas, Kansas, and Oklahoma. Information itself now travelled the Long Earth aboard these airship fleets, fostering a sprawling multi-world network known as the Outer Net. At each world they visited, the ships would download rapid news packets to local nodes for distribution and upload any outgoing messages and mail. When airships met off the main datum Valhalla corridor, they would hold a GAM, a term borrowed from the old whaling days, to exchange news and correspondence. It was all rather informal, much like the early internet back on the datum before Step Day. This very informality made it resilient. If your message had the proper address, it would eventually find its destination. Naturally, not everyone welcomed these visitors. In places like Hell Knows, where the Twains were seen as interlopers, tangible extensions of a datum government whose influence wasn't always desired. The administration's stance toward its Long Earth colonies had oscillated over the years, swinging from hostility and exclusion to attempts at cooperation and legislation. The current rule stated that once a settlement reached a population of 100, it was expected to register itself with the federal government on datum Earth as an official presence. That would put you on the map, and soon the Twains would descend, delivering people and livestock, raw materials and medical supplies, while carrying away any goods you wished to export through local connections to major stepwise hubs like Valhalla. As they journeyed between the old United States and the worlds under its aegis all the way out to Valhalla, nearly 1.5 million steps from home, the Twains linked the many Americas, subtly promoting the idea they were all moving in unison. This was a notion many in the stepwise worlds found laughable. Their immediate concerns were themselves and their neighbours, and the datum's distant regulations, politics and taxes felt like an increasingly abstract concept, Twains or not. At this moment, 2 individuals watched a passing Twain with wary eyes. Sally asked, "Do you think he's aboard?" "An iteration of him, at least," Joshua replied. "These ships can't step without an artificial intelligence guiding them. You know, Lobsang, he's nothing but iterations. He loves to be where things are happening. And right now, that's practically everywhere." They were, of course, speaking of Lobsang. Even now, Joshua would struggle to define precisely who or what Lobsang was. Picture a divine presence residing within your computer, your phone within every system. Envision an entity that virtually is the Black Corporation, wielding all its power, wealth, and reach. And who, despite all that, manages to seem relatively sane and benevolent by the standards of most deities. Oh, and who occasionally curses in Tibetan. Joshua added, "I actually heard a rumour that he has an iteration headed completely out of the solar system aboard some kind of deep space probe. Typical of him, always planning for the distant future. There's no such thing as too much redundancy." "So, now he could survive the sun going supernova," Sally remarked with dry sarcasm. "Comforting. Do you still have much contact with him?" "No. Not for a decade. Not since he, or whatever version of him resides on the datum, stood by and let Madison be destroyed by a backpack nuke. That was my hometown, Sally. What's the point of a being with his power if he couldn't prevent that? And if he could have stopped it, why didn't he?" Sally merely shrugged. She had been there with him, stepping into Madison's smouldering ruins. Clearly she had no answer to give. Joshua noticed Helen walking ahead, engaged in conversation with a cluster of neighbours. He recognised the carefully composed look on her face, what he, after 9 years of marriage, privately termed her polite expression. Sensing trouble, he quickened his pace to join her. A collective subtle relief seemed to settle over the group as they finally reached the town hall. Sally paused to read the title from a hand-painted poster fixed to the wall, The Revenge of Moby Dick. "You have got to be kidding me." A grin spread across Joshua's face. "It's better than it sounds. Just wait for the part where the rogue whaling ships get what's coming to them. The kids even learned some Japanese for that scene. Come on, our seats are right up front." The performance was, against all odds, genuinely impressive. It began with a narrator in a weathered oilskin jacket, stepping to the edge of the stage. "Call me Ishmael." "Hi, Ishmael," a chorus of young voices shouted back. "Hi, boys and girls." By the finale, after the singing squid had earned 3 encores for the closing number, Harpoon of Love, even Sally was laughing freely. Afterward, the hall buzzed with a mingling crowd of children and parents during the party. Sally lingered, drink in hand, but Joshua watched as her gaze travelled over the chattering adults and the children's animated faces, Her expression slowly darkened. He ventured a question. "What's wrong now? It's all so terribly pleasant." Helen joined them. "You never could trust anything pleasant, could you, Sally? I can't shake the feeling you're all completely exposed here." "Exposed to what?" "If I were a cynic," Sally said, her tone shifting to something drier and more pointed, "I'd wonder how long it will be before some smooth-talking charlatan decides to trample all over this quaint, homespun fantasy of yours." She glanced at Helen. Apologies for the language in front of the children. To the surprise of both Joshua and Sally, Helen let out a hearty laugh. "You really haven't changed, have you?" "Well, that isn't going to happen. The trampling part. Look, we're resilient here, both physically and intellectually. For one thing, we don't do religion. Most of the parents are atheists or agnostics, people who manage their lives just fine without looking to the sky for answers. We do teach the children a basic principle. Treat others as you'd like to be treated. That's one way to put it. We focus on those fundamental lessons. We cooperate, and I believe we're doing right by these kids. They learn because we make it engaging. See Michael, the young man in the wheelchair? He wrote the entire play, and Captain Ahab's ballad was his own composition. 'Which one I'd give my other leg for your love.' That's it. He's 17. If someone with his talent never gets a real shot, then the world truly is unfair." Sally grew uncharacteristically quiet for a moment. "Well, with advocates like you two, he'll likely get his opportunity." Helen's smile wavered. "Are you making fun of us?" Joshua braced for conflict, but Sally simply replied, "Don't let this get around, but I envy you, Helen Valienté, a little anyway, not regarding Joshua, of course." "This drink is excellent, by the way. What is it?" "There's a local tree, a type of maple I can show you later if you'd like." Helen raised her glass. "A toast to you, Sally." "What for?" "For keeping Joshua alive long enough to find his way to me." "That's fair, and you're welcome here as long as you want to stay, but be honest with me, you're here to take Joshua away again, aren't you?" Sally looked calmly into her glass. "Yes, I'm sorry," Joshua interjected. "It's about the trolls, isn't it, Sally?" "What exactly do you need me to do? Advance the arguments for stronger animal protection statutes? Highlight the ongoing situations at Plumbline and the Gap and other sites, push for a formal, enforceable protective order for trolls?" "You mean go back to the datum?" She offered a thin smile. "Be a Davy Crockett, Joshua. Come in from the wilderness and address Congress. You're one of the few long-earth pioneers who has any name recognition back home. You and a handful of notorious criminals. Thanks. So will you come?" Joshua's eyes moved to Helen. "I'll give it some thought." Helen turned her gaze away. "Let's go find Dan. That's enough excitement for one evening. Getting him to sleep is going to be a project in itself." Helen was up twice that night before Dan finally settled. When she came back the second time, she gave Joshua a gentle nudge. "Are you awake?" "I am now. I've been turning it over. If you decide to go, Dan and I are coming with you, at least as far as Valhalla. And he really should see the datum at least once." "He'd be thrilled," Joshua mumbled, half asleep, "at least until he discovers we're planning to enroll him in a school there." Despite her earlier praise of the town's school to Sally Lindsay, Helen still believed a stint in the city would broaden Dan's horizons, giving him the perspective to make his own informed choices later. "Sally's actually not so terrible when she isn't trying to be Annie Oakley." "Her intentions are usually decent," Joshua murmured. "And when they're not, the person on the receiving end usually has it coming." "You seem distracted." He rolled over to face her. "I checked the Outernet updates from the Twain. Sally wasn't exaggerating about the troll incidents." Helen reached for his hand. "It feels orchestrated. This isn't just Sally showing up out of the blue. I have a feeling your ride is already waiting for you up there." "It is quite a coincidence, a Twain arriving right now, isn't it?" "Can't you just leave it to Lobsang?" "It doesn't work that way, honey. Lobsang doesn't operate like that." Joshua yawned, leaned over to kiss her cheek and rolled back. "Quite a show they put on, wasn't it?" Helen lay awake, the silence stretching after a while. She whispered into the dark, "Do you really have to go?" But Joshua was already snoring. Joshua wasn't surprised when Sally didn't appear for breakfast, nor to find she had vanished completely. That was Sally all over. By now, he figured, she was likely worlds away, deep in the reaches of the long earth. He wandered through the house, looking for any trace of her stay. She travelled light and was meticulous about leaving no clutter behind. She had arrived, she had departed, and once again she had turned his orderly life inside out. She'd left a single, simple note, thanks, after breakfast. He headed to his office in the town hall to put in a few hours of mairing. But the shadow of that twain in the sky seemed to fall directly across his office's lone window, a looming distraction that made focusing on routine paperwork impossible. His eyes kept drifting to the large poster on the wall, the so-called Samaritan Declaration. Drafted in frustration by some overwhelmed pioneer somewhere, it had spread virally across the outernet and been adopted by thousands of fledgling settlements. Dear newbie, the Good Samaritan is by nature kind and patient. However, in the context of the long Earth land rush, the Good Samaritan demands the following. 1. Before you leave home, learn something about the environment you're heading into. 2. Once you arrive, listen to the people who are already there. 3. Don't trust maps blindly. Even the low Earths haven't been fully charted. We don't know what's out there. And if we don't, you definitely don't. 4. Use your head. Travel with at least one partner. Carry a radio when possible. Tell someone your plans. Basic stuff. 5. Take every precaution, if not for your own sake, then for the sake of the poor souls who might have to haul what's left of you back in a bag. Harsh language, but necessary. The long Earth is generous, but it doesn't forgive mistakes. Thank you for reading. The Good Samaritan. Joshua appreciated the declaration. To him, it captured the robust, pragmatic spirit that defined the new communities sprouting up across the long Earth. New nations, indeed. The town hall itself was a grand name for a sturdy wooden building that housed all the settlement's administrative needs. It looked a little worse for wear this morning after the children's show. Scuffed floors and a faint smell of popcorn lingered in the air. But it served its purpose. Marble columns could wait for another day. Of course, the building stood without any statues out front, a stark contrast to similar structures back in Datum America. There were no Civil War cannons on the lawn, no bronze plaques listing the names of the fallen. When the expanding settlement had registered for the Twain service, the federal government had even offered a sort of prefabricated monument package, a gesture meant to tether this fledgling community to America's storied past. The people of hell knows where, however, had roundly rejected it. Their reasons were varied and deeply felt, some tracing back to family stories about great-grandparents at Woodstock, or protests at Penn State. No blood had been spilled for this particular soil, unless you counted Hamish's unfortunate tumble from the town clock tower, or the relentless assaults of the local mosquitoes. So why erect a monument? Joshua had been taken aback by the intensity of his neighbour's feelings on the matter, and he'd turned it over in his mind with his usual quiet deliberation. He eventually decided it boiled down to a question of identity. History showed a pattern. The founding fathers of the United States were, for the longest time, simply Englishmen, until the moment they realized they didn't have to be. By default, the folks here still called themselves American, but a subtle shift was occurring. They were beginning to feel a stronger kinship with their stepwise neighbours, scattered communities in echoes of Europe, Africa, and even China, voices crackling over shortwave radio, than with a distant datum. Joshua found it fascinating to observe this quiet realignment of allegiance. Meanwhile, the practical relationship with Datum America was growing more strained by the year, a bureaucratic tug-of-war that had simmered for ages. Legally, a few years prior, the Cowley administration, the same administration that had successfully stripped colonists of their previous rights and benefits, had performed a neat about-face. They'd calculated that significant tax revenue was being lost from the burgeoning trade between the various long Earth communities and between the remote worlds and the datum. President Cowley's solution was the Aegis Declaration. If you lived within the theoretical footprint of the United States, projected infinitely east and west across the stepwise worlds, you were de facto a US citizen subject to its laws and, most pointedly, its taxes. And there was the glorious rub. Taxes on what, exactly? A great deal of local commerce operated on barter, local scrip, or simple exchanges of service. Hard currency, dollars and cents, only really entered the picture when trading with the low Earths. For many, it was a genuine hardship to scrape together enough official money to meet the taxman's demands. And what did those taxes actually purchase? The colonists had abundance, clean air, fresh water, vast stretches of land, and plentiful food. As for advanced goods and services, a decade ago you'd have had no choice but to trek back to Uncle Sam for anything complex, from a root canal to vet care for your livestock, all requiring precious US dollars, but now, hell knows where boasted its own shiny new clinic. A skilled veterinarian had set up practice downriver in Twisted Peak, complete with a fast horse, a partner, and an eager apprentice. If you craved a city experience, Valhalla was rising as a genuine cultural and technological hub in the high megas. So it was becoming harder and harder for colonists to pinpoint what, precisely, the Datum government did for them and what they were supposedly buying with the taxes chiefly deducted from the profits of raw materials endlessly hauled back by the Twain caravans. Even in this tidy, civilized town, far from the intellectual ferment of Valhalla, where thinkers like Helen's father Jack held court, there were murmurs growing louder about severing ties with the old country altogether. Meanwhile, after a period of relative calm, Joshua had begun to notice a growing tension in the federal government's attitude toward the young colonies during his recent communications with the Datum. Whispers were circulating back in the Datum United States, suggesting the colonists were somehow leeching off the homeland, despite the fact that all their former assets there had been settled long ago. This shift was almost certainly tied to President Cowley's re-election campaign. Having positioned himself as a moderate during his initial run, a pragmatic move following the Madison crisis, where stepping away had saved countless lives from a nuclear blast. Some analysts now believed he was pivoting back to his original, fervent supporters in the fiercely anti-stepper Humanity First movement. A nation accustomed to distrusting every other country on Earth was now learning to distrust its own offshoots. Gazing out his window at the clear sky, Joshua let out a weary breath. Where would it end? It was public knowledge that Cowley was assembling a military force using Twains to project power into the long Earth. Through the outer net came more troubling whispers, perhaps deliberate misinformation, hinting at severe measures on the horizon. Could conflict be possible? Historically, most wars boiled down to disputes over territory and resources. With the literally infinite bounty of the long Earth available, any rationale for war seemed absurd, didn't it? Yet history offered precedents where oppressive taxation and control from a distant capital had spurred colonies to fight for their freedom. A war spanning the long Earth. Joshua's eyes drifted to the enigmatic Twain still hovering above the town. It waited to carry him back into the complexities of the wider world. He went to find Bill Chambers, the town's secretary, bookkeeper, top hunter, superb cook, and astonishingly gifted liar, though that last talent cast some doubt on his claim of being a distant descendant of Ireland's Blarney estate. Around Joshua's age, Bill had been one of his few companions at the home, as much as a loner like Joshua ever had friends. When Bill turned up at hell knows where a few years prior, Joshua had welcomed him warmly. After returning from his journey with Lobsang and finding himself an unwilling public figure, a situation worsened by Lobsang and Sally withdrawing from the spotlight, leaving Joshua exposed, he increasingly sought out people who knew him before his fame, people who were discreet and asked little of him. In many ways, Bill hadn't changed. He leaned into his Irish heritage whenever possible. He also drank considerably more than he had as a teen, which was saying something. Spotting Joshua, Bill, who was meandering toward the lumberyard, called out, "Top of the morning, Mr. Mayor. Top to you too. Listen." Joshua explained his need to travel to the Datum. "Helen is insisting on coming and bringing Dan. Honestly, it's probably for the best, but I could use another set of hands. The Datum is it, crawling with ruffians and scoundrels and all manner of ne'er-do-wells. Ah, you've come to the right man. Will Morningtide agree to you going? She's up to her elbows rendering tallow in the yard just now. I'll broach it with her later." He cleared his throat with exaggerated tact. "There is the small matter of the ticket price." Joshua glanced up at the waiting Twain. "I have a feeling this trip will be on the house, my friend." Bill let out a joyful shout. "Now you're talking. In that case, I'll secure us the most luxurious passage available, and you've got your permission slips signed by Helen, have you?" Joshua sighed, already dreading another difficult conversation. "I'll get them, Bill. I'll get them," as they walked together. Bill asked, "How was the lad's stage show, by the way?" Jumped the shark. "Oh, was it truly that dreadful?" "No, I mean it literally. Captain Ahab actually jumped over a shark. It was the big spectacle in the second act. Quite a sight seeing him on a single water ski." Helen Valienté, born Helen Green, could still vividly recall the exact moment the relationship between the Datum and its distant offspring across the long Earth began to turn bitter. She was just a teenager then, living in the fledgling settlement of Reboot on Earth West 101,754. She had maintained a detailed journal through those formative years, chronicling everything from her childhood in Datum, Madison, her family's relocation to Madison West 5, and their monumental journey across 100,000 worlds to build a new community from the ground up. They had constructed their town with nothing but their own determination, ingenuity, and sheer will. Their reward from Datum, America, a place they still foolishly considered their homeland, was utter betrayal. Looking back, That rejection, even more than her mother's worsening illness, marked the turning point where her gentle father, Jack Green, completed his personal evolution from a datum-educated software engineer to a resilient colonist, and finally to an outspoken revolutionary. That was 12 years ago. She had been 15. The crisis tore the young town of Reboot apart. Some families simply packed up and left to start anew elsewhere. Others retreated to the 100K station, hoping to join a company for a return trek to the datum. For Helen, the most painful part was the icy silence between her parents, a chasm widened by her mother's sickness. Everything, her father insisted, was the fault of the government. They all received the letter, delivered to every household by a remorseful Bill Lovell. Bill had already been dismissed from the US Postal Service, but he vowed to continue his rounds until his boots fell apart, relying on the community's charity for food. The official notice from the federal government declared that any individual with a permanent residence beyond Earth West 20 or East 20 who held assets back on the datum would have those assets frozen and ultimately seized. With her mother confined to bed, it fell to Helen's father to explain terms like assets and impounded. In essence, every dollar her parents had saved before their great trek, money left in datum banks to pay for her mother's cancer treatments, for the care of her stay-at-home brother Rod, and for future college funds for Helen and her sister Katie, had been confiscated, stolen. That was the word her father used, and to Helen, it didn't seem like an exaggeration. Her father argued that the datum economy had been struggling ever since stepping became widespread, a fact apparent even before the Greens left. The constant drain of people into the long Earth had crippled the labour force, with only a minimal flow of goods returning. Those left behind grew furious, viewing the departed as freeloaders they were forced to support. This resentment was compounded by the growing population of non-steppers, people like her own brother Rod, who couldn't step at all and were beginning to harbour a deep-seated bitterness toward those who could. Helen often lay awake, wondering what Rod, isolated back on the datum, must be feeling about all this. I suspect the government is trying to placate the anti-stepper movement by sanctioning this theft. Her father fumed one evening, the firelight casting harsh shadows on his face. I place the blame squarely on that demagogue Cowley and his fear-mongering. So what do we do? Helen asked, her voice small in the large, quiet room. We hold a town meeting, he stated firmly. That's what we do, of course. They didn't actually have a town hall. What they had was a communal field, cleared of trees and stones, which they optimistically called City Hall. It was there they gathered, under a thankfully clear sky. Rhys Henry, a former used car salesman who served as their de facto mayor, chaired the meeting with his characteristic bluster. He waved the letter in the air. What, he demanded, are we going to do about this? The answer was unanimous. They would not accept it. There was passionate, almost romantic talk of organising a massive protest march directly on datum Washington. But then a practical voice cut through the idealism. Who's going to feed the chickens if we all go? The grand plan dissolved into pragmatic discussion. They resolved instead to take stock of everything they still imported from the datum: medicines, books, tools, spare parts for electronics, even small luxuries. Through careful sharing, diligent repair, and sheer ingenuity, they would find a way to be self-sufficient until the political storm passed. It was a quiet declaration of independence, forged not on a battlefield, but in a muddy field under an alien sky. The notion of forming closer ties with neighbouring settlements began to circulate among the residents. A collection of nearby communities, scattered across several dozen worlds, was being informally referred to as New Scarsdale County. The thought was that they could support one another during shortages or crises. A quiet undercurrent of dissent persisted, however, a mother worried about her diabetic child's long-term care. Others, feeling the weight of years, struggled with the relentless physical demands of frontier farming. A handful simply felt adrift without the familiar, if distant, structure of governmental authority. Voices like Helen's father's argued strongly against departure, emphasizing their interdependence. They had woven a tapestry of diverse skills essential for their collective survival. Letting that community unravel was unthinkable. Rhys Henry listened to the debate, letting it exhaust itself without forcing a conclusion. The meeting adjourned unresolved, yet dawn arrived as always the next day, bringing with it the familiar chores. Feeding the chickens, hauling water from the well, and life somehow continued its steady rhythm. 3 months passed. Helen's sister Katie had discreetly moved her wedding date forward. She and Harry Bergreen had originally planned to wait for a proper house-raising the following year, but everyone understood the unspoken reason. They wanted their mother to be there. Helen, who had harboured childhood fantasies of elaborate storybook ceremonies, found herself part of a pioneer's wedding. It was different, but brimming with a genuine joy. Guests arrived early, greeted by the ready families. There were no formal gowns or suits, but Katie wore a delicate veil crafted by Helen from the lining of an old jumpsuit. As the morning progressed, friends journeyed from New Scarsdale and other outlying settlements, bearing gifts that were practical above all else: kitchenware, pottery fired in Reboot's kilns, hand-forged iron tools. The pile before the Green's hearth seemed modest, but Helen saw it for what it was, the foundational kit for a new home. Rhys Henry made his entrance around noon, surprisingly polished in a decent jacket, clean jeans and a string tie. While few in Reboot took his self-styled mayor title as gravely as he did, someone had to solemnize the union, and he performed the duty with suitable gravity, and one had to admit his hair was truly impressive. When Harry kissed his bride and the applause swelled, when Katie's mother gripped her husband's arm to steady herself for the photographs, even Bill the mailman was visibly moved. That was a good day, Helen later wrote in her journal. Another 3 months unfolded, marked by a starkly different entry: Betty Doak Hanson, second baby, healthy boy. 7 pounds, mother ill, needed stitches and blood. Exhaustion had stripped away Helen's patience for her own journal code. Paper conservation be damned. The birth itself hadn't been particularly difficult by their standards. Belle Doak and her team, Helen included, were seasoned by now. But the morning had been a frantic race against time, sending Helen scrambling through town to find blood donors. They were all walking blood banks for each other, yet the system was dangerously ad hoc. Note to self, she thought wearily. Organise a proper donor list by blood type. Her father had left the house early that morning, not long after she returned. He was likely down by the river at the stone marking her mother's grave. It had always been her favourite spot. A full month had passed since her mother succumbed to the tumour, yet her father remained consumed by a guilt that seemed entirely misplaced. He acted as if bringing the family here had somehow caused it, which made no logical sense to Helen. In her memory, her mother had been the most vocal advocate for leaving the datum behind. That month also marked over half a year since the federal government had terminated all of them in one sweeping dismissal. Helen marvelled at the thought. They were still here, surviving against the odds. The learning curve had been steep. They hadn't realised just how much they had leaned on the manufactured comforts of their old life. Now, they created everything themselves. They knitted their own clothes, brewed their own beer, and crafted candles and soap from scratch. Who knew you could make a decent vinegar from pumpkin rinds? Even toothpaste became a project, ground from charcoal. A major boost came when Bill Lovell started making the rounds, selling his new product: compact encyclopedia sets and pre-1950 copies of Scientific American. Those pages were filled with intricate diagrams of steam engines and practical advice on 100 forgotten skills. Their entire approach to farming was shifting too, especially after the vitamin pills ran out and a few unsettling cases of scurvy appeared. Scurvy, of all things. The community survived by leaning on each other, a simple trade of fetching water for a sick child's family in exchange for someone feeding your chickens while you were away. An informal economy of favours took root, a fluid currency of service, barter and promises. Helen often thought her mother would have been fascinated by this budding, self-organising system. Contrary to the grim predictions of some, the removal of the datum government's theoretical protection didn't bring a horde of bandits crashing down. There were challenges, of course, like the occasional waves of new colonists arriving from the datum or the nearer low Earths trying to stake claims in Reboot's territory. Legally, it was a grey area, as any claims the Reboot settlers had were filed with a datum government that had washed its hands of them. Usually the mayor in New Scarsdale could resolve things by signing over land 50 or 100 worlds farther west, sweetening the deal with vouchers for drinks at the tavern. With so much endless space, most territorial disputes just dissolved. Petty theft was a constant low-grade annoyance, food taken from fields, or, in this age of stepping, even from inside homes. Most folks learnt to overlook the small stuff. The mood shifted, however, when a boy named Doug Collinson was caught stealing beta blockers from Melissa Harris's medicine cabinet. The pills were for Melissa's heart condition. Doug didn't need them. He planned to sell them elsewhere, and quality medicine was among their most precious commodities. Melissa had the quick wit to swing her walking stick and shatter his stepper, trapping him until neighbours arrived. Now Doug sat confined in a neighbour's cellar while the adults debated his fate. Slowly, from the necessity of dealing with such incidents, a rough framework for law and order was beginning to form. perhaps one day evolving into a shared court with neighbouring settlements. Helen's own future was coming into focus as well. Her father kept reminding her she was 16 and needed to choose a path. Fair enough. There was her midwifery work, and she was growing more interested in medicinal herbs. Many of the plants and fungi on Earth West, 101,754, were nothing like those from datum Earth. She pictured herself as a travelling apothecary or a tutor, carrying her knowledge and unique botanical finds across the worlds. Or perhaps not, she felt confident she'd find her way. After all, this was no paradise. It was simply home. The long Earth offered a vastness that could make you feel small, yet that very expanse might be its greatest gift to humanity. It was space, room to breathe, to choose your own path. Helen had found a contentment in the balanced life they were crafting in Reboot. Then Joshua Valienté arrived, fresh from his distant travels in the stepwise West, hauling a broken-down airship and carrying the legends of the High Megas with him. Sally Lindsay right beside him. At 17, Helen's entire world shifted on its axis. Before long, she left with Joshua, became his wife, and now they were here, laying the foundations for another promising settlement. Back on the datum, the government had extended its reach once more, pulling the far-flung colonies under the protective and taxing umbrella of the Aegis. Suddenly, everyone owed a share. Jack Green, already furious over the letter and the cut-off, found fresh rage in this new imposition. Helen felt that, without her mother, he was pouring his emptiness into political anger. And then Sally returned, and Joshua's attention drifted again. The night before their scheduled departure on the Twain for Valhalla, bags waiting by the door. Helen lay awake. She slipped out onto the veranda into an unseasonably warm March evening on this generally cool earth above the town. The Twain hung at anchor, its running lights a tiny suspended constellation. She whispered to the night, "We were young, we were merry, we were very, very wise." Joshua found her there. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "What's that, honey?" "Just an old poem, by Victorian poet Mary Elizabeth Coleridge. I was helping Bob Johansen with the 8th grade class the other day. We were young, we were merry, we were very, very wise, and the door stood open at our feast, when there passed us a woman with the west in her eyes, and a man with his back to the east. It sticks with you, doesn't it? You won't lose me to any direction, I promise you that." She found she had no words left to answer. Nelson Ezekiel, known as Reverend Nelson to his flock on Sundays, and simply Rev at the local pub, observed as Ken the shepherd hoisted a heavily pregnant ewe onto his shoulders. To Nelson, it was a feat of remarkable strength. Ken's sheep were solid creatures. Ken then strode purposefully toward a hedgerow, took a step, and simply disappeared. He reappeared moments later, wiping his hands on a well-used towel. "That'll hold for now," Ken said. "A few stubborn wolves still need convincing. I'll have to get Ted to run another 1,000 yards of electric fence. Don't you want to come see, Reverend? You'd be amazed at the progress. It's just one step over." Nelson wavered. He dreaded the sickening lurch that accompanied stepping. People claimed you got used to it, and perhaps that was true for some, but for Nelson, each step was a small ordeal. Still, being a good neighbour mattered. Besides, it had been hours since breakfast. With any luck, he might only suffer a brief bout of dry heaves. He fumbled for the stepper switch in his pocket, pressed his handkerchief to his face, and stepped through. As the nausea subsided, the first thing that struck him in this England, just one step removed from home, wasn't the carefully tended field at his feet, but the ancient trees of the surviving forest beyond Ken's stone wall. They were giants, primordial. Some had fallen, their trunks adorned with vibrant moss and fungi, a sight that, to a clergyman, could inspire a tidy sermon on the fall of the mighty. But Nelson, now in his late 40s, wasn't planning to be a clergyman much longer. The light seemed richer here, more golden than before the step. He glanced up at the sun, which hung in roughly the correct position for a March afternoon, more or less. A faint, sweet scent of wild blossoms, absent in his home world, drifted on the breeze, a small, unexpected detail of this parallel place, while the passage of time across the many Earths generally appeared synchronized, with sunrises and seasons aligning from one world to the next. Recent scientific journals noted a subtle anomaly. Precise astronomical measurements, such as timing the moon's passage in front of distant stars, revealed that some of these new worlds did not keep perfect time with their neighbours. They drifted ahead or behind by mere fractions of a second. The discrepancies were tiny but undeniable, and for Nelson they represented another layer of profound mystery. No one had a good explanation for why this happened, and frankly, with so many puzzles emerging from the multitude of worlds, few were even looking into it. How utterly bizarre and unsettling. He had, perhaps to his own chagrin, fully shed his priestly mindset and reverted to his core identity as a man of science. Yet, here was the central haunting question. For 25 years, people, including members of his own congregation, had been packing their lives into wagons and stepping away into the infinite corridor of worlds known as the Long Earth. And despite all that exploration, humanity still didn't understand the fundamental mechanics. They didn't know how it functioned, why the flow of time might stutter between worlds, how all those Earths got there in the first place, or what purpose they might ultimately serve. What was a man of faith, or even a former man of faith, supposed to make of that this gnawing uncertainty was, in a roundabout way, the source of Nelson's current inner conflict? The animals around him, thankfully, were spared such existential dread. The pregnant ewes and the mischievous goats, along with Ken's young trainee sheepdog, Joy, were content with their immediate world. After giving Nelson their customary blank stares, they wandered off, the sheep to crop the grass, the goats to attempt to eat the fence posts. Ken had explained the practical logic of their existence here. In the stepwise worlds labelled England, West and East 1 and 2, farmers were engaged in deforestation on a scale not seen for millennia, and they'd had to rediscover the old methods. You cut the timber, used it wisely, and then unleashed your livestock. Any ambitious young trees that tried to sprout back were promptly demolished by the hungry mouths of sheep and goats, preventing the forest's return. In time, the grass would claim the land. Clever stuff, grass. Ken would often remark with a grin. It's the only plant that considers being eaten down to the roots a personal challenge. Nelson had completely misread Ken at first, taking his sun-leathered skin and quiet demeanour as signs of a simple, uncomplicated life. He was a local with roots in these hills that stretched back into the murky depths of history. It was only by accident that Nelson learned Ken had once been a geology lecturer at the University of Bath. Like so many others, Step Day had prompted a drastic re-evaluation of his life. His future, it turned out, was not in a lecture hall but on this farm, just a single step away from the datum Earth. In that sense, Ken embodied the modern British experience of the Long Earth. That experience began with profound trauma. The initial exodus from the crowded British Isles was a flood, particularly from the struggling industrial regions of the north, Wales and Scotland, areas that felt increasingly disconnected from a self-satisfied London. The rapid population drain triggered an economic crash and even a brief currency collapse, an event sardonically dubbed the Great Bog-Off. But from that chaos, a second, more determined wave of emigration emerged. This group was cautious, pragmatic and hard-working. Now, whole new industrial revolutions were brewing in the so-called Low Earths. It seemed the British had an innate talent for building steam engines and laying railway tracks. Some of the wealth generated in these new frontiers was already trickling back to the datum. In the long run, the British approach to the Long Earth had proven to be methodical, stubborn, careful, and against the odds, remarkably successful. They took their time, they planned, and they built, just like Ken. Nelson, however, had a path of his own to walk. The two men lingered a while longer, talking of the hardiness of Ken's sheep and the general state of the flock. Eventually, Nelson cleared his throat, his tone turning reflective. "You know, Ken, I've cherished my years in this parish. There's a deep quiet here, a feeling that while the world outside might churn and change, the heart of this place remains constant. Does that make any sense to you?" Ken considered this, gazing toward the distant hills. "When I arrived," he began, "I spent days walking those slopes. You find traces of lives lived here for centuries, long before this was even called England in the churchyard. On the old memorials, you see the same family names echoing across generations, men left to fight for a distant king in lands they couldn't picture. Some never returned, and yet the land itself persisted. This countryside, tucked away from the cities, has weathered every storm since Step Day, more or less unscathed. I often think how difficult it must have been for those men to walk away from a place like this." He paused, then added quietly, "Just as it will be for me. You, Reverend? You're the first to hear it. I've spoken with the bishop, and he's agreed. I can depart once my replacement is settled." Nelson's eyes followed the grazing sheep. "Look at them. They carry on as if today will simply repeat forever, perfectly satisfied with that arrangement." "But you're not a sheep, Reverend." "Precisely. The truth is, I've devoted much of my life to science. I feel bound to a different kind of promise than the one I currently serve, though in my mind the two have blended considerably." To put it plainly, I need to find a new direction, one that better fits my skills and my history. Forgive the lack of humility. You've forgiven far worse in me, Reverend. Perhaps, perhaps not. Now, if you're finished here, let me buy you a pint at the pub after that. I have a few calls to make. Ken gave a short laugh. Well, that's a fine offer. The pint, I mean. He put his fingers to his lips and whistled sharply. Joy here, girl. The dog came racing over, her tail a blur of motion, and sprang expertly into Ken's waiting arms, a practiced manoeuvre for the journey back to the datum. Joy was a dog whose dinner bowl currently resided in an entirely separate corner of the multiverse, a fact that concerned her not at all so long as her master called for her. Telling Ken his news was practically as public as renting a billboard, Nelson knew, but it was done. Back at the rectory, he made the necessary follow-up calls, sharing his plans, offering apologies where needed, and accepting the scattered congratulations. With a sense of relief, he finally turned to his computer, leaning back in his worn office chair as the array of screens flickered to life. Initiate search, he instructed. Primary terms, the return of the airship Mark Twain. Secondary, the Lobsang project. Supplementary, social media streams from the past 24 hours, filtered for prevailing concerns. Depth 3, apply Occam's razor. Bandwidth in this remote corner was typically abysmal, but Nelson was an exception. A man with his history, having once worked, if indirectly, for the formidable Black Corporation, maintained contacts in all the right places. Favours were a currency that never expired. Just the previous year, a sleek, unmarked helicopter had touched down near the graveyard. The technical team that emerged had left him with unrestricted access to satellite feeds, including a few channels known to a vanishingly small number of people, along with the sophisticated means to decode them. After skimming the latest chatter from the social streams, he left his study for the kitchen. A search of this magnitude would take time. While his digital agents scurried through the networks, he heated a microwave curry and found himself, as he often did, pondering the long line of parsons who had inhabited this house before him. The gear in his study, the phone, the laptop, the tablets, was all more or less cutting-edge, though it would have seemed familiar enough to a user from a decade or two past. This very fact was a point clung to by certain critics of the great long Earth migration. Necessity had always been the engine of human progress, hunger sparked invention, and competition drove achievement. But in the expansive reality of the long Earth, where resources were abundant and space was infinite, that vital pressure had faded, leaving innovation to languish. Still, none of the prior occupants of this place, not even the most recent, had ever possessed the kind of technology Nelson now commanded, retrograde as it might seem, and every single one of them had failed, just as he had, to get the ancient plumbing to function correctly. He found a peculiar comfort in that shared failure. It was a humble reminder of his own limits. With his meal prepared, he retreated to his study. The Lobsang query was still processing, and as he ate, he accessed the Quizmasters. This was an obscure chat forum, entry to which was granted solely by invitation, earned through a grueling series of intellectual trials. Intrigued by an unsolicited quiz that had arrived weeks prior, Nelson had solved it one evening after services, a process taking 27 minutes. His prize was another puzzle, equally devilish in its complexity. Over subsequent days, more quizzes appeared at random. He was struck by their design, demanding not just encyclopedic knowledge, but the ability to synthesize it across disciplines under severe time constraints, blending established fields with what could only be called anti-disciplines. In the realm of the deeply curious, chasing the obscure and the bizarre raw intellect alone was useless without a magpie's instinct for hoarding facts, an eye for happy accident, and a boundless fascination with the mismatched and the anomalous. This, it seemed, was precisely what the Quizmaster's gauntlet selected for. The virtual doors swung open for him on the 7th day, revealing the group's chosen name. At first glance, it resembled any other online hangout, save for the shared unspoken knowledge that everyone present had been vetted, lending a charged exclusive air to the exchanges. A self-appointed elite of the nerd world, and as Nelson had discovered, remarkably effective when mobilized for a project. Yet, conversations there inevitably circled back to the monolithic entity known as the Black Corporation, an organization widely despised within the circle. This irony was not lost on him. Whenever Nelson ventured into the digital spheres, he mingled with crowds who harbored deep suspicions of government surveillance, excessive hygiene, and most of all, secrets. Topping their list of grievances was invariably the Black Corporation. The contradiction was almost amusing, given that the very infrastructure of their nerdosphere was predominantly built on Black's own technology. The community thrived on speculation, rumours and outright fabrications about what transpired in the corporation's most clandestine labs. Everyone knew the origin story, a tale as familiar to Nelson as any foundational myth. It was a classic American saga. It began when Douglas Black and his partners launched just another tech startup, funded by an inheritance from his late grandfather's oil fortune. This was the early 90s. Black was barely into his 20s. From the outset, their products fulfilled deep consumer desires, computers with enduring battery life and flawless software, machines that felt like collaborators rather than mere gadgets designed to drain your wallet or tease a future upgrade. They offered a sense of maturity. Philanthropy was woven into the fabric from the beginning, with global initiatives including a scholarship program in South Africa, a program from which Nelson himself had once benefited. Over time, the Black product line didn't just succeed. It began to genuinely redefine the landscape. In Nelson's view, Douglas Black deserved every accolade for his sheer intellectual daring. He was, after all, the pioneer behind the world's first serendipity lab. His reasoning was brilliantly simple. If so many pivotal scientific breakthroughs occurred by chance, why not accelerate the process by engineering an environment where accidents were not just possible, but frequent, and then meticulously observing the outcomes? The apocryphal stories claimed Black even staffed his labs with individuals notorious for their forgetfulness, their clumsiness, or a legendary streak of bad luck. On its face, it was an utterly insane concept. Black did implement some safeguards, constructing his facilities to the rigorous standards used by explosives manufacturers. His unconventional approach, however, catapulted him to fame, generating massive sales and public adoration, while simultaneously drawing fierce, immediate criticism the established corporations. He was outmaneuvering whose profits he was decimating, hurled at every accusation they could muster, from monopolistic behaviour to a lack of national loyalty. The public, it seemed, saw right through these claims, continuing to snap up Black's ingenious products. They didn't just buy his gadgets, they bought into the man himself. He became a folk hero, a charismatic maverick gleefully challenging the slow-moving corporate giants, funding extravagant personal ventures like undersea residences and orbital vacations, all while showering charities with eye-watering sums of money. Then, fortune truly favoured his venture. A botched experiment where a prototype surgical adhesive was accidentally left baking in the sun yielded a strange, pliable substance dubbed gel. This quasi-organic material was embedded with self-designing, self-repairing bio-neural networks, intelligent enough to physically reshape itself to adapt to its environment. Initially marketed as the smart bandage, it quickly proved to be far more versatile and clever. As a self-correcting, malleable data and processing medium, gel in its myriad forms became the cornerstone of the Black Corporation's empire. A tidal wave of innovative products followed, some creating entirely new markets. This round of competition left many rivals utterly bankrupt. Now it was governments that grew wary. Black had become too wealthy, too influential, and infuriatingly for some, too philanthropic and beloved to be comfortably tolerated. The US administration made several attempts to seize control of his operations under the guise of national security, or at least to dismantle his conglomerate. They invoked eminent domain and attempted to militarize his enterprises. In a shrewd countermove, Black rapidly diversified into blatantly civilian sectors, most notably medicine. The corporation pivoted dramatically, focusing on aiding the disadvantaged, developing prosthetics and implants that allowed the mute to speak and the paralyzed to walk. Today, countless individuals see, hear, and move. Some even run marathons or perform complex tasks, thanks to Black Corporation technologies. Armed with this humanitarian portfolio, Black could convincingly argue that the government's pursuit served no national interest and was in fact anti-capitalist, dare one say, almost socialistic in its intent. He later made an even more magnanimous gesture, donating the core patents for Twain technology nearly a decade ago to an international manufacturing consortium, effectively gifting it to the UN, global governments, and the settlers of the new worlds. Now, every Twain traversing the US aegis, including the handful of police and military vessels alongside the commercial fleets, is a Black Corporation product, sold at cost. The conglomerate also channels even greater fortunes into charitable causes, cementing Black's status as a public hero. Yet, for all this, the name Douglas Black remained poison in many online forums. Nelson had scoured these discussions, searching for a rational basis for such vitriol, and had come up entirely empty-handed. It wasn't as if most of the people spewing venom had a personal score to settle. None of them, for instance, had been executives at the failing companies whose careers Douglas Black's ascent might have derailed. The harshest criticism you could level at Black as a person was that he was a relentless workaholic who drove himself and expected the same dedication from others. This intensity likely came at a personal cost. There were persistent online whispers that Black's serendipity lab was even connected to the stepper box that unlocked the long Earth. The story went that Black had somehow alienated the inventor, leading to the design being released to the public domain, an act that electrified humanity but didn't put a single direct dollar in anyone's pocket. Those were just the backroom rumours, yet for some the hatred was real. The minds Nelson encountered behind the Quizmaster's pseudonyms were far from foolish. Given the elite barrier to entry, they couldn't be. Sometimes it felt like a Mensa membership might barely qualify you to fetch the coffee for this particular digital salon. They were sharp, brilliantly so. But across various walks of life, Nelson had learned to read people, and even through the sterile filter of chat rooms, he detected something shadowy in a few of them, a flicker in a careless comment or an odd phrasing. It often began with envy, mixed with a paranoid suspicion. Beneath that ran a vein of genuine malice, a capacity for icy hatred that was simply looking for a target. A public figure like Black, who could be viewed either with jealous resentment or with distrust for seeming too perfect, made an ideal focus. This darkness didn't surface often, but to someone observant, especially to a man who hadn't forgotten growing up as a black kid in South Africa, it was unmistakable. Personally, whatever his feelings about the man, Nelson admired the Black Corporation in all its sprawling, fascinating forms. He was particularly drawn to the puzzles its activities created. As he navigated the periphery of the information cloud surrounding Black, he kept noticing mentions of the Lobsang project. Every search, however, hit a dead end, a link leading nowhere. Lobsang meant big brain in Tibetan, a clue that someone at the corporation had both a sense of humour and linguistic knowledge. Nelson began to picture Lobsang not just as a project, but as a person to find. Now, alone in the chilly rectory with his 8 screens as windows to the world, Nelson allowed himself a smile. His search had finally yielded a result. One screen filled with an image of the airship Mark Twain, looking decidedly worse for wear after its legendary journey, being towed into the remnants of Madison, Wisconsin following the nuclear attack a decade prior. Guiding it were Joshua Valienté and a young woman who, to Nelson's knowledge, had never been publicly identified. He was confident he'd seen virtually everything Valienté had brought back from that extraordinary voyage. In a move classic of Douglas Black, the corporation had released Godzillabytes of data from the expedition to any university archive that wanted it for open public research. Godzillabytes. Nelson had an irrational disdain for the term petabytes. Anything that sounded like a gentle kitten's nip simply lacked the necessary grit for the monumental task of holding that much information. The term Godzillabyte served as a bold declaration to the world, signalling an encounter with something immense and potentially hazardous. Nelson had viewed this specific clip, or similar footage from alternate angles, on numerous occasions, and he questioned why his search algorithms had resurfaced it now. As he watched the grainy amateur video, he observed a scene in a West 1 radiation processing camp where Valienté appeared to be cradling a cat. An off-screen onlooker erupted in laughter, shouting, "Is that the ship's cat?" Another voice, likely belonging to Valienté's unseen companion, retorted, "That's right, smart guy," and it's fluent in Tibetan. Catching that absurd remark required careful listening. Evidently, the search had latched onto the word Tibetan, a subsidiary tag linked to Lobsang, dredging this fragment from the complex saga of the Mark Twain's drift into his view. What was the woman's intention? Why use such a specific, seemingly irrelevant word? The destination of this thread remained unclear, but it now provided a tentative connection between one of Black's high-profile endeavours, the Twain and its voyage, and one of his most obscure Lobsang, all hinging on that single term. The utter lack of any other link was in itself deeply suspicious. For the moment, the search had stalled, merely retreading familiar ground. With a yawn and a blink, Nelson powered down his screens. A mystery was undoubtedly here, and he felt a familiar spark of anticipation at the thought of pursuing it. This was the very reason he was divesting himself of his provincial responsibilities, to secure the time and resources, while he still had the energy, to follow such trails wherever they might lead. Of course, looming behind it all was the grand background obsession, the enigma of stepping itself. The sudden unveiling of the long earth into which Joshua Valienté and his airship and his brash partner and apparently his linguistically gifted feline had so famously wandered represented a complete cosmic realignment within Nelson's own lifetime. How could he not be captivated? What did it all signify for humanity, for the future, even for the divine? Pursuit was inevitable, yet the practical strategy was always to start with the smaller puzzles. In that spirit, and before turning in for the night, he tied on an apron, selected a toolbox, and marched to the stone-floored bathroom. The toilet was a monumental fixture, complete with straining bars, a theoretical marvel that would have been a tremendous asset if anyone over the decades had ever managed to make it function correctly. Instead, it operated in a variety of incorrect and unpleasant ways. He was determined to repair the monstrosity before his tenure ended, with a special focus on diagnosing its perennial backup issue during easterly winds. Kneeling before the cracked porcelain edifice as if before some pagan altar, he reflected, not for the first time, on the astonishing tolerances of the English. Thus the Valienté family journeyed to the High Mega's metropolis of Valhalla to board a long-haul Twain bound for Datum Earth. The voyage, spanning fewer than 3,000 worlds, consumed only a few hours. At Valhalla, Thomas Kyangu awaited them, holding a large hand-lettered sign that read Valienté. Another old friend of Joshua's, Thomas, was around 50, with long black hair pulled into a ponytail and a wide grin that split his reasonably handsome, dark-featured face. His Australian accent was rich and unmistakable. "G'day, Clan Valienté. Welcome to Earth West 1,400,000. Officially, it's 1.4 million plus 13, since our founding fathers were a bit too celebratory when they arrived and lost track. But we round it down for the tourism brochures. Brilliant to see you again, Joshua." Joshua returned the grin and shook his hand firmly. Thomas immediately moved to help them with their luggage, his easygoing demeanour a welcome sight. Finding their footing on the concrete apron beneath the airship's immense bulk, Joshua, Helen, Dan and Bill Chambers gathered their luggage. The step nausea medication left a few of them feeling unsteady. To Joshua, the disembarking passengers seemed tiny and adrift on that vast paved space. Before them, Valhalla stretched out clusters of substantial buildings under a sky of pale blue, subtly stained with smog. The rumble of traffic and the distant clatter of construction machinery filled the air, which was noticeably warmer than the climate of hell knows where. Yet, cutting through the scents of fresh asphalt and engine oil, Joshua caught the familiar, briny smell of the nearby American sea, a memory carried from his first journey to these worlds a decade past. A shadow passed overhead, with a deep mechanical drone and a rush of wind, a massive freight Twain bound for the transit lanes toward the low Earths and the Datum. Valhalla thrived as a transport hub, a key anchor in the endless flow of airship traffic that crossed over 1 million Earths. It was strategically placed in most stepwise versions of America. It sat near what the Datum called the Mississippi River. The Twains carried you between worlds, while the river moved goods across one. 8-year-old Daniel Rodney Valienté, who had never witnessed vessels of such scale, bounced with excitement. "Are we going to ride on one of those, Dad, soon enough, son?" Joshua replied. Helen's voice cut in dry and unsurprised. "And look who's here, Sally Lindsay. What a shock." "Go easy on her," Joshua murmured to his wife. "I did ask her to meet us." Sally approached in her typical frontier gear, the well-worn fisherman's jacket with its countless pockets, a light leather pack slung over her shoulder. She dramatically covered her ears. "What a din this place has. Noise follows us everywhere. Maybe we should rename our species Homo clamorans." "The noisemakers." Helen regarded her without a trace of a smile. "Joining our tour, are you? The legendary wanderer catching a lift on a commercial liner? We're all headed the same direction. Might as well get reacquainted." "We can exchange tips on making ice cream," Sally retorted. Joshua took hold of Helen's arm, a precaution born of past experience. Observing the exchange, Thomas's friendly grin grew somewhat strained. "Okay, I'm picking up on some history here," Bill muttered quietly. "It's a long story, best not to ask. Who's this guy?" Sally asked sharply. "This is Thomas Kyangu," Joshua said. "An old friend. You don't know me, Miss Lindsay? But I certainly know of you. Joshua has spoken of your travels." "Oh, wonderful." "A fan," Sally said with a roll of her eyes. Helen stepped forward, extending her hand. "We haven't been properly introduced. I'm Helen Valienté, formerly Helen Green." "The wife, naturally," Thomas said, shaking her hand. Sally let out a short laugh. "The wife? Charming. Do you have all your bags? I've got a buggy parked over there. Joshua messaged ahead, so I booked rooms for everyone at a hotel in downtown 4. As they moved across the apron through the thinning crowd, Thomas tried again. You can't fault a Valhallan for admiring Joshua's accomplishments, Miss Lindsay. He is a married man, Helen stated firmly. There will be no more accomplishments of that sort if I have any say. True, but he did help map this Valhallan belt during the journey, Thomas persisted. A whole chain of North Americas with these great inland seas, perfect for settling. Discovered? Sally shot back. If memory serves, I was already there. They reached Thomas's buggy, an open electric vehicle with seating for 8. Everyone climb in, he urged. As the cart began moving south, Joshua offered, by way of explanation or truce, Thomas and I go way back, Sally. You mean he's a persistent stalker, Sally corrected. We met out in the High Megas years ago, Joshua continued. We were both on a kind of sabbatical, though Thomas likes to call it going walkabout. We're kindred spirits in a way since I knew he was here in Valhalla. I asked him to lend us a hand, Helen said. Thank you, Mr. Kangoo, but what is it you usually do? Just look at him, Sally remarked. Can't you tell? Check out his outfit. He's a coma, a professional wanderer. More or less, Thomas called from the driver's seat. I was raised in Australia, and I've always been drawn to the coma lifestyle. A lot of my own relatives became comas, out in the stepwise versions of Australia. I'm also fascinated by natural steppers, people like you, like Joshua, the whole phenomenon. Though I'm not one myself, I'm curious about how human society will evolve across the long earth. It's only been a generation since Step Day. We're just getting started. I even contributed to the initial concept design for Valhalla, for the city layout itself. Sally let out a dismissive snort. Concept design! Thomas remained unfazed. The truest way to live in the long earth is as a coma, a lone individual or maybe a family, a tight-knit group, just roaming and living off the land. The long earth is so abundant, there's hardly a need to do anything else. But Valhalla's purpose is to be a real city, with all the core features of a datum community, yet supported by comas. They were moving into a more developed section now, Joshua noticed. He caught sight of a sign reading Downtown 4. The buildings, made of brick, concrete or timber, were low, sturdy, and spread out over large, open lots, typical for colony architecture. If this was a downtown, it was unmistakably a high megas version, spacious and relaxed, more like a suburban shopping centre back on the datum. There weren't many vehicles on the broad streets, most being horse-drawn, and only a handful of pedestrians, many wearing steppers. This wasn't a place people lingered in for long. Yet it was clearly a city buzzing with political energy. Some of those large blank walls were covered with posters and spray-painted messages, Surmount the Footprint Congress, No to Datum Taxes, and Down with Cowley the Genocide. Thomas continued his thoughts on comas and cities. I've actually written a book on the topic he mentioned about comas and a fresh perspective on civilization. Helen looked sceptical. A book? Nobody reads books anymore, at least not new ones. Tapping his temple with one hand while steering, Thomas replied, It's all up here. I travel between worlds and give readings. A regular travelling bard, Sally said with clear disinterest. The cart came to a stop outside a 4-story building with a wide storefront. Thomas announced, Here we are, the Healed Drum, the finest hotel in Valhalla. You're booked for 3 weeks if you need it, Sally frowned. 3 weeks? Why? We only came here to catch a train back to the datum. Joshua said softly, Sally, Helen and I are here to check out a school for Dan. Dan's mouth fell open. You're sending me here? To school? Helen shot Joshua an annoyed look. Smooth way to drop that news. Sorry. She gave Dan's arm a reassuring pat. Valhalla's schools are known as the best in the high megas, Dan. It could be really fun, and you'd learn so many new things. Stuff you'd never get to study out at hell knows where. But if you don't want to be away from home, Dan scowled, I'm not a little kid, Mom. Could I learn to drive a Twain here? Joshua laughed and ruffled his hair. You can be anything you want, buddy. That's the whole idea. Helen turned to Sally. Also, I need to visit my father. Thomas nodded. Jack Green. He's quickly becoming another folk hero, a founder of the Children of Freedom movement, now helping organise the Footprint Congress, which has drawn delegates from thousands of settled Americas. He's quickly becoming a major headache, is what he is, Helen stated firmly. This extended stay wasn't part of the plan, Sally snapped at Joshua. Why didn't you mention it? Joshua shrugged. Well, you didn't exactly stick around to discuss it. Besides, how would you have reacted? Probably just like this, right? Sally grabbed her pack. I'm heading out. With a soft pop of displaced air, she vanished. Thomas let out a sigh. Quite a person. I'd love to get her signature someday. All right, let's get you settled in. The next morning, Bill announced he was off for a bit of solo exploring, and Joshua made sure he had a cell phone to call for a ride if he ended up overly refreshed. Bill had already left by the time Thomas arrived to drive Joshua, Helen and Dan to Dan's potential new school, located in a separate urban district named Downtown 7 on the opposite side of this elaborately planned city. They piled into Thomas's buggy again and began the crosstown journey. The city had expanded dramatically since Joshua last saw it. Valhalla, built from the ground up, was always meant to be more than just another metropolis. Its very foundation was distinct, organised on hexagonal plots that sprawled along the southern coast of this world's version of the American Sea, encroaching upon the native woodland. Many homes shimmered with solar panel coatings, while others sported thick, living roofs of grass and wildflowers, a natural insulation. Whenever the view opened to the north, Joshua caught sight of the sea, a flat, silver line on the horizon. This coastline sat at roughly the same latitude as Chicago back on the datum. Near the shore, the city took on a nostalgic, almost antique American maritime character to Joshua's eyes. A substantial port had developed, filled mostly with wooden structures, warehouses and boatyards, even what appeared to be a small chapel for fishermen. He imagined it already held memorial plaques for those lost on this version of the American Sea, names without graves, stones covering empty earth. Further out stretched wharves, jetties and breakwaters. On the water itself moved ships, grey smudges in the distance. Some were mechanically powered, likely coal burners, but many were sailing vessels that looked like reconstructed museum pieces. Sailors worked this new ocean, fishing and trapping. They hunted massive reptilian swimmers reminiscent of plesiosaurs and decorated their boats with the giant jaws and vertebrae of their catches. Much like the whalers of the 18th and 19th centuries back on the datum, these mariners studied their new world with a fierce, practical intensity that often surpassed more formal scientific exploration, connecting the scattered, growing communities around the shores of these stepwise American oceans. They weren't whalers, of course. There were no whales here, but Joshua thought he should make time to explore all this with Dan. They could even discuss Moby Dick. And yet, whenever their route offered a glimpse of the city's inland edge, the party witnessed something far stranger in its everyday way. The outer suburbs, dense with factories and forges, simply stopped, terminating abruptly in cleared forest or partially drained marshland. There were no fields, no grazing cattle, not a single blade of cultivated grass beyond the city limits. This was a city without a supporting countryside of farms. Joshua understood Valhalla's underlying idea. It was part of his generation's answer to the vast, empty spaces of the long Earth. After Step Day, humanity, or most of it, except for folks like Sally and her family, who already knew the secret, began spreading across an extended Earth with a diameter of 8,000 miles and a surface area so vast it made a Dyson sphere seem trivial. How people lived out there depended on personal choice, upbringing and raw instinct. Some bounced between the datum and the closer Earths, seeking a little extra space or a slightly better income. Others, like Helen's family, the Greens, trekked into the stepwise wilderness to build new settlements. The story of colonial America replaying across an infinite frontier. And then some just wandered off indefinitely, helping themselves to the long Earth's seemingly endless bounty, Thomas's comas, all of which worked perfectly fine, right up until the moment you needed a root canal. Or your e-reader decided to give up the ghost. Maybe you grew tired of wondering if your children would ever learn more than ploughing a field or setting a rabbit trap. Maybe the mosquitoes drove you mad. Or honestly, maybe you just missed going to a store. Some folks returned to the datum or the packed worlds of low Earth. Valhalla offered a different answer. A fresh city, rising in the distant high megas, shaped by long Earth living, sustained by comas, not by farmers. Human history on datum Earth had seen this before. Given enough time and a generous environment, hunter-gatherer communities could accomplish incredible things and build complex societies. Consider Watson Brake in Louisiana, where 5,000 years ago, nomadic Native American hunter-gatherers erected massive earthwork structures. Valhalla simply pushed that idea further into a modern, deliberately planned form. As it turned out, the city's underlying concept was the very first subject Jacques Montecute, the school's headmaster, brought up when he invited Dan and his family into his office for an initial conversation. Valhalla's core principle is balance, Montecute explained. He was around 30, slim, with a somewhat stern air, and an accent Joshua might have guessed was French, though with a strangely familiar tinge. His name also sounded familiar. Montacute aside from Dan, there was one other student present, a quiet, serious-looking girl of about 15 named Roberta Golding. Most of our adult residents chose to leave the old world and its old ways behind. They want certain benefits a city provides, but they didn't journey into the long earth to toil on farms or cram into some grimy suburb just to serve that city's demands. Yet here we are, maintaining urban life without any of that. He offered Dan an encouraging smile. Can you guess how we managed to live without farmers growing our food? Dan gave a slight shrug. Maybe you're all thieves. Helen let out a sigh. Roberta Golding spoke for the first time since introductions. Valhalla is a city upheld by combers, hunter-gatherers. The reasoning is straightforward. Intensive farming can support far more people per acre than hunting and gathering ever could. On one single world, a coma community, even in a resource-rich area, would be too spread out and scattered. The population density needed to sustain a city would be impossible. Here, it's enough for the comas to be dispersed, not across geography, but across many stepwise earths, over 100 parallel Valhallas, left wild for foraging. She pressed her hands together, sandwiching the air. The city is the product of a layer of worlds, each lightly harvested, rather than the product of one intensively farmed world. This is intensive gathering, a uniquely post-stepping urban solution. Joshua thought the girl sounded like she was reciting from a manual. You've done your homework, Helen said, almost as if accusing her of taking a shortcut. Very good, Roberta, Montacute said. Of course, it also helps that we're situated in such a bountiful location along the shore of a teeming sea. Joshua snapped his fingers. Happy Landings, that's it. You're from Happy Landings, both of you. Am I right, you, Mr. Montacute? I recognise that accent and your name. I think I met your grandmother once. Montacute looked momentarily uneasy, but smiled. Kitty, actually, my great-grandmother. She always remembered meeting you, Mr. Valienté, all those years back. Yes, I'm from Happy Landings, as people call it now. So is Roberta. Happy Landings. Helen murmured to Joshua. Sally Lindsay's name for the place, wasn't it? Seems it caught on. Happy Landings, where all the kids are geniuses. That's the rumour anyway. She shot a concerned glance at Dan, who was now attempting to twist his legs into a pretzel. It's good. You've already met a classmate, Dan, Joshua said. Actually, I won't be staying here long, Roberta stated. Politely, but with little expression. I've been invited to join the East 20 Million expedition. Joshua stared with the Chinese. Montacute smiled, and with me he admitted Dan followed him out, more than ready to get a look at the place. So, what subjects grab your interest? Montacute asked as they walked. Logic, mathematics, public speaking, technical design, softball, Dan replied. Softball, anything academic? Wood chopping, is that so? I've earned a badge for it. Joshua and Helen exchanged a look, then turned their gaze toward the quiet, focused Roberta. Coffee, they said in unison, and trailed Montacute and Dan out of the door. To see her own father, Helen had to schedule a meeting, a fact that burned her up. Jack Green, now 60, worked out of a modest building that functioned as Valhalla's combined city hall, courthouse, police station, and mayoral residence. He was buried in work when she entered his office, seated behind a desk cluttered with a laptop, 2 cell phones, and a stack of rough-textured notepaper. A large monitor was mounted on the wall. He barely looked up at the daughter he hadn't laid eyes on since. When was it? The Christmas before last? He held up a single finger, his attention locked on the screen, leaving her to stand there and wait. Finally, he tapped a key with a sense of closure and leaned back. There. Sent. Sorry about that, sweetheart. He stood, gave her cheek a quick kiss and sat back down, just putting the final polish on the speech we've drafted for Ben. She knew Ben was Ben Keyes, Valhalla's mayor, and her father's boss. Oh, that reminds me. He snatched up a remote and clicked it. The wall screen flickered to life, showing a podium, a few aides in suits, and the stars and stripes hanging beside Valhalla's ocean blue flag. Ben's delivering it any minute now, cutting it close, right? But the second he's finished, those words will spread across this world and shoot straight down to the datum as fast as the Otanet can carry them. Pretty impressive, huh? Clearly, she'd chosen a terrible time to visit. Can I sit down, Dad? Of course. Of course. He rose again, moving a bit stiffly, and slid a chair toward her. Like many from his generation who had built long earth towns like Reboot from the ground up, arthritis nagged at him in his later years. How's Dan? You got his age wrong on the last birthday card you sent. Sorry about that. I hope he wasn't too bothered. She shrugged. He's used to it. He offered a faint smile, but his eyes kept darting back to the screen. She swallowed her annoyance. I'm just stopping by, Dad. You know we're heading to the Datum. We're here to give Dan a tour of the free school. We're hoping to secure him a spot if it feels right for him. Solid plan, Jack stated firmly. That's part of Valhalla's purpose of cities like this, to establish quality schools and nurture free, open, educated minds. It's the bedrock of any democracy. Dad, enough with the speeches. Sorry, old habits, honey, and I'm sorry, I'm distracted. But the situation is critical. It's not just the increasingly oppressive taxes, there's a nasty undercurrent flowing from those Humanity First jerks bankrolling Cowley's re-election, no matter how inclusive he pretends to be. It's uglier than plain racism. In their view, we steppers are a lesser breed. We're malicious mutants without a moral compass. We have to push back, and now we are. Some pundits are already calling Keyes' speech today our Declaration of Independence moment, and they haven't even heard it yet. Think about that. And you just have to be in the middle of it all, don't you? Well, what else should I be doing with my time? You were exactly the same back in Reboot. So you're keeping busy with other people's lives to avoid dealing with your own, is that it? Wow. Are you channeling your sister now? Katie, Helen's older married sister, who had stayed behind in Reboot, never hid her disapproval of the family's decision to leave. No, Dad. Listen, I know you're not old. I'm not signing up for a rocking chair on the porch just yet, sweetheart. I know that. I just believe you need to stop avoiding things. Avoiding what exactly? Mum getting sick wasn't because of you. Go on, he urged, a dry edge to his voice. What other disasters wasn't I responsible for? Rod's choices weren't your fault either. Your brother helped try to blow up Datum Madison, for heaven's sake. He didn't build a bomb. He got tangled up with a bunch of bitter, lonely people in a half-baked scheme. Look, I'm sorry, Dad. It's just that I think you're burying yourself in all this work, too. Well, to soothe some deep-seated psychological guilt, my daughter, the therapist. His voice lost its warmth, turning firm. This isn't about blame or guilt. People make their own decisions, but that doesn't mean you can't try to accomplish something positive, regardless of what might be driving you. She gestured toward the monitor, like what your Mayor Keyes is doing right now. He swiveled his chair. Ben Keyes approached the podium, clutching a stack of rough, locally made paper. Around 40, with the polished looks of a news anchor, he'd embraced a pioneer aesthetic, long hair and practical olive-drab coveralls instead of a suit. As he began speaking, Helen could barely hear him over the roaring cheers from an unseen crowd. People of Valhalla, today marks a historic moment for this world, for all the worlds of the long earth. Today, we hold the power to start anew. A broad grin spread across her father's face. Tom Paine, I used that line once. Certain unalienable rights that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it. Ha! Jack Green clapped his hands together once, sharply. Straight from the Declaration of Independence. What a moment for an American administration to have its own founding ideals recited right back to it. The screen cut to the crowd facing Keyes. They were making deliberate, synchronized hand gestures, reminiscent of the troll at the Gap, and their chant was a unified, forceful murmur, I will not, I will not. Helen had lost him completely to the spectacle on the screen, the speech, the imminent analysis. She rose quietly and slipped from the room. He didn't glance away. Revolutions were beyond her understanding. She couldn't fathom the repercussions of this day. Yet she found herself puzzling over where the rights of the trolls and the other beings sharing the long earth might find a place in this new fervour. Thomas Kiangu was waiting in the lobby, his expression understanding. She figured he'd learned enough about her fractured family to guess her mood. Come on, he said. Let me buy you a cup of Valhallan coffee. In a snug cafe a few blocks away over steaming mugs, Thomas began to share a piece of his own history. He could pinpoint the exact day his life pivoted, the day he left the ordinary world behind to become a professional comber, if such a steady title could even apply. It was 20 years prior, a mere 5 years after Step Day, when the whole phenomenon still crackled with raw newness. Thomas had been 30. He'd borrowed his father's car, driven out from Jigalong to a sun-bleached wooden post, and stepped out into the oppressive midday heat, his stepper box in hand. Aside from the dirt track leading back to town and a fenced-off, blood-stained patch of earth marking a gateway to stepwise kangaroo farms, there was nothing here, even on the datum. Nothing but the immense, overwhelming stretch of the western desert, its flatness interrupted only by a single weather-beaten cliff of rock. It was a landscape earlier European eyes had deemed empty, barely registering the people who had always called it home. To them, this was an empty territory, a legal concept they used to justify taking what wasn't theirs. But Thomas, a Martu man through his mother, saw it differently. He had always been accepted by her people, despite her marriage to a white man breaking traditional laws. Through his ancestral education, he understood this landscape was anything but barren. It was a complex, ancient system, heavy with deep time, and he knew its rhythms, how life persisted here, and how he could survive if needed. He also held a secret, one discovered as a boy visiting his grandparents at Jigalong. While exploring alone, he'd found a shallow cave carved by wind, a hollow nearly filled with sand. Inside, barely visible, was a figure he called the Hunting Man, a stick form chasing a great beast amid spirals and bursts, a piece of art, thousands of years old, known only to him. It had become a silent friend, a constant in his shifting world. Thomas had been identified as gifted early on, sent to college in Perth, and even spending time in the United States before building a career as a game designer in Melbourne. He navigated two worlds, seen as a symbol by some, just another colleague by others, until a brutal assault in Sydney, by men who despised his heritage suit or not, shook him awake. He began learning of his mother's family, a culture 60,000 years old, once self-sufficient, now struggling with displacement, unemployment, and fractured traditions. He learned how his grandmother's clan had been moved for missile tests at Woomera. It was a harsh education. He married Hannah, a bright law student from a prominent New South Wales family. They dreamed of children, but cancer took her at 23. Grief hollowed him out. His work felt meaningless. He returned to Perth, joined an advocacy group, and even led tours for well-meaning tourists, a move his family mocked, but one that taught him more about his roots. Then the stepper device arrived, unlocking the long earth. While many Aboriginal people, especially young men, stepped away seeking a fresh start, Thomas mostly stayed put. After so many turns in his life, he wasn't sure who he was anymore or where he truly belonged. He was a man of contradictions, caught between worlds, married yet profoundly alone. What could he possibly uncover in those distant realities that wasn't already buried within him? Instead of moving forward, his mind kept circling back to a single, fixed point, the hunting man in the cave, a psychological anchor driven deep into his consciousness. This time, however, he returned with his stepper device, a specific experiment in mind. Choosing a direction at random, he activated the switch. Australia West 1, here. They were farming kangaroos. Much like in East 1, he saw piles of carcasses, tethered horses, and a stack of bronze-based rifles arranged like a teepee. A couple of ranchers, seated on a log, spotted him and raised their plastic beer bottles in a casual salute, which he returned. Kangaroo farming was growing commonplace even back on the datum. The numbers made sense. They required far less feed and water than sheep and produced negligible methane. Roo farts, as the saying went, were famously frugal. Thomas had no rational argument against it, but something about the practice just felt off. This world, however, was merely an annex to the old, nothing that concerned him personally. He stepped away, moving to West 2, then 3, then 4. Each transition was a gut-wrenching lurch, demanding a moment of recovery. It took 2 full hours to reach West 10, where he finally paused. Sitting on a weathered ledge at the rocky outcrop, unchanged from its datum counterpart, he took his time surveying this new world. In the distance, movement caught his eye. A herd of enormous, slow-moving, lumbering creatures silhouetted against a pale blue sky. To his untrained eye, they resembled rhinos, likely some marsupial equivalent, perhaps pursued by a local version of a lion. Kangaroos were here too, standing tall and plucking leaves from low branches, but these were massive, muscular animals, dwarfing any roo he knew. Further off, something scampered in the distance, a dinosaur-like raptor that was probably a flightless bird. An intense silence enveloped everything, broken only by the occasional distant bellow of a giant herbivore. He took a sip of water from his bottle. While closer worlds showed signs of hunters drawn to the megafauna, here, 10 steps out, there was no trace of humanity. Not a single footprint. It was a different kind of place entirely, a world without people. One might naively assume one copy of the Western Desert would be much like another, but that wasn't true. This land was still arid, yet visibly greener, dotted with patches of tough grass and scrubby trees. On the datum, his mother's people had shaped the country with fire for 60,000 years. This was a land without Europeans, but also without the Martu and their ancestors. Thomas, however, wasn't here for the flora and fauna. When he felt steady enough, he walked around the bluff to the cave. It was there, just as in the datum, and knelt down the stepper box, clumsy at his waist. Shielding his eyes against the setting sun, he peered inside, and there it was. Somehow he had known it would be not his hunting man exactly, but another human figure pursuing another crudely sketched animal surrounded by a different array of spirals, starbursts, hatchings and zigzags, cautiously touching the drawing. He felt the ancient patina covering it, every bit as old as the one back home. It had been placed here by some scrawny individual who had, all by himself, figured out how to step millennia ago. Leaning back against the rock, he felt a laugh bubble up, but he suppressed it, not wanting to violate the profound silence or attract the attention of any nearby marsupial lions. The irony was almost too perfect. Of course there had been Aboriginal steppers. Where else would the ability to step have been more useful than in the arid heart of Australia? The thought brought a wry, almost sarcastic twist to his reflections, all his searching for something unique, only to find he was following in the footsteps of ancient pioneers who had solved the puzzle long before him. If his forebears had managed to tap into even a handful of other worlds, especially in times of crisis, their available resources would have expanded exponentially. They'd had 60 millennia to figure it out, yet, even then, nothing could compare to the scale of today. Perhaps this was a fresh dreaming, he mused, a second chapter to that ancient era when the first people traversed a void and, by their journey, called the land itself into existence. Now it was his generation's turn to become the new ancestors, to initiate a dreaming that might stretch across the whole of the long earth. And this time they would mould a territory no outside settler could ever claim. So there sat Thomas, cell phone in his pocket, leaning against a boulder, solitary on this empty earth. He could return and finally file his archaeological report, or perhaps it was his moment to go walkabout. He could strip to his shorts, leave everything behind, and just wander, living off the land's boundless generosity. He turned into a kind of drifter. This was before the term coma, borrowed from the old beachcombers, entered common use. In time he'd catch wind of the tales spreading through the long earth, legends of Joshua Valienté and other extraordinary steppers, and he'd begin to regard those who shared his nomadic life with a more scholarly eye. Later, he would actually meet Joshua himself in the profound quiet of an America unimaginably far away. But all that was still ahead, he explained to Helen. As I recall, I just gave the hunting man West 10, a pat, stood up, touched my stepper, and I was gone for good. She smiled. The long earth gives everyone a story, I suppose. Absolutely. So what's yours? Tell me about this reboot place. Another coffee? They spent another 3 weeks in Valhalla working to acclimate Dan, both to the town itself and to the prospect of attending school there, even though Headmaster Jacques Montecute and the quiet Roberta had already departed for the datum to join the Chinese expedition. Helen had ample opportunity to try the local food, which included plenty more coffee, enough to confirm that, whatever Valhalla excelled at, brewing coffee wasn't it. Thankfully, that changed once they boarded the Gold Dust. In the first day aboard, Helen mostly relaxed in the family saloon, savouring the best coffee she'd tasted since she was about 12, back when her father used to take her to a cosy mom-and-pop cafe in Dayton, Madison, before they left the old world behind forever. That was the Gold Dust experience for you. It was like the finest hotel across all worlds, she thought, unmoored and floating in the sky, an 800-foot-long envelope from which hung a gondola crafted from polished high-mega hardwood, resembling one enormous, elegant piece of furniture. Helen had felt almost awkward stepping aboard. Even the gangway was carpeted, and you could have fit their entire hell-knows warehouse inside the reception lounge. They were honoured guests, of course, Joshua, Dan, Helen, even Bill Chambers, and Sally Lindsay, who, Helen noted, wasn't too proud to accept a ride on this airborne palace. The honour was due to Joshua, naturally. The celebrated explorer Joshua Valienté could have dined out on his legendary status any time, but he seldom did. Her Joshua was full of contradictions. Yet when luxuries like this voyage on the Gold Dust came his way, he'd learned not to refuse them, mostly because Helen had trained him that way. Dan was in heaven, obviously. He'd dreamed of being a Twain pilot since he could walk, chasing after even the run-down local airships that passed over Hell Nose, where Helen thought his eyes might literally pop out when they walked onto the Gold Dust. Still, there was some worry for him early on. This was Dan's first long-haul journey. Helen wasn't a natural stepper, while Joshua was the world's prime example of one. Dan's appearance was a blend of his parents, his father's dark hair and his mother's lighter skin. and his ability to step fell somewhere between theirs as well. In his family history, there was his phobic Uncle Rod, Helen's brother, who couldn't step at all. Modern treatments for stepping nausea had advanced enough that nearly everyone could handle even a high-speed journey like this one. Nearly everyone, but not absolutely everyone. If Dan had shown any sign of distress, it would have meant the end of the trip for his parents, or at least for Helen. She was certain Joshua would have continued on with Sally, and the end of a dream for Dan. Both Joshua and Helen felt a private wave of relief when the ship's surgeon, who had been monitoring the passengers as the twain departed, gave them a subtle, approving nod. After that, the crew made quite a show of looking after Dan. At Helen's insistence, he was to be accompanied at all times by either a parent or a junior crew member assigned by the captain. The crewman introduced himself as Bosun Higgs, a name Helen doubted immediately. Aside from that, however, Dan was given free rein to explore the ship. He climbed ladders and walked the gantries inside the envelope, where huge helium sacs bulged, wandered through the gondola's cargo hold and engine room, and even visited the staterooms and the combined restaurant and ballroom. He was even allowed into the wheelhouse, a large transparent blister at the prow, where you could watch great ships rising from world after world to join the fleet as it pushed eastward toward the datum. The view swept past the American sea and its forest-lined edges trembling by, a new reality with every heartbeat. It was a breathtaking, thrilling sight, even for someone as naturally cautious as Helen. On the voyage's second evening, the adults enjoyed a special treat, dinner at the captain's table. What else would you expect for the Valienté family? The restaurant was situated at the prow, just below the wheelhouse. Helen was struck by the sheer opulence of the place. Delicate white wood filigree covered the walls, gilt mammoth tusks and oversized acorns hung in the corners, and what appeared to be original oil paintings depicting various long earth scenes adorned the space. The armchairs and carpets were soft as a puppy's fur, and a glittering chandelier hung above the table. All of this finery offered a welcome distraction from their fellow diners, who were largely the obnoxiously wealthy, long-earth traders flaunting their profits or datum tourists on what they called the cruise of a lifetime, some of whom mistook Helen and Joshua for staff more than once. The real attraction, though, was the view outside. From the captain's table near the forward window, they watched worlds flash by below and the gleaming hulls of dozens of companion ships hanging like Chinese lanterns under the shifting sky. They had already come a long way. At top speed, the twain could cover nearly 90,000 worlds in a day, but their average pace would be slower, and the journey to the datum would take several weeks. As evening settled, most landscapes passing beneath the ship were dark and largely empty, though one glittered with the lights of towns. The captain mentioned this was America, the new Dutch nation, an entire copy of the United States footprint granted by the federal government. The long Earth hadn't initially been of much use to the Dutch, since on all the stepwise worlds the carefully preserved landscapes they had defended from the sea for centuries remained submerged. The captain had planned the evening meal with perfect timing, ensuring that just as the dessert cart arrived at their table and the sun began to kiss the horizon, the grand spectacle unfolded. The vast American sea, that inland ocean whose presence had been a steady companion since their departure from Valhalla, began to dissolve before their eyes. It fractured first into a scattering of isolated lakes, then surrendered entirely to an unbroken blanket of forest, a deep, shadowy green-black in the twilight. Helen felt a genuine pang of loss as the last glimpse of the sea vanished, or at least its familiar outline. Yet as the daylight softened further, a new wonder revealed itself ahead of the ship's bow, a broad, serene river, a gleaming silver ribbon laid across the land. This was the Mississippi, or a distant relative of that legendary datum waterway, a thread connecting countless Americas. Indeed, even hell knows where was built upon the banks of one such stepwise copy. This river would now be their unwavering guide. Getting Dan to settle down afterward was a genuine challenge. Helen was convinced the triple chocolate mousse was to blame. Joshua, for his part, slipped away to locate Bill, who was likely regaling the crew with tales from his own lively evening. The residents of Four Waters City, nestled in a stepwise version of Idaho, greeted the appearance of the USS Benjamin Franklin in their skies with open delight. They promptly organized an impromptu feast for the entire 50-member airship crew. The roast beef was so exceptionally flavorful and thoroughly enjoyed that Maggie mused the spirit of the steer might be looking on with pride. However, the post-meal discussion soon took a delicate turn. Captain Maggie Kaufman walked down the main and essentially only street of the town, Situated roughly 150,000 steps from the datum in a typical Corn Belt world, the community was orderly and vibrant. At first glance, it resembled a peaceful, gunfight-free version of an old frontier town, complete with the ever-present mobile communications tower provided by the Black Corporation. Her guide Mayor Jacqueline Robinson pointed out various civic improvements with evident pride, including a decent hospital shared with neighbouring stepwise settlements. But the mayor, a sturdy woman around 50, seemed oddly apprehensive. Maggie initially wondered if it was due to the healthy stands of cannabis, along with some other unusual flowers, growing openly in a few front gardens. When the mayor finally caught Maggie's glance, she offered, "That's mostly industrial hemp, actually. Perfectly harmless. Makes for durable work clothes. My mother's family was Czech. My grandfather used to tell a story about the police once confiscating what was supposed to become his new shirt." Maggie let the comment hang, knowing silence could be a more effective question. After a moment, she simply asked, "Mostly?" Robinson conceded with a sigh. "All right, look. As for the recreational side, the local youth show no interest. The town consensus is that for responsible adults it's acceptable, but we keep it away from the kids. And I should mention, there's a native plant in the western woods here, a wild flower, unique to this world. That one? It'll really rearrange your thoughts. Just a stroll through those woods can be quite an experience." She was speaking rapidly, finally trailing off with a shrug. "No disrespect intended, Captain, given you're theoretically a government representative. We have our own values here. We consider ourselves Americans, guided by the Constitution. But we don't recognize any distant authority dictating what we can do or think." Maggie responded calmly. "I'm a Navy officer, Mayor Robinson, not a police officer. In fact, naval tradition explicitly advises against performing internal law enforcement. I'm not here to pass judgment. My purpose and that of the dirigible fleet is to offer assistance where it's needed. As captain, I have significant leeway in how I carry out my directives." She wasn't certain how persuasive that sounded. The mayor still radiated that peculiar anxiety. "Just be straight with me. Is there something more you need to say?" All at once, the mayor looked like a kid caught with her hand in the cookie jar. "What would your next move be? I'm talking about something grave." Maggie said slowly, "I'm not police, but maybe we can still do something." Robinson hesitated, shifting her weight. Then, with a jittery sort of boldness, she finally admitted, "There's been an incident, actually. 2, we aren't entirely sure how to proceed." "Go on. A child was hurt. Drugs?" "All right, it involved drugs, and there was a killing." Maggie felt a cold twist in her gut. That awkward, rambling defence of the local scene earlier had definitely felt rehearsed. "Listen," Robinson said, glancing around the dusty street. "I don't want to discuss this out in the open. We should continue this inside my office." The crew of the USS Benjamin Franklin wasn't deployed on a purely military operation, even though the airship belonged to the Navy. Officially, the Franklin's long trek across the stepwise worlds was about upholding the idea of the United States Aegis, a concept still cherished in the halls of Datum, Washington, D.C. If fading everywhere else? Sure, the voyage had scientific goals. Every world was to be catalogued. Every joker documented the crew collected samples of strange biology, unusual rock formations, and atmospheric data, with standing orders to watch for signs of intelligence anywhere they might find it. So, the Benjamin Franklin was no lumbering transport. It was a cutting-edge vessel studded with sensor arrays and weapon mounts. But the heart of the mission was simpler: to cruise the stepwise Earths under America's footprint and show the flag to as many scattered colonies as they could find or stumble upon, since plenty had never bothered to register with any authority back on the datum. The Franklin's job was to find Americans, count them, and remind them they were still Americans. The whole operation had kicked off 3 weeks earlier on a damp April morning in Richmond, Virginia, on Datum Earth. Maggie Kaufman had stood in a downtown park with her officers, Executive Officer Nathan Boss and Chief Surgeon Joe Mackenzie beside her, facing an empty stage. A lonely podium waited, big American flags hung slack on either side, and a banner overhead read, "Winty is strength." The park wasn't far from the north bank of the James River, and because this was the datum, skyscrapers pierced through the brownish haze, several clearly abandoned windows boarded up like bruised eyes. Hundreds of Navy personnel stood at attention, separated by a barrier from a crowd of civilians drawn in from across the city, and even nearby worlds for the spectacle. And it was a spectacle, even if you weren't impressed by rows of sailors standing stiffly at attention. The Twains themselves were something to behold, 6 brand-new, top-of-the-line military airships hovering against the grey sky, built by a partnership of United Technologies, General Electric, the Long Earth Trading Company, and the Black Corporation, Shenandoah, Los Angeles, Akron, Macon, Abraham Lincoln, and Maggie's own command, the Benjamin Franklin. Proud, historic names on formidable new ships, the most powerful in the fleet except for the experimental USS Neil Armstrong, which was already off on its own mission deep into the far stepwise west. Finally, there was movement near the podium. Out walked President Cowley, a stocky man sweating visibly in his dark suit, his hair sprayed into such a thick, glossy helmet it looked like a plastic model perched on his head. He was flanked by security details in their standard dark suits and sunglasses. On stage, he was met by Admiral Hiram Davidson of the U.S. Navy. Stationed at Camp Smith in Hawaii, General Davidson oversaw the recently established Long Earth Military Division, known as U.S. LONGCOM. He was accompanied by his aide, Captain Edward Cutler, a man Maggie Kaufman immediately pegged as the most rigid by-the-book officer she'd ever encountered. She was perfectly happy to leave him to his paperwork. Also on the stage, already lined up with various politicians and dignitaries waiting to greet President Cowley, was the infamous Douglas Black. Seeing him in person for the first time, Maggie was struck by how short he appeared. In his 70s, bald and deeply wrinkled, he reminded her of a certain sunglass-wearing creature from a famous fantasy tale. Black, after all, was the man who had provided the foundational technology for these military Twains, the same system that powered all stepping vehicles. His presence here was justified, if anyone's was. Maggie's cynical side mused that he was likely funding Cowley's re-election, along with the opposition and a swarm of independents. But regardless, having Black here would only amplify the media appeal of the event for the president. As the ceremonial handshakes and backslaps continued on stage, the distinct thwap-thwap of a little bird helicopter cut through the air overhead, a simultaneous symbol of security and implicit threat. This mission launch had been scheduled for months, but in the wake of the Valhalla Declaration, the military pageantry had been noticeably intensified. Yet, despite the obvious political theatre and manufactured fanfare, Maggie felt a raw, electric thrill standing there before the president himself. Cowley stepped to the podium, his voice booming through speakers, his face magnified on the massive screen behind him. After some folksy, down-home introductory remarks, he got straight to the point. Step Day was like discovering a colossal, unlocked door in the very fabric of our world, he began, his tone solemn. On the other side lay an endless, tempting new frontier, and what did humanity do? Well, a significant portion simply walked away, those convinced a better life awaited them out there, rather than on this beautiful God-given planet we now must call the datum. And off they went, every disenfranchised family, every disgruntled cult or faction, the restless, the rebellious, the endlessly curious, all of them vanished down the stepping trails into the great unknown. I understand the allure. It was a door that can never be closed again. History will record that we lost a full fifth of mankind from the true Earth in just those first few years after Step Day. He paused, letting the weight of that statement settle. And we all know the consequences, he continued, gesturing toward the silent, often abandoned buildings surrounding the park. A low rumble of agreement rose from sections of the crowd. We are poorer, those of us who stayed to care for our families, to uphold our duties. We are the ones left behind. But it's more than that. Our once secure world was suddenly flung open to unprecedented dangers, pan-dimensional threats we never could have imagined. The screen behind him erupted into a montage of disturbing imagery, wanted posters of terrorists and criminals who had weaponized stepping grainy footage of scruffy bandits from the high megas who looked like extras from an old cowboy film, and then the truly alien sights, misshapen humanoids in crude approximations of human dress, culminating in an image of Mary, the gentle-eyed yet lethal troll, which provoked a loud chorus of boos from the assembly. This is precisely why, as your Commander-in-Chief, I have forged a new command drawn from the finest of our armed services, Cowley declared, his voice rising with conviction. U.S. LONGCOM, analogous to our other geographic commands, stands ready to confront these new realities. Many of its brave members are here with us today, in the historic heart of Richmond, Virginia. Thousands more are currently preparing at facilities across the globe, including right here in our own stepwise vicinity. Let's give them the recognition they deserve. He initiated a round of applause that spread through the assembled spectators, and now, Cowley continued, his voice carrying across the field, I reveal their inaugural major assignment, Operation Prodigal Son. The applause that followed was more hesitant, tinged with curiosity. I trust the name speaks for itself. This is not a campaign against an enemy, but an outreach to our own wayward sons and daughters. A display, not of force, but of a parent's steady guidance. Aboard these 6 magnificent new vessels, our young soldiers will journey across the stepwise worlds, heading west to demonstrate our resolve to the so-called colonies. He made air quotes with his fingers, drawing a few enthusiastic shouts of "show him who's boss" and "make Valhalla a parking lot." Cowley raised his hands for quiet. "Let me be perfectly clear, this is not a punishment. In fact, my administration fully supports the hard-working individuals developing the economies of the low Earths, as their efforts benefit us all. Our dispute isn't with them. Our dispute is with those who have drifted farther out, living idle, irresponsible lives who enjoy the safety of the American shield, yet refuse to shoulder any of its burden." More cheers erupted. Cowley then produced a sheet of paper. "I hold here their pathetic Declaration of Independence, a shameless parody of this nation's greatest moment." With a dramatic flourish, he tore the paper to pieces, met by roaring approval. This operation will culminate when its commanding officer, Admiral Davidson, stands on the steps of Valhalla's City Hall and welcomes those particular prodigals back into the family fold. America has spread far and wide. Now is the time to reunite our scattered flock. "Time to mend what's broken and stand united once more," he said, pointing toward the banner overhead. He then turned to the troops assembled before him. "And to accomplish this sacred duty, I look to these remarkable young people." Isaiah 6:8. "Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, 'Whom shall I send, and who will go for us?' And I said, 'Here am I, send me.' So I ask you, who will step forward for Operation Prodigal Son? Who will go for us?" They had been rehearsed for this moment. "Send me. I'll go. Choose me." The rigid formation loosened as sailors and Marines cheered and called out. Beside Maggie, Joe Mackenzie gave a low, appreciative grunt. Cowley might be a snake, but he's still the commander-in-chief. "And he's clever, Doc," Maggie whispered. "He's playing to the home crowd by acting tough on the colonists, while softening the blow for the colonies themselves, by framing this as a reunion." Mac glanced up at the heavily armed twains. "Some reunion? That's no peace offering up there. We'll be fortunate if we don't start a war. It won't escalate to that. Well, whatever happens, there's nothing like having a clear objective." "Isn't that the truth?" Maggie replied. Once they were actually out in the vast expanse of the long Earth, however, they met with deep suspicion regarding their purpose. Many of the original pioneers had left the datum precisely because of a profound distrust of centralized authority, a sentiment woven into the nation's fabric since its inception. What could the datum government possibly offer a distant stepwise settlement now? It could threaten taxation, but delivered almost no tangible services, having steadily withdrawn the few it once provided over the years, protection. The glaring flaw in that argument was the absence of any visible threat, no villains to monitor, no shadows to chase, no convenient enemies to name. China remained consumed by its own post-Step Day upheaval. The parallel Europats were mostly settled by quiet, agrarian communities. A fresh wave of Africans was taking back their scarred homeland, or the stepwise echoes of it. And so it went. There was no looming danger to confront. However flimsy the reasoning, Maggie Kaufman understood her diplomatic duty was to gently remind these distant colonial stragglers they remained part of a larger herd, because back in Washington a deep conviction held that, beneath the American shield, this newly expanded nation was splintering, and that everyone felt in their bones simply could not stand. This belief had been firm even before the inflammatory Declaration of Independence issued from Valhalla, all that was tomorrow's concern. For now, Maggie found the present quite challenging enough, a dreadful ethical and legal tangle for her inexperienced crew to unpick aboard a ship still working out its kinks, a mess they'd stumbled into just weeks after Cowley's farewell. The mayor's office in Four Waters City was built in that predictable, rough-hewn pioneer style, though it felt like a palace compared to anything Daniel Boone might have recognized. Maggie mused. Still, Boone would have nodded in approval at the drying animal pelts, the jars of pickles crammed in a corner, the assorted shovels and gardening tools, all the clutter of a busy, self-sufficient life being carved from the wilderness. A basement had been dug too, which hinted the mayor and her family were prudent folks, perhaps a touch paranoid, or just sensibly cautious, since it's rather hard for an unwanted visitor to simply waltz into an underground room. "The child," Robinson interrupted, her words tumbling out. "Let's focus on that, Captain." "All right." Maggie took a seat. "Her name is Angela Hartman. This happened a week ago. Her family found her, completely unresponsive, lost in a drugged stupor. Apologies, she wouldn't wake up, was in a comatose state, took days to surface. We know who provided the drugs and got high with her. And we know who carried out the killing. What killing? Where are these individuals now? The mayor gave a helpless shrug. It never occurred to us to build a jail before. We were constructing a stone ice house for winter storage. We used that. It's solidly built. I doubt anyone could break out. The door is massive and heavy. And that's where you're holding the man who gave the child the drugs. Robinson shot her a look. I'm sorry, I've muddled this. I tend to ramble when I'm anxious. That lowlife isn't in the ice house. That lowlife is in our makeshift mortuary. The man? We're keeping in the ice house. He's the little girl's father. I see. So the father tracked down the dealer and killed him. Right. The pieces clicked into place for Maggie. 2 crimes. The drug offence and the homicide. No one is disputing any of it. But because of all this, we are divided, deeply split on how to proceed. What should be done with the father? Why me? Maggie thought inwardly. She was supposed to be on a goodwill tour, politely flying the flag. At this very moment, her executive officer, Nathan Boss, was probably trading for crisp lettuce and tomatoes. And now this. Well, why not me? This tangled mess is precisely why I sailed out here. I assume you haven't attempted to notify the datum authorities. Robinson flushed with embarrassment. Honestly, we were afraid. We never even informed the datum we'd settled here. We figured it wasn't their concern, really. And there's no local justice system in the neighbouring stepwise communities. The mayor shook her head. Maggie let the silence stretch, absorbing the weight of the situation. Very well. Here's what you will do first. You need to organise yourselves and formally notify the datum government of your presence here. We'll assist with that, and with details like ratifying land claims then, you have a man detained without a trial or any proper legal procedure, and we must resolve that. To be clear, I don't have any official policing authority over you, but we can offer guidance, and before any of that, you will allow my ship's doctor to give that girl a thorough examination. Several hours later, Joe Mackenzie emerged from the Hartman family's home. Mac was in his 50s, grizzled, his face etched by a long career in emergency rooms and battlefield medicine, at 48, doctor. Mackenzie was older than most field medics, and Maggie had personally pulled some strings to keep him assigned to her team. On that sunny afternoon, however, his face was shadowed with a grim intensity. Maggie, there are moments where language fails, he began, his voice low. Telling you it could have been worse is a clinical truth, but it doesn't change the fact that I'd like 5 minutes in a locked room with the man responsible, armed with a Louisville slugger and a very precise anatomical map. In moments like these, Maggie felt a profound sense of clarity about her own life choices, the dedicated career, the decision not to marry or have children, leaving the profound joys and trials of parenthood to her siblings and friends. Being the favourite aunt, official or not, was a role she cherished without reservation. "It's all right, Mac," she said softly. "No, it is not all right," he countered, his tone sharpening. "Not for that little girl. It may never be all right for her again. My strong recommendation is to transfer her to a datum facility for a complete forensic medical workup. At the absolute minimum, I need to monitor her on the ship for the next 24 hours. Maggie gave a firm nod. Agreed. Now, let's go speak with the local council. The meeting convened in the mayor's wood-panelled office. Maggie was flanked by Mac and her executive officer Nathan Boss. She had also invited Robinson and a handful of townspeople from the earlier assembly, individuals the mayor had vouched for as relatively stable and reasonable by the peculiar standards of this frontier settlement. As they took their seats, all eyes turned to Captain Maggie Kincaid. She felt the weight of their gaze, a collective look of desperate hope, as if she alone could deliver salvation. She took a steadying breath. Time to step up to the plate for the official record. And we are recording. This is an inquiry panel, not a trial, she stated. Formal legal proceedings may follow as required. I hold no policing authority here. However, at the mayor's request, I have undertaken to establish a clear and impartial account of the facts. She paused, gathering her thoughts. I'll summarize the uncontested narrative. 1 week ago, Roderick Bacon, after ingesting narcotics, assaulted 9-year-old Angela Hartman, daughter of Raymond and Daphne Hartman. Hearing his daughter's cries, Raymond Hartman intervened, found Bacon with the child, who was convulsing and vomiting, and forcibly removed him. After ensuring his daughter was with her mother, Hartman confronted Bacon outside the home. The altercation resulted in Bacon's death. Neighbours who responded to the commotion reported Bacon's final delirious pleas, claiming a lurid angel had compelled him, that he sought to share his inner light with the pure child. The implication is clear. In the absence of legal counsel, my XO commander boss has taken detailed statements from both Raymond Hartman and Bacon's widow, Maggie continued. The widow's account indicates Bacon had been out harvesting a species of psychoactive flower native to these woods. He operated a side business of questionable legality, trafficking these substances across adjacent worlds. Maggie stopped, wishing for more training in civilian jurisprudence. She scanned the solemn faces around the room. For the record, the child will receive care aboard the Benjamin Franklin tonight under Dr. Mackenzie's supervision. I will extend an invitation for her mother to stay with her, and a crewman will escort them to the ship. As for the immediate situation, Bacon is deceased and Raymond Hartman is detained. I believe I comprehend the emotions driving everyone involved, Maggie said, her tone shifting from procedural to one of weary, pragmatic resolve. I'm not a lawyer or a judge. I can only offer my personal evaluation by any reasonable measure. Bacon was culpable. He willfully intoxicated himself with local narcotics and is therefore responsible for his subsequent actions. Regarding Hartman, the law defines his act as murder. Yet, I find myself profoundly reluctant to condemn the reaction of a father pushed beyond any reasonable limit. She let the silence hang for a moment before posing the inevitable question. So, where do we go from here? We'll file a report and eventually the Dayton police will come out, conduct a full investigation and hand it over to the courts. But that process could take years. The Aegis is a vast territory and notoriously difficult to patrol. In the meantime, you have Ray Hartman locked in that icehouse, so what do you do with him? Honestly, all of you must now serve as judge and jury, as both prosecution and defence. We can offer guidance on proper procedure, but it's your responsibility to manage your own affairs. I strongly encourage you to determine how to handle this yourselves, operating within the framework of US law as you understand it. She looked at each of them in turn. This kind of self-governance is, after all, presumably what you were seeking when you chose to live out here. In the longer term, connect with your neighbouring communities. I'm confident that together you could establish something like a county court. I hear that's becoming standard practice in the newer colonies. You could even hire a lawyer or two, maybe attract a travelling circuit judge. She seemed to lose momentum then. Standing up, she concluded, that's all I have. The rest is up to you as a community. But for heaven's sake, Nathan, please ensure the science team collects samples first and make absolutely certain they burn those flowers when the wind is blowing away from town. That's all. Everyone, at least for today. I'll have the meeting minutes prepared for you by tomorrow, that evening. Maggie ran into Joe Mackenzie just as he was leaving the ship's compact medical bay. How is she doing? Maggie asked. Thank goodness. I did a rotation at a paediatric hospital before I enlisted, Mackenzie replied, rubbing his eyes. It made a difference. Would some coffee help? Maggie offered. In her small cabin, Mackenzie accepted the mug gratefully. After a couple of deep swallows, he said, You know, in my personal opinion, the bastard got exactly what he deserved, but we're officers in the United States Navy. Even Wyatt Earp had to maintain the appearance of respecting the law. I'm hoping they'll come to that understanding on their own, Maggie said. Plenty of other settlements out here have managed it. But other settlements don't have those cursed flowers everywhere. And, I've got to say, the whole place had a definite hippie vibe to it. You know what I mean? It felt like people weren't really attending to business. It's the counterculture dream gone sour, with too many folks spaced out of their minds. He took another sip, the steam fogging his glasses momentarily. Maggie studied the medic. Where is all this coming from, Mac? My grandfather left me his complete set of the whole Earth catalogue, along with a heap of 60s and 70s counterculture material. I got pretty into it, actually. Some of their values were admirable. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, the real secret to building a home in a place like this isn't about lofty ideals or abstract theories, and it's certainly not about getting high, it's about relentless hard work, paired with a sense of humour, the genuine goodwill of your neighbours, and rolling up your sleeves to build a future. What I think you've got down there, though, is the seed of a real tragedy. Margarita Jar from biology, and I analysed that charming little flower that's taken over their woods. It's wildly addictive and hallucinogenic, and it's spreading like a weed. But Mac, good grief, are we supposed to send a drug enforcement agency team to every single settlement? They have to solve this for themselves. That's essentially how it played out on the datum in the end. After Step Day, there was an explosion in the drug trade. With dealers able to step between worlds, policing became impossible. In the inner cities, the authorities eventually pulled back and, well, let's just say they allowed natural selection to run its course. She watched him as he spoke, his tone flat and detached. Over his career, Mac had clearly witnessed things that even she in the military had been insulated from. After a moment, she said, "Well, we're done with this particular mess. I think they'll release Hartman, but it's been a wake-up call. They'll find better ways to organize themselves." "Sure, a nice tidy conclusion," Mac said, a sour edge in his voice, "but the truly frightening part is that we've only just begun this mission. There are hundreds more settlements out here, each with its own set of problems we haven't even imagined yet." He stared into his coffee, the weight of that unspoken future hanging in the small cabin. 6 days after leaving Valhalla, roughly 1,000,000 steps from the datum, the airship Gold Dust settled down in a clearing carved from a continent-spanning forest. From above, the Valientés observed a precise rectangular scar in the endless green, a lonely human footprint adrift in a sea of wilderness. A closer look, however, revealed the architects weren't human at all, but a crew of trolls. Under the watch of a human overseer, their powerful forms shifted beneath dark fur as they laboured. Bosun Higgs had turned out to be a sharp and unexpectedly informed guide regarding the long Earth and the trolls' vital role. These large humanoids were everywhere, though not always in great numbers, and they sculpted the land simply by living by what they consumed, displaced or moved aside. Ecologically, Helen was learning. They functioned much like the great herds of Africa, the elephants or wildebeest. Consequently, the stepwise landscapes weren't mirrors of the datum, nor were they pristine pre-human wilderness. For ages, as humanity expanded, the trolls had retreated. The workers below seemed content enough, though Sally was quick to note the whip in the overseer's hand. Joshua offered that it might just be for sound, to direct attention. "Sure, that's all it's for." Sally retorted dryly. Gauging a troll's happiness was notoriously difficult. Everyone had heard the grim stories, like the troubling case of the troll named Mary at the Gap, a topic even the ship's more aloof passengers discussed. Yet trolls were a common sight wherever people settled, apparently finding purpose in the work. If pressed too hard, of course, they could always just step away. Their utility, Helen mused, perhaps made it too easy for people to quiet their consciences, a discomforting idea. And as Sally pointedly asked Joshua, what must the trolls think of them? The stop was for trade, dropping supplies for the logging camp and taking on samples of rare lichen harvested from ancient trees. Such old growth was vanishing on the datum and becoming scarce even in the heavily harvested low Earths. This was the essence of commerce along what the pilots termed the Long Mississippi. A flow of raw materials, timber, food, minerals moved toward the datum, while bulk goods came from the agricultural worlds closer in. Only unique or precious finds, like these ancient lichens and exotic species, warranted the long haul from beyond the 500,000-step mark. Watching the exchange, Joshua mused that their own community should consider exporting hell knows where's maple liquor. In return, the datum sent out lightweight, high-value technology, medical equipment, power generators, spools of fibre-optic cable to help colonists weave communication networks into their new homes. It echoed the historic trade between an imperial heartland and its frontier settlements like Britain and its American colonies before the Revolution. Finished goods for raw resources. Helen's father and his footprint Congress allies would doubtless call it exploitation. Perhaps it was. But to Helen, the system functioned. And whatever the balance of fairness, there was something fundamentally hopeful about this great river of airships, stitching the scattered worlds of humanity together. At least that was her feeling. 12 days out from Valhalla, they passed into a hazy transition zone, entering the vast Corn Belt. This sprawling band of farm worlds, nearly a third of 1,000,000 steps deep, began around 460,000 steps out and stretched inward toward the datum, a testament to organised cultivation on a staggering scale. The air grew thick with traffic as their twain. The Gold Dust pushed toward the datum, weaving past vessels heading in the opposite direction, upstream into the stepwise worlds. Their progress had been swift, but now the journey would slow, punctuated by frequent stops at the way stations dotting the Long Mississippi. Helen learnt these outposts became more numerous as one neared the datum, each a hub for gathering cargo from the surrounding Earths. The primary export here was corn, hauled in endless sacks by crews and trolls working in efficient chains to fill the twain's cavernous holds. These stations offered basic inns for rest. Places Helen noted were far from genteel, many featuring a small calaboose or jailhouse, a testament to the rough clientele. One stop, however, offered a startling contrast. They docked at a way station in a slightly warmer iteration, where enterprising owners had carved out vast sugar plantations and orange groves amidst the northern landscape, a rare sight so far from the tropical south. The air hummed with the clatter of a massive sugar refinery, and the owner's colonial-style mansion, built from local timber with wide verandas and pillars draped in magnolias, hosted a select group. Helen, along with the captain, the Valienté family and other guests, was invited to sample orange liqueur. From the porch, the bent figures of troll labourers were visible in the fields, their haunting work songs drifting on the sluggish, warm air. It was a jarring scene of forced leisure amidst evident toil. Yet the true marvel of the Corn Belt was the timber trade. Enormous rafts of logs floated down from northern forests on various Mississippis, were hauled from the water by teams of twains. Trolls and human workers then lashed the trunks together into a single staggering platform, sometimes an acre in size, suspended beneath a squadron of airships. Watching these vast floating forests drift stepwise across worlds, dotted with the huts of supervising crews, was nothing short of breathtaking. Even more remarkable were the caravans moving in the opposite direction. A major export from the low earths was horses. Helen would watch as a twain descended, its ramps lowering to release a trotting herd of young horses, expertly managed by cowboys on horseback, a surreal parade of the Old West against an infinite backdrop. Occasionally, they passed over remnants of the old pioneer trails, like the one her family had used to reach Reboot on Earth. West 011754, a weathered information flag, a crumbling halfway house. The age of foot-slogging across hundreds of thousands of worlds was over. A brief, brutal historical phase already fading into legend, thanks to the twains. Helen wondered what had become of pioneers like Captain Batson. Yet the trails weren't entirely abandoned. She sometimes glimpsed human-led gangs driving bands of trolls across the long earth, their purpose unclear. Their songs, if they were songs at all, lost in the wind. These visions flashed by in seconds, fleeting glimpses of a vast, strange economy in motion. A full decade after the legendary travels of Joshua Valienté and Lobsang, twain technology, freely shared by the Black Corporation, had become the standard for moving people and cargo throughout the long earth. But as Jacques Montacute thought with a thrill while preparing for his own mission into the depths of stepwise China, not all twain journeys were created equal. His upcoming voyage with Roberta Golding, beginning from Datum China itself, promised to be among the most spectacular of all. After the extended preparations concluded, the sister vessels Zheng He and Liu Yang ascended into the thick haze blanketing the city of Xiangcheng. From the main observation lounge of the Zheng He's gondola, Jacques gazed upward through the window. The ship's vast, silvery underbelly stretched above him, its surface rippling with a living, muscular energy as the craft began its literal swim through the sky. This remarkable mobile hull was made even more striking by the prominent emblem of the 8-year-old Federated Republic of China emblazoned upon it, a symbol of 2 clasped hands. They quickly left the airfield behind, drifting over a bleak industrial expanse of factories, parking lots, and scattered refuse piles. Jacques' ward, 15-year-old Roberta Golding, stood silently by the expansive windows, her expression unreadable as she surveyed the passing terrain below. Then a dozen trolls gathered in the lounge began to sing Slow Boat to China. Their voices wove into a complex honey-layered round, a signature of their kind. Jacques and Roberta, hailing from Happy Landings, were accustomed to trolls, but several crew members stared at the large beings as if they were bizarre apparitions. Jacques noted one crewman standing near them wore a prominent sidearm, his posture tense, as if anticipating a sudden riot. The scene held a quiet, almost ridiculous tension. Here they were, embarking on a journey of profound discovery, and some were worried about a choir of harmonizing trolls. Their attention was diverted by a uniformed young woman who approached, offering drinks. Jacques accepted a water with a word of thanks. "My pleasure," she replied. "I hope you appreciated our musical selection." "It was an interesting welcome," Jacques remarked. "We thought it fittingly ironic," she said with a bright smile. "A fast boat from China, welcoming you aboard." She offered a firm handshake. She had dark hair and a sensible, rather than conventionally pretty, face perhaps in her mid-20s. "I am Lieutenant Wu Yuesai, Federal Army, but currently detailed to the China National Space Administration." "That explains the involvement in the East 20 Million initiative," Jacques said. "Precisely. Our space engineers are adept with advanced systems in extreme settings. Who better to explore the distant eastern worlds? Personally, I trained as a pilot astronaut aspirations one day. For now, my informal assignment is to serve as a companion to Ms. Roberta Golding, if that is agreeable to you both. Please call me Yuesai. I'm sure she'd prefer you call her Roberta. Perhaps a nickname, Robbie? Bobby?" Jacques glanced at Roberta, who was contemplatively sipping her juice. "Roberta?" he stated. "Clearly. What exactly does companion entail?" "I am closer to her age and of the same gender. My education spans philosophy, humanities, and the sciences, a breadth, I understand, Roberta shares." "Roberta's education has been largely self-directed," Jacques clarified. "My primary function is to ensure her safety during all off-ship excursions. We will undoubtedly face numerous hazards." "That's considerate of you. The honour is mine. I have been practicing my English extensively, as have many crew, including the captain." "It shows, thank you. I believe we'll work well together," before she could respond. Captain Chen Zhong approached briskly. A subtle shift went through the nearby crew, backs straightening, expressions turning more formal. Chen shook hands with Jacques and Roberta, a compact control device in his own hand. "We depart momentarily. We are aloft, yes, but soon we begin the stepwise swim proper." His accent was thicker than Wu's, layered with an almost British precision in certain phrases. Around 50 he was compact, a bit soft around the edges for a soldier, Jacques noted, yet polished and radiating absolute self-assurance. Jacques would have wagered good money the man was a veteran of the old communist order. "Delighted you could join us, and that all the bureaucratic hurdles were cleared. A delicate dance given our nation's infancy, Ms. Golding's well-being is naturally our foremost concern." He turned to Roberta. "I do hope you find time to appreciate the journey. Such a lovely young woman. Forgive the observation, but you wear such a solemn expression." Roberta, who stood a head taller, merely held his gaze. Chen gave Jacques a conspiratorial wink. "The quiet type, is she? But perceptive. I've no doubt you're already dissecting the airships as they lift off. The unique propulsion method, for example." To Jacques' immense relief, Roberta chose to engage. "You're referring to the flexible envelope. It's threaded with a synthetic muscle fibre, isn't it? It contracts when subjected to an electrical charge." "Excellent. Exactly right. Powered entirely by solar collection. You understand the elegance? When we study new worlds, why not do so with minimal noise and disruption? We aim to reach Earth East 20 million, our stated destination, nearly 10 times farther than any human has travelled into the long Earth. In just a matter of weeks to manage this, we must sustain a lateral velocity exceeding 100 miles per hour. "I trust the necessity is clear." Roberta offered a slight shrug. "That's elementary," Jacques caught Uesai's eye. That was one of Roberta's more irksome habits. The reason for that sideways speed might be self-evident to her. But it was a complete mystery to Jacques, and apparently to Uesai as well. The point was left hanging. Chen said, "Your grasp of engineering is evident. But what of a broader education? Are you familiar with the heritage behind our vessels' names?" Liu Yang was China's first female astronaut. Zheng He was the eunuch admiral who... Precisely. It seems we have little new to offer you." He smiled warmly. "Then let us discover together." He raised the device in his left hand. It resembled a television remote, Jacques thought, stamped with a recognizable corporate emblem, the logo of the Black Corporation. "I trust everyone has been diligent with their anti-nausea regimens. Now, are you prepared? Every great voyage starts with a single step." He pressed a button. A familiar gut-deep lurch followed, though it was muted, a mere echo of the sensation. The dense landscape of Datum Henan vanished in an instant. Suddenly, rain drummed against the windows and pattered off the vast hull above. The trolls, undisturbed, continued their harmonious song. Chen guided the group to the broad observation windows at the gondola's nose for a better view. At first glance, Jacques saw little change in the terrain below. Henan East 1, compared to the original. More primitive factories, coal-fired plants spewing dark smoke, roads reduced to muddy ruts, the air carrying a grimy haze. Yet, on the horizon, pockets of vibrant green forest broke the monotony. A sight unseen in the datum. "Henan," Chen said. "Long ago, the cradle of Han civilization. In more recent memory, something of an inferno, overexploited, choked by industry. Imagine 100 million souls squeezed into a space no larger than the state of Massachusetts." The Datum Earth reference meant little to Jacques, but the image was stark. Datum Henan was a prime exporter of people to cities like Shanghai, who became the cleaners, the clerks, the bartenders, the streetwalkers. You can well imagine that on Step Day, a significant portion of the population from such places stepped into the new worlds with remarkable enthusiasm. It took the authorities quite some time to re-establish control. He paused, his tone shifting from scholarly to dryly sarcastic. Of course, some of those eager steppers just traded one grim factory floor for another, only now with a slightly better view. Progress, it seems, has a talent for replicating old miseries in fresh landscapes. You should never downplay just how deeply Step Day shook the Chinese people. And I'm not talking about the obvious economic or logistical shifts. The real change was psychological. As you'll come to understand, naturally you're aware that the upheavals following that event ultimately led to the final communist government's, shall we say, departure from power. He watched Roberta closely, gauging her response. So, Miss Golding, our journey begins. Welcome to Earth East 1, home to 20 million. In your view, what is the core objective of this mission? She took a moment to find out what exists out there. Her straightforward answer appeared to delight him. Precisely. We will enumerate the worlds and catalogue them. We will map the longitude of the long Earth East, if you will. Your academic file is impressive. Your mind is clearly exceptional. You don't consider a simple fact-finding expedition to be beneath you. We are, in a way, like lepidopterists, are we not? She gave a slight shrug. If you wish to comprehend butterflies, you must start by collecting specimens. Or perhaps finches. Chen pondered the word. Ah, like Darwin in the Galapagos. A fitting analogy. I can't guarantee finches, but butterflies. He left the thought hanging, intentionally vague. Why did you bring the trolls along? He shot her a keen look. An excellent question. I should have anticipated you'd ask. During the planning stages, most dismissed our trolls as mere entertainment, a travelling menagerie. But not you. In a fundamental sense, the trolls are the long Earth. Their long call binds it together and, I believe, resonates with the musical soul of every Chinese citizen. Now we may journey farther than any troll has ever ventured. Consider that, and we desire whatever we discover in those distant echoes of China to become a new verse in the troll's eternal song. Jacques interjected, as you know, trolls are woven into the fabric of daily life in our community. Ah yes, so I've heard, although you guard its location quite jealously, don't you? We value our seclusion, naturally you do. Chen pressed his button and they stepped once more. Jacques noted a digital counter on the wall, its numbers flickering upward with each new world. In East 2, the sky was brilliantly lit, the sun high, and the land was a lush, verdant carpet of forest. The sudden explosion of colour and light flooding the observation deck, a stark contrast to the datum, and even East 1 was utterly breathtaking. Chen remarked, You can see why this sudden access to all this raw, untouched land so stunned humanity. Our nation is ancient, older than yours, older than Europe. China has been farmed, built upon, battled over, and mined for 5 millennia. To simply walk into this primeval green was a profound shock. It triggered immediate cultural reactions, a surge in environmental advocacy, a flood of songs, poems, and paintings. Most of them quite dreadful, I might add, he chuckled. Well, there was little we could salvage in East 1 or West 1. They were swiftly ruined by the initial torrent of travellers, those first waves of desperate, directionless migrants. Each footprint became a sprawling shantytown. But our government mobilised rapidly, and we preserved East 2 as a sort of national park, a living memorial to Step Day, and our sudden window into the nation's deep past. We've done our best, though. Even here we suffer from pollution drifting from the heavily industrialised low Earths, particularly from the American footprint. There are, as you might imagine, ongoing UN negotiations concerning that. We also safeguard some of our cultural treasures here, artefacts of our deepest heritage, even a few temples, carefully dismantled and reconstructed. Just as humanity itself is now preserved from extinction by the existence of the long Earth, should disaster strike our home world, so too is our cultural past, granted a refuge. Roberta pressed her forehead against the cool glass, her eyes wide with the wonder of a curious teen. I see animals moving through the trees. Are those elephants? They're heading toward that river to the north. Chen smiled. Elephants, indeed. In some worlds they roam as far north as Beijing. The air was clear. The sun, a brilliant shock to eyes accustomed to perpetual haze. On Step Day, our children gasped in the unfamiliar purity, squinting at the sudden light, and stared in wonder at the impossible parade of creatures, camels and bears, lions and tigers, black swans and river dolphins. Tapirs, deer, even pangolins. Captain Chen worked his controls. The view shifted to East 3, where forest had given way to orderly flooded fields. People toiled below, backs bent, never glancing up as the great shadows of the airship slid silently over them. This scene repeated itself across East 4, 5, 6 and further, a tapestry of human effort, though the methods changed. Some worlds hummed with industry, where distant power plants belched smoke and clanking machines crawled across the land. Others held only the timeless rhythm of people and their beasts. Remarkably systematic, Jacques observed. Oh, absolutely, Yue-sai replied with evident pride. Our expansion into the stepwise worlds has been a model of discipline and diligence, unparalleled anywhere. The communist framework, armed with the engines of modern capitalism, enabled feats of breathtaking scale. We had already mastered grand projects on the datum, dams, bridges, rail networks, even space. The long Earth was merely a fresh, empty page. And though ideologies have shifted since the regime change, that capacity for monumental achievement remains. That is the essence of China. Could we stop here for a moment? Roberta asked. Of course. Chen brought the craft to a hover. Jacques looked down upon a waterlogged field where a solitary peasant stood, holding a rope fastened to the neck of a placid water buffalo. A scene from 2 millennia past, he murmured. Roberta turned to the captain. In some of these agricultural worlds, we saw factories, producing synthetic nutrients and genetically modified crops, advanced farming equipment. Yet here you are clearly using manure. It seems a contradiction, Yue-sai answered this time. We employ both methods. It reflects an ancient philosophical tension in Chinese thought. The Tao against Confucianism, Roberta stated. Chen looked surprised and impressed. Yue-sai nodded. In essence, yes. The Tao is the path of harmony with nature. Confucianism teaches that humanity must shape and master nature for the benefit of all. These ideas have clashed for centuries. The Confucians prevailed long ago, but now, with infinite space, we have the luxury to experiment with every path. Dao Zai Xinyao, Roberta said quietly. Chen burst into laughter. The way is in the piss and the shit. Excellent, truly excellent. Roberta accepted his amusement with a neutral expression, neither flattered nor annoyed. The airship journeyed onward. By East 20, a belt of heavily industrialized worlds began. Jacques gazed down at factories, mining operations and industrial compounds carved into the greenery. Lines of workers moved between functional workshops and austere living blocks. Cargo airships hung in the grey air or were moored to towers. In many places, a familiar smog clung thickly to the landscape. Chen watched their faces. Few from the West have seen this, except, of course, for investors like Douglas Black. Why call it the Third Front? Jacques asked. Ah, a nod to Mao, Chen said with another wink. In the 1960s, fearing Soviet aggression, he dispersed our industry into remote regions, making it a harder target for bombs. He sent workers out with the slogan, "The further from father and mother, the nearer to Chairman Mao's heart." The principle now is the same. One can condemn Mao's brutality while still acknowledging the sheer scale of his vision. Jacques privately wondered if the two could ever truly be separated. Aloud, he said, "You can't possibly believe there's a real threat of a shooting war with the West." "There are other dangers," Chen replied, his tone shifting from historical lecture to something colder and more direct. The endless regimented productivity below suddenly felt less like progress and more like preparation. The very act of stepping between worlds has shaken nations to their core. China, naturally, is no exception. And the climate crisis back on the datum, with all its potential consequences, remains a looming threat. They emerged onto a world designated East 38, where a violent thunderstorm was in full force. The two airships hung in a sky dominated by massive, churning grey clouds, while torrential rain battered the forest canopy far below. Jacques noted what appeared to be the aftermath of lightning strikes, charred, crater-like scars marring the green expanse. Chen watched him, clearly waiting for a reaction. "I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be seeing," Jacques admitted. "Perhaps the full scale is only visible from orbit," Chen suggested. "Here, our military engineers are employing atomic devices to carve passages and tunnels directly through the Himalayas. We are correcting a geological quirk that has long disrupted the patterns of air and moisture across the continent. In this timeline, the heart of Asia will flourish." Jacques was stunned. "You're fundamentally altering an entire mountain range. Why shouldn't we? And in a neighbouring world, we are redirecting every major river that originates in those mountains, sparing only the Yangtze, all to bring life-giving water to the arid interior." Roberta offered a dry comment. "More visions from the Maoist playbook?" "Precisely. You are well versed. Grandiose plans that were once deemed too costly or dangerous when confined to a single Earth. Now we experiment without consequence. The scope of our ambition is breathtaking, is it not? Are we Chinese not remarkable, perhaps? But Jacques found himself pondering what constant exposure to these altered realities was doing to the people here. In the Western reaches, new Americas were evolving, perhaps sharing foundational values, but inevitably drifting apart. The same must be happening here. New Chinas were being born, all rooted in a shared, profound history. Surely the Chinese essence would endure. Yet each developing a distinct character. He wondered how long it would be before these offspring grew restless and sought independence from their colossal progenitor, much like the Valhallan Belt Americas. Outside, lightning fractured the sky, and the trolls grew agitated, their harmonious song breaking into discordant notes. Chen raised his remote control with a hint of reluctance. "I would dearly love to show you our nascent mountains, but we cannot stay. It is not safe here. Is it the lightning?" Jacques asked. "No, not that. The radioactive fallout from our atomic excavations. We must move on, now. We will increase our pace. You must understand these vessels are prototypes, developed through a partnership between our domestic engineering firms and the Black Corporation. Part of this journey's purpose is to field test these new systems." The procession of worlds began to accelerate until, gauging by his own heartbeat, realities were flashing past at nearly 1 per second. A rapid blink, 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 then faster still. Most were unremarkable vistas of green beneath sunny or cloudy skies. But in some Ice Age versions, sunlight glared blindingly off vast sheets of glacial ice lying safely far below the ship's prows. They were ushered to a lounge area where a steward offered food, soft drinks, and Chinese tea. They sat, making polite conversation as entire worlds flickered past, largely ignored. Jacques sensed Roberta would have preferred solitude for study and observation, but she remained, sitting with quiet courtesy. After about an hour, the airship slowed and the light shifted subtly. Looking up, Jacques saw butterflies, an immense swirling cloud of them surrounding the ship, softly thumping against the observation deck windows. Most were small and plain, but others were vividly coloured, and some had wings as large as dinner plates. The sunlight glowed through their delicate translucent wings. Chen laughed at their astonished faces. The butterfly world, what your Western colleagues might call a joker. An ecosystem, of course, requires more than just butterflies. Yet, here in this corner of China, butterflies are the only greeters we find. We have no explanation for how this came to be, what divergence caused it. But here it is. You see, Roberta Golding. I told you we would be counting butterflies. What do you think, after a moment? Lieutenant Wu Yuesai remarked. It would be rather difficult to prove chaos theory in a place like this. The group fell quiet as they considered the statement. Jacques was the first to chuckle, but Roberta simply wore a look of utter confusion. The crew of the Benjamin Franklin took their mission seriously to represent the authority of the US Datum government throughout the long Earth. As Captain Maggie often reminded her team, it wasn't all about rescuing kittens from trees. That's why the airship made a surprise visit to a settlement named Reboot, located on Earth West on 01754, in a stepwise version of New York State. A small team, led by Executive Officer Nathan Boss, who rarely left his desk, was set down in a clearing of churned-up mud beside a narrow, winding trail that led up from the coast of the local Atlantic. Nathan had studied the layout from the Franklin's vantage point in the sky. The town itself was hidden just a short walk away, carved into the dense green forest, tidy little fields and houses with chimneys smoking, all connected by wide dirt roads. This was among the first of what Captain Kaufman termed their hearts and minds operations. They would arrive unannounced at a community like this to introduce themselves and their purpose, gently reminding these colonial Americans that they were, in fact, still Americans. Early in the mission, everyone was still figuring out the process. Nathan Boss was no exception, finding himself in command of a ground team for the very first time. The logistics here were unexpectedly complex. This town and its stepwise neighbours functioned as a kind of extended Long Earth county. So the Franklin was hopping between worlds, visiting one community after another, dropping supplies and deploying sailors and marines at each location. There were countless ways for such an operation to go sideways, a fact Nathan was painfully aware of. To make matters more disorienting, the landscapes of the Long Earth were inherently bewildering to the Twain's crew, most of whom were born on the Datum. As the Navy personnel waited for the Marines to disembark, they instinctively fanned out to form a defensive perimeter, though no immediate threat was visible on Earth, west UN 11754. They glanced around, clearly somewhat baffled. Most came from city backgrounds, and there was nothing urban here, just the muddy clearing. The only sign of life was a deer, at least Nathan thought it was a deer, watching them cautiously from a thicket. The only thing to read was a handmade, hand-painted sign that read, "Welcome to Rebot Founded 2026 AD Pop." 1465, Ensign Toby Fox, the IT specialist from engineering who'd been assigned to catalogue long Earth populations, dutifully noted the number. The sky was overcast, blocking the sun, but the heat was oppressive for early May. Nathan was already sweating in his combat gear with his pack strapped on. The real trouble began when Lieutenant Sam Allen, the last to leave the Twain, finally touched down and the Benjamin Franklin stepped away with a soft whoomp of displaced air. Allen was in charge of the small contingent of Marines assigned to the expedition. While his own men stood around, looking as adrift in this new world as the sailors, Allen immediately started in on Specialist Jennifer Wang. "So where's our gear?" Wang had already shrugged off her pack and was busy with her radio and locator equipment. "Lieutenant, the equipment drop was scheduled for within a half-mile radius, not right on our heads." "I know the plan. Which direction, Specialist?" Nathan knew the dropped equipment, several trunks and rope nets, was fitted with radio beacons to guide the team. But Wang looked perplexed. She tapped at touchscreens and even fiddled with the dials on a very antique-looking radio receiver, her frustration beginning to show. All she could tune into was a burst of frantic music, a jangling clash of guitars. Midshipman Jason Santorini, who had been monitoring the feed, broke into a grin. "Chuck Berry, my old man loves that stuff. Classic, even if it's practically ancient history." "That's just some amateur station," Allen snapped, his voice tight. "Probably some kid messing around in a garage. Kill it." Wang shut off the receiver. Ensign Toby Fox, smaller and visibly more anxious than the others, spoke up before Nathan could take control of the conversation. "Lieutenant, where exactly is our equipment?" Allen whirled on him. "In the completely wrong spot. Isn't that clear?" "More like the wrong, entire world, Lieutenant," Wang added. "Otherwise, I'd be getting its signal right now." A quick review of the mission logs revealed the mistake. The supply drop had been directed to another settlement, New Scarsdale, the designated county seat. "There's the error, sir," Wang stated. "Scarsdale is situated on Earth 101,752. Allen grumbled. "And this place?" Fox checked his military-grade Earth counter. "We're currently on 101,754, sir, exactly where we were ordered to be." Someone had botched the count of stepwise worlds. Nathan suspected a breakdown between the two command structures, the Navy crew and the Marines, largely datum-born and trained personnel who weren't fundamentally accustomed to planning operations across multiple realities. It was a typical foul-up. "What a monumental mess," Allen fumed, and those Navy idiots just stepped through without confirming the rendezvous point. The rest of the team stood in uneasy silence, no one willing to respond. From the surrounding woods came a deep, rumbling growl, like a bear or distant tremor, and the group instinctively drew closer. "Fine. All right," Allen said, forcing calm. "We need a runner. Get that ship back here to bring us to the gear, or bring the gear to us." He jabbed a finger arbitrarily. "You, McKibben, get your stepper out and move." "Sorry, Lieutenant," the man replied. "Can't do it. I didn't bring my stepper." "You did what?" "Okay, who else is stranded on Earth 100,000 and whatever without the most basic, essential piece of equipment, a stepper to get home?" They exchanged uneasy glances. It was a glaring oversight, Nathan thought. They had come down geared for a show of force, lightly armed but burdened with flak vests, harnesses, packs full of general gear and ammunition, plus any specialized equipment. Any seasoned soldier knew the drill. From the K-pot helmet to the combat boots. It was a heavy load, and you left behind anything not critically needed. They were only supposed to be in this quiet, small-town world for a couple of hours. Why lug a stepper box, which, built to military spec, was a hefty, durable piece of kit? As it turned out, no one had one. Not Nathan, not even the lieutenant, and nobody dared crack a smile about that. Nathan kept his eyes down, avoiding Allen's furious gaze. Then, in a moment of almost comical misfortune, one soldier asked his buddy for a sip of water, complaining of the thick heat. But his friend had none either. It emerged that nobody had brought water, because it was all supposed to be in the misplaced supply drop. Not even Nathan, not even the lieutenant. You could hear a stream babbling nearby, but these were all datum-born, raised with the ingrained rule never to drink local water without at least an iodine tablet, and none of them had those either. Not even Nathan, not even the Lieutenant Allen. Paced like a caged animal, fists clenched, looking for something to hit. All right then, okay, so we head to this charming locale reboot and start over from there. Agreed, Commander Boss? Nathan gave a curt nod. Which way, Wang? But there was no GPS on this world, no airship above to provide orientation, and, predictably, their paper maps were also in the lost airdrop, enclosed by towering trees that blocked their view. The rising smoke from the distant settlements remained unseen. With the sun obscured by a thick blanket of clouds, they couldn't even get a proper bearing. The situation, already a mess, seemed to deteriorate with each passing moment. Then a man ambled into the clearing, whistling a tune, with fishing rods in one hand and a sizable catch slung over his shoulder. Nathan guessed he was around 50, his face weathered by the sun, and his movements carrying a lean, resilient strength. Spotting a group of armed soldiers staring him down, he halted briefly before his expression melted into a wide, easy smile. "Well, hello there," he greeted. "Did I stumble into a restricted zone?" "I can toss this fellow back, no problem." Lieutenant Allen fixed the newcomer with a hard stare before turning to Wang. "Ask him if he knows how to get to Reboot." "Sir, could you direct us to Reboot?" "Name's Bill Lovell, by the way," the man said, his tone deliberate. He scanned the group, and Nathan suddenly felt acutely self-conscious in his full gear, as if he were wearing a tuxedo to a barn raising. "Don't tell me you boys are lost." Allen remained silent. Nathan attempted to clarify their situation. Lovell listened, slowly shaking his head. "How in the world did your pilots manage to drop you in the wrong neighborhood?" "We're still figuring out the local geography, sir," Nathan admitted with a wince. Lovell's grin didn't fade. "I can see that. You folks just don't have the long Earth mindset yet, do you?" "Lost as kittens in a sack. And you're seriously aiming for Valhalla?" Wang inquired. "You're aware of our objective?" "Oh, word gets around out here. Might surprise you, but not me. I was a mail carrier once for the US Postal Service before they stopped servicing the deeper stepwise worlds. Yeah, we heard about you all." Allen looked as though he dearly wished to use his sidearm for something other than its intended purpose. "Are you going to show us the way or not?" Lovell gave an exaggerated mocking bow. "Right, this way." Nathan wasn't certain what he had imagined Reboot would be. A scene from an old western, a chaotic steampunk fantasy, a handful of rough homesteads carved from the wild. What they found as they walked the main road from the river was simply a town. An unmistakably American town, complete with a large stars and stripes flag draped above the schoolhouse. Bill Lovell played tour guide. "That's the old Wells homestead," one of the original claims. A woman tended a garden behind a crisp white fence, a picture of domestic tranquility. She glanced up and offered a friendly smile. "Didn't look anything like that when the first pioneers arrived back in 26. Toby Fox asked. "That recently?" "Only 14 years ago. There's Arthursson's General Store, the only proper store in town at the moment, though plenty of farmsteads will sell you a drink, fix you a meal, or rent you a room." Santorini wondered, will they take US currency? Lovell simply chuckled in response. Horses and a few camels were hitched to the rail outside the store, and the sound of laughter drifted from within. Suddenly, a group of children erupted from a house and dashed across the street. To Nathan's city-bred eyes, they appeared to be Native American kids, dressed in handmade leathers and moccasins. "School's out," Bill noted. He lifted a hand to his ear. "Now, listen, you hear that?" As the children's voices faded, Nathan caught a distant, rhythmic clank, clank, clank. "That's the new sawmill." "Well, the old sawmill with its brand-new steam engine, every part forged locally, every piece of iron. They're talking about installing a water turbine for power soon enough. They're even testing a telegraph line to connect with the outer farms, which are pretty isolated in terms of distance. I mean," he spoke with a palpable, almost paternal pride for the people of Reboot, Nathan thought. "There are a lot of children here," Wang observed. "Well, you get population booms all across the settled worlds. Give it a few centuries, you could have hundreds of Earths, each crawling with billions of souls. Just imagine it. All those future taxpayers." Wang's eyes grew wide, her perspective visibly expanding right before them. It was a moment of startling clarity, a glimpse into a future so vast it was almost absurd, but I doubt anyone will ever actually count them, Wang remarked. Toby Fox responded with a hint of pride. "Actually, that's my job. Hey, look, there she is, Katie Bergreen." A woman with strawberry blonde hair, likely in her 30s, was crossing the street with a purposeful stride. She glanced over, first in surprise at Bill Lovell, then with clear wariness at Nathan and his companions in their full combat gear. "What's this? Some kind of invasion?" Lovell gave a casual shrug. "I believe they're here to take a head count. Or something along those lines. Right now they're a bit lost. Think your father might spare some water for the US Navy?" She flashed a nearly impish grin. Well, they could always ask. This way, she said, directing Nathan. But you'll have to leave your weapons at the door. Jack Green appeared to Nathan Boss as a scholarly yet fiery man around 60. He stood firm on his doorstep, actually looking down at the imposing, fully armed Lieutenant Allen before permitting him and his Marines inside. Even then they were required to stack their weapons by the entrance and remove their combat boots on the porch. They entered the spacious living room in their socks, taking in the cold hearth, a few hunting trophies, and stacks of books and papers. Nathan noted the almost military precision in the neatness. He quickly surmised this was the home of a widower with too much time on his hands. Father to the woman named Katie. Jack Green surveyed them all with a stern glare, as if addressing misbehaving children. All right, I'll let you in out of this heat. Basic decency requires it. I'll provide water. There's a pump out back. With a nod, Allen sent a couple of his men to fetch jugs. They dropped their gear by the door and headed out. Soon, the Marines were drinking from earthenware mugs, gulping it down faster than Bostonians on St. Patrick's Day, Wang observed. Jack turned to Lieutenant Allen. I can lend you a stepper. Then you can dispatch one of these young warriors of yours to locate your airship, correct? He chuckled. What an amusing predicament. Thank you, sir. Don't thank me, because that's the extent of my assistance. He waved a hand dismissively. Oh, you might as well sit. Just don't break anything, fiddle with anything, or disturb my papers. The Marines began shedding more equipment, removing body armour and camouflage jackets. They settled into small groups, talking quietly, and within minutes Nathan noticed one had pulled out a travel Scrabble set and started a 3-player game. Allen watched with visible disdain. You forget your stepper, McKibben. You forget drinking water, but you remember your Scrabble. Got to keep your priorities straight, Lieutenant. Jack took a seat at his desk, which was buried under papers. All the furniture, Nathan observed, looked handmade, somewhat rough but solid. Jack said, Well, I can't say I'm shocked to see you. News of your glorious trek across the worlds has arrived ahead of you. But, Bill, why on earth did you bring these people to my door? The former postman wore a mischievous look. Well, who better in our little community to greet our, let's say, liberators? That brief exchange put Lieutenant Allen on edge. Without invitation, he sat across from Jack and produced a printed list from his jacket pocket. John Rodney Green, known as Jack. That's you, correct? What is that, your holiday greeting list? It's a roster of signatories to your so-called Valhalla Declaration of Independence, sir, and their advisers. Jack merely grinned. So what's the plan now? Shoot me, arrest me, and haul me onto your airship. We're here to ensure your safety, sir, not to cause problems. How generous. In fact, we appreciate your help thus far, Mr. Green, Allen stated precisely, and you can assist us further. Now, Ensign Fox here, he snapped his fingers to summon Fox, is conducting a census. Is he now? Good for you, kid. Now that we're here, I can see this is going to take a while. Your whole county setup is scattered across different worlds after all. If you've got a spare room where Ensign Fox can stay, I'm not housing datum soldiers under my roof. We're willing to pay you for the trouble. Jack looked amused. With what? Money, of course. I'm authorized to write checks within a limit. We have cash on hand. What kind of cash? Dollars, I suppose. Allen replied stiffly. It's the legal tender of this community, sir, as part of the U.S. Aegis. Jack sighed. And what am I supposed to do with dollars? You think Bill here wants dollars for his fish? What's he going to do with them? They just flutter around this town like flies over a manure pile. Allen was about to fire back an angry retort, but Fox leaned in, curious. How would you prefer to be paid, then? How does that work here? We call it favours, Jack said. Favours. I let you use a room for a few nights. That's a favour. Now you owe me one. We agree on what that is before you settle in. If it were Bill, it might be a certain weight of fish. He does the favour for me, and we're even. Or if I don't need fish, Bill could take that fish to Mike Doak down the road, who shoes horses like nobody's business, and give it to him. That transfers the favour. Bill owes me over to Mike. Then, when my horse needs a new shoe. I get it, Allen cut in, raising his hands. Fox pressed. So you don't use paper money. But you must have outsiders come through, doctors, dentists. We support them with favours one way or another. Specialists, though. Engineers to build a dam, something like that. There must be times when there's nothing you can offer someone like that directly. A person can only eat one meal, wear one pair of pants at a time. Jack winked at Fox. Fair point. All right, we do keep reserves. Gold, silver, jewellery. Even a little paper money, if you must know. We'll accept it if someone's desperate and has no other way to pay. We're not monks here, chained to some rule book. We bend a little. Whatever works, but mostly we're self-sufficient, locally. It's nearly all done through favours. Alan studied him. So you do take dollars. You just won't take them from us, from members of the US military. Jack laughed right in his face. Listen, you and your bosses in Washington lost any rights to help from me and my community when you cut us off over a decade ago when you dismantled Pioneer support and seized my life savings. You even fired old Bill here. Lovell grinned. Don't drag me into it. I'm doing just fine. And none of that Aegis rights and responsibilities nonsense President Cowley spouts means a thing to me, Jack said. Yes, Lieutenant. I'll give you water to ease the discomfort of these kids you're leading off course. Beyond that, I could take your dollars, but I won't, because I don't like you or the datum government you stand for, and I want you gone. Nathan could see Lieutenant Allen's temper simmering like a volcano on a low boil. This is all ridiculous, Fox said earnestly. With respect, sir, it's not this kind of exchange is exactly why. Shut your mouth, sailor. Yes, sir. Fox pulled back immediately. Allen pulled a wad of bills from an inside pocket. Hundreds. He placed it on Jack's handmade desk. I'm asking you to take this, sir, or face the consequences. Jack, completely relaxed, just stared back. What was it that poor Troll said when your kind tried to take her cub? That had nothing to do with the US military. I will not, he repeated the phrase, reinforcing it with Troll's sign language. I will not, sir. I will not. Allen glared. Ensign Fox. Cuff this man. Jack only laughed. Fox sat frozen, uncertain. In the corner, the Scrabble game came to an abrupt halt as the players stirred. McKibben, you absolute clown, there's no possible universe where duct tape counts as one word. Nathan kept his voice even. Lieutenant Allen, I really don't believe handcuffs are the right call here. Allen stormed from the house, rage in every step. Nathan was left alone, already dreading the impossible task of explaining this mess to Captain Kaufman. When he finally did, her reaction was swift. At the very first chance, she removed Lieutenant Sam Allen from her ship's roster. Her next move was to request a meeting with this Jack Green fellow, determined to hear the whole story of these so-called favours straight from the source. Meanwhile, aboard the Gold Dust in the mine belt, the Valienté family found themselves spectators to a disaster. The airship convoy had paused several times across these parched, mineral-rich worlds, loading not just common ores, but a catalogue of elements now rare or astronomically valuable back on the datum, germanium, cobalt, gallium. The crisis, however, didn't strike on a settled world. Helen and Dan happened to be visiting the wheelhouse as the twain slowed its approach to a notorious joker, some 80,000 steps out. The pilot edged them forward at a crawl of just a couple of steps per minute. When they finally crossed over, the lush, forest-dotted prairie of the previous world vanished, replaced by a desolate brick-red expanse of dust and rock. Even the local Mississippi was a pathetic, rusty trickle in a valley absurdly too large for it. This joker was a dead world, gripped by total desertification, a Martian landscape. And there lay the casualty, the Pennsylvania, caught in a violent dust storm while attempting a cautious crossing. One of her helium sacs, perhaps already weakened, had ruptured under the Joker's sudden dry heat. The leak was catastrophic, but the descent was a slow, grinding nightmare for those aboard. Through the Gold Dust's windows, still pelted by the hissing remnants of the storm, the wreck appeared as a 600-foot-long skeleton, half buried in drifting scarlet sand. Being the first and largest ship to arrive, the Gold Dust took charge. Helen watched her heart in her throat as Dan's friend Bosun Higgs descended with the first rescue party. Then the captain's voice came over the intercom, asking for passenger volunteers to assist below. Volunteers. The word landed like a stone in Helen's gut. She knew she couldn't stop Dan, not when he was already moving for the next several hours. As the alien sun dipped and the last of the wind died, the operation unfolded with a grim, beautiful efficiency that filled Helen with a fierce pride. From her aerial perch, the rescuers looked like purposeful ants swarming over the carcass of a giant beast. They cut access tunnels through twisted metal, guided the walking wounded to safety, and carried out those who couldn't walk and those who would never walk again. A field hospital sprang up under canvas, and soon the most critical patients were rising to the Gold Dust on the makeshift elevator, destined for its well-equipped medical bay, which was rapidly transforming into a full trauma ward. While other groups focused on recovering what they could from the Pennsylvania's cargo, primarily wheat from the Corn Belt, and others undertook the grim task of preparing graves near the crash site. An urgent call came from the wheelhouse. A member of the gold dust team had become trapped deep within the airship's collapsed envelope. He had been courageously attempting to reach a final group of stranded passengers when more of the structure gave way, leaving him wedged in the wreckage too high above the ground to escape safely. A hasty rescue operation was organised. "Wow," Dan said, listening to the staticky radio transmissions. "Who do you think it is, Mom?" Silently, Helen begged it not to be Joshua. "Just this once, let it not be him." A fresh line was lowered from the gold dust's nose, with Bosun Higgs and Sally Lindsay clinging to it. Helen's hopes plummeted. Carefully, they were lowered through a tear in the twain's ruined envelope and vanished into the shadows. Helen caught fragmented updates over the radio and glimpsed the flare of cutting torches deep within the Pennsylvania's remains. Then came a tense silence. Finally, Sally's voice crackled through. "Take her up!" The winch turned slowly, lifting the platform first with Sally and the crewman, a length of cable trailing behind. The line suddenly jerked, and Sally signalled to stop. Over the radio, Helen heard, "He's fine. Not exactly graceful, but fine. Keep lifting." The cable continued to rise from the wreckage until finally Joshua emerged into the pale sunlight, dangling upside down with the line wrapped around one ankle. Dan rolled his eyes. "Oh, Dad." Helen felt that pretty much captured the moment. Later, much to her annoyance, the entire episode spread across the Otonator news channels. Sometimes being compared to Lois Lane was a real burden. And as Joshua later pointed out, since Helen hadn't been watching Sally at that instant, as soon as Joshua was clear of the wreck, Sally flashed a grin up at the Gold Dust's crew and then simply vanished. Meanwhile, the Benjamin Franklin passed through the mine belt just days after the disaster. Ordered via Otonet communique to divert from Reboot to a mine belt world, roughly 70,000 steps from the datum. The Franklin was responding to yet another incident of human folly. This time, some fool had shot a couple of trolls. As the dirigible traversed the worlds, Captain Maggie Kaufman found herself wondering, not for the first time, if the long Earth was essentially a test that humanity was failing spectacularly. On one side, you had datum Earthers living in blissful ignorance, their lives utterly disconnected from the vast reality beyond their own walls. On the other, even 25 years after Step Day, you still had people recklessly stepping east or west, venturing into the high megas and beyond without bothering to learn basic survival skills, like which mushrooms were safe to eat. Honestly, it was enough to make you laugh or cry. One of the Franklin's unofficial duties had become ferrying the wounded, or simply the humiliated, back to safety, folks who'd surrendered after their first winter without power, or after an unexpected encounter with a bear, a wolf pack, or, if you wandered far enough, the occasional dinosaur descendant. Smart adapters learned quickly and built sustainable lives out here, but Maggie rarely crossed paths with them. Instead, it seemed the foolish kept making foolish choices like shooting trolls despite the tense political climate following the Gap incident, and time and again the Franklin found itself summoned to clean up the mess. So, the airship drifted over parched versions of Texas, scanning short-wave frequencies, searching for a party whose stepwise and geographic coordinates were only vaguely known. The crew discussed reports of the Pennsylvania's fate with sober interest. Maggie confirmed that her assistance was not required in the aftermath. At last, the ship passed over a rugged campsite not far from the footprint of Houston. A lone, small figure stared up from the ground. Nathan Boss indicated a nearby thicket of trees, showing clear signs of a violent struggle. Mac then quietly directed her attention to an infrared scan, revealing several slumped cooling forms deep within that wooded area, evidently where the bodies had been discarded. Maggie, Nathan, and Joe Mackenzie descended. The solitary woman waiting by a smouldering fire was a tough-looking pioneer type in her 40s, a few years older than Maggie. She introduced herself simply as Sally. Lashed to her back was an array of weaponry, including a ceramic composite rifle, and her face held the grim set of someone with unfinished business. Maggie knew her officers would tread carefully. From her pre-mission briefings on the Long Earth, she also believed she knew exactly who this woman was. Sally offered them coffee and bedrolls to sit on, then wasted no time. "I don't want you here. I handle my own problems. I didn't call for you," Nathan asked. "Then who did?" "He's long gone, cleared out. But you're here now, so here's the situation. I've secured several so-called scientists nearby who are responsible for killing at least 3 trolls." Nathan pressed. "Scientists? Biologists, they claimed to be here to study the trolls. One of them was the one who called for help. I let him go. The rest. And secured? Maggie cut in sharply. What exactly does that mean? Sally offered a wicked grin. The trolls were captured for some twisted experiment in crossbreeding with other humanoids. Naturally, they resisted and tried to step away west. It led to a chase, and a male and 2 females were shot dead. That's the count I know of, anyway. They left behind an orphaned cub. Given the current uproar about how we treat trolls, I'm sure you're aware. That doesn't justify you taking the law into your own hands, whoever you are, Max said, his voice thick with disapproval. Sally merely smiled. Oh, nobody's dead. They're not exactly comfortable, but they're breathing. Unlike those trolls, and just so you know, if your crew tries to apprehend me, I'll step out of here faster than you can say, beam me up. Maggie was acutely aware that any overt threat from this confident woman would bring a swift response from the Frankling. Yet she needed to control the situation. Believing she recognized Sally, she saw an opening. All right, Maggie said calmly. I have no intention of apprehending you, Sally. We're not out here to act as a police force. For all I know, these individuals earned what you gave them. However, I would strongly advise you to set aside those weapons on your back. Let's lower the temperature here, then. I suggest you and I take a walk over to that thicket where the bodies are. We can have a little talk and resolve this. Sally hesitated, then nodded. She dumped her weapons, and the 2 women walked toward the woods, leaving Mac and Nathan to cautiously sample the overbrewed coffee. Of course I know who you are, Maggie said quickly, aiming to throw Sally off balance. Do you? Absolutely. You're the woman who stepped off the Mark Twain with Joshua Valienté. Word travels. More specifically, she had appeared in Maggie's briefings as a notorious rogue element, and indeed a suspected vigilante operating in the Long Earth. Sally Lindsay, right? That's one of the names you use, at least. Sally shrugged. And I know about you, Captain Margaret Deanne Kaufman. It wasn't hard to dig up your military record. Anyone paying attention to Long Earth politics knows all about the Franklin, its officers, and the rest of the fleet with their clunky Starfleet-style mission. Actually, I'm rather pleased it was you who came along. You seem to be one of the more sensible versions of Captain Kirk wandering around out here. Thanks, Sally studied Maggie with a sharp eye. Look, since you're here, and since you clearly aren't some standard-issue military fanatic. High praise. I believe in happy accidents, seizing chances. I've been turning over an idea about policing. That's not exactly our job. Maggie found herself retreating again. What are you getting at? You might be brighter than your colleagues, but this mission of yours is downright foolish. It's exactly like some bad Star Trek episode, a few ships trying to watch over endless worlds. If you want to actually handle the long Earth, you need a complete integrated approach. I don't follow. I'm saying you need an ally that's as widespread as the long Earth itself. She locked eyes with Maggie. I mean the trolls. Maggie was completely caught off guard. Seriously? Use them. Bring a couple aboard your ship, even. They're already working all across the long Earth, wherever folks need a helping hand. Why not the military? They have a vast communication network tied to a massive shared memory, the long call. Exactly, not to mention being physically imposing. Maggie's head was spinning. Her mission had come a long, strange way from the President's stern pep talk to this. Still, she felt she ought to say something about the troll proposal. I'll have to think it over. Why would you even suggest this? Sally shrugged. I'm on the trolls' side. What better way to look out for them than to have them partner with the military? Maybe it'll help them learn to trust us again. They arrived at the edge of the woods. Maggie followed Sally into the cool shade, where they discovered 2 deceased trolls. The third Sally had mentioned must have died on some neighbouring world, and a young living cub still nuzzling one of the bodies. You mentioned you have those researchers hidden nearby. You'll locate them, you'd better actually, before the rest of the trolls show up. What other trolls? Sally gave her a knowing glance. At dusk, even though it's young, this orphan will try to join the long call that will bring others. And when they arrive, look, trolls are relatively gentle, more so than a lot of human parents, but they are fiercely protective of their young.
Understood.
They started walking back toward the campfire. Listen, Sally said suddenly, as if on a whim. There's one more thing, since I think you've got the right instincts, Captain Maggie. Take a look at this. She dug under a small pile of equipment and pulled out a piece of gleaming technology. It was a tube covered in keypads, vaguely resembling some kind of musical instrument, but clearly advanced. It looked to Maggie like an ocarina redesigned by a genius. This is a troll call. A what? Call it a 2-way translator for communicating with trolls. I've gotten pretty skilled with it. I can signal for help or warn of danger. Our languages are nothing alike. This is just a prototype, and you can't convey much beyond basic ideas, but for now, it's the best we have. With a few trolls on your ship, and one of these... How do I get one? Oh, it's not for sale, Sally said, but I could arrange for you to get one from the maker. Who makes it? Maggie asked. Sally only smiled. Maggie took a chance. All right, get me one that keeps my options open, and I will consider your proposal. Good! How will I find you? Oh, you'll find me, won't you? You're catching on. Any airship crew on the ground was routinely connected and monitored. Maggie's team had, of course, heard every word. Nathan Boss believed they should have detained Sally Lindsay, or at least made the attempt. Joe Mackenzie thought she was completely out of her mind for even considering bringing trolls aboard. I'm not sure, Mac, but we genuinely need fresh approaches out here. The last month has taught me that much. She's got a point. Once you're more than 10 steps from the datum, it's like navigating deep space. You can't manage the long Earth as if it's some occupied city in a war, not even datum New York. Freedom is messy, right? Look, do me a favour and dig up some research. Track down a few experts on trolls for me. The gold dust and its small convoy drifted cautiously through the low Earths, those final few dozen stepwise worlds just before the datum. The skies here were congested over these relatively settled worlds, and stepping the ships through posed a real risk of collision. On the last few worlds, they had to trail a ground scout who would step ahead, survey the route, and return only when the path was clear. Yet, even the clutter of West 3, 2, or 1 was nothing compared to what awaited them upon finally crossing into the datum. Gazing down on the landscapes of West 1, that final step felt like someone had detonated a massive bomb, stripping away miles of greenery and replacing it all with concrete, asphalt and steel. The once shining river now ran a murky grey, trapped between reinforced banks and bridges, all beneath a dull, colourless sky. Joshua reflected that it was a perfect illustration of what humanity could do to a world given a few centuries, and an endless supply of oil to burn. The gold dust itself seemed to shrink as it cautiously settled onto its docking apron. The very first thing Joshua noticed after disembarking, painted across the wall of an old brick warehouse, was a gigantic portrait of President Cowley. The image showed him standing rigid, arm outstretched with palm raised as if issuing a blunt command, "Keep out!" Sally, who had rejoined them briefly from her latest excursion, followed Joshua off the ship and swept her dismissive gaze around. Even after all the years he'd known her, Joshua understood little about the various channels she used to monitor the vast expanse of the long Earth, a domain she seemed to feel personally responsible for overseeing. Now she muttered darkly, "Welcome home." The disembarked passengers were funneled into a vast immigration hall, a processing area filled with winding lines, checkpoints and screening booths. Homeland Security officers, their faces hidden behind visors, stood watch as threatening instructional posters and enigmatic banners adorned the walls, one prominently displaying the reference Genesis 3:19. Joshua noted that, much like the airports he remembered, this Twain station had brightly signed connections to other transport networks, planes, trains, buses and cabs. Transportation had become one of the few major growth industries on the datum since Step Day. For a long-distance journey across a low Earth, it was often still easier to jump back to the datum, catch a bus or plane, and then step back out once you reached your destination. But to access those services, you first had to clear immigration. Joshua glanced over his small group as they waited in line. Dan, utterly bewildered, had never experienced anything like this before. Helen maintained her usual stoic patience. Bill was still immobilized by his latest hangover, a parting gift from the Gold Dust's crew. Sally simply rolled her eyes at the endless absurdity of human bureaucracy. As they stood waiting, a small, intense man approached them. Dressed in a black cassock with a dog collar and a crested hat, he carried a Bible and a small brass globe on a chain from which the rich scent of incense drifted. He was clearly working the waiting crowd. Marching directly up to them, he pressed a leaflet into Sally's hand. "In the name of the Lord," he declared, "now that you have returned home, stay here on the datum Earth, the one true Earth." Sally fixed him with a withering glare. "And why exactly should we? Who are you, anyway?" He leaned in, his expression deadly serious. "There isn't a single piece of proof, not from science, not from religion, that a soul without a body can journey sideways between worlds. If your children perish out there, in that emptiness, their spirits will be lost forever, never reaching the comfort of the Lord." He made the sign of the cross, and as we all know, the final day is near. Even now, across all those imitation worlds, those faithless echoes of real America, Yellowstone is spewing fire and poisonous gas. Sally just laughed, a sharp, dismissive sound, and told him in unmistakably clear terms to get lost, with a bluntness that surprised even Joshua. The man muttered and moved off, looking for someone more persuadable. "Definitely not playing with a full deck," Bill remarked. Finally, they made it to the front of the queue. Their bags were emptied and examined with thorough, slow care, and each of them was sent through a full-body scanner. Joshua and Sally went first. On the other side, they were each given a brightly coloured wristband, undoubtedly packed with tracking tech, to be worn constantly until they left the datum Earth. Waiting for the others, Joshua whispered, "This makes no sense. All this checking and filtering, it's all new since I was last here. But why? I know there are risks from the stepwise worlds, new sicknesses, aggressive plants and animals, but these checkpoints. The long Earth is an open border. We're coming in politely on a twain to a central hub, but we could just step back to the datum anywhere, carrying a sack full of giant beetles. There's no real logic to it." Sally gave an exasperated sigh. "It's theatre, Joshua. You never understand this, do you? This is President Cowley showing his supporters. See how I'm keeping you safe? Look how dangerous these travellers are." She nodded toward the rows of security equipment. "Besides, the companies that make all this gear are raking in federal dollars. Fear is a very profitable business." "That's incredibly cynical, Joshua." "Cynicism is the only sane reaction to the circus of human behaviour, especially here on the datum." Eventually Dan, Helen and Bill came through. Dan looked around, dazed and confused, but not openly frightened, which was a relief to Joshua. Once they were all together again, they collected their things and pushed into a bustling main hall, searching for the taxi stand. Joshua spotted something new since his last visit. Sections of the packed walkway marked with bright yellow stripes, designated as stepping zones you were supposed to keep clear to allow uninterrupted passage. Only on the datum would such regulations feel necessary. The thought of it gave him a sudden, tight feeling of being trapped. Then another man approached them. This one in a neat business suit carrying a plain shopping bag. It seemed they wouldn't get a moment's peace. Around 30, with receding hair, glasses and a charming smile, he planted himself right in their path, forcing them to halt. Joshua braced for another sermon. Instead, the man stated clear and cool, "Welcome to Earth, mutants." He reached into his bag. Joshua threw himself forward, shielding his family. From the edge of his vision, he saw Sally snatch up Dan and vanish with a faint pop of displaced air. The man pulled out a blade, short, thick and vicious in one fluid motion. He flung it. The knife struck Joshua high on the right side of his chest. The impact knocked him backward, a wave of agony swallowing his senses. He saw Helen surge forward and drive her fist into the man's nose. She was a midwife. With formidable strength in her arms and shoulders, he dropped like a stone. Police and security personnel came sprinting for Joshua. The world faded to grey and slipped away. "Your attempted murderer is named Philip Mott," Monica Jansen said, pouring coffee for Joshua. "He's a junior lawyer for one of the major rail corporations. No criminal history, no prior police involvement. He isn't considered phobic from what we can tell, and he isn't a home alone, someone who was never abandoned by a family that stepped away, which is a typical catalyst for such actions." Joshua understood that condition all too well. Helen, after all, was the sister of Rod Green, the Madison bomber, a home alone, who had turned violent. "However," Jansen continued, "Mott doesn't own a stepper box, according to everyone who knows him. He's barely ever stepped at all. He's been involved with President Cowley's Humanity First movement for years, running with some of its more extreme factions, groups even Cowley publicly rejects these days." Joshua adjusted his position on the overly plush sofa, which made his injured shoulder twinge. A few days after the attack, it was mending but still tightly wrapped, ready to send sharp jolts of pain if he moved the wrong way. Sally sat next to him, balancing a coffee mug, poised on the very edge of her cushion, as if she might sprint for the door or vanish into thin air at any second. Outside, Dan was playing basketball with Bill, their sneakers scraping on the pavement beneath a rusted hoop attached to Jansen's house. Joshua could hear the rhythmic bounce of the ball and Dan's voice narrating his own imaginary game. Helen, unbelievably, was now in custody facing assault charges. They were staying with Monica Jansen, Joshua's old colleague from the Madison Police Department. Her home, located in what was now called Madison West 5 after the Datum residents were relocated, following the nuclear attack, was a classic low-earth design, a sprawling wooden structure built with timber that would have been a luxury back on the Datum. Jansen's history was evident in the scattered high-tech gadgets, a flat-screen TVs, smartphones, a laptop now in her 50s. She appeared older to Joshua, thinner than he remembered, with short grey hair. He had also noticed a row of small white prescription bottles lined up on the mantelpiece above the large fireplace. Just above them, hanging proudly from a picture hook, was Joshua's sapphire ring on its leather cord. Helen had encouraged him to bring it, thinking he might show it off as a rare souvenir from his travels to a few trusted friends. On the TV, a geologist was cautiously examining a bubbling mud spring in a version of Yellowstone on some low Earth. Similar disturbances were being reported at the datum Yellowstone and several of its footprint worlds. A light-hearted news anchor was chatting about geysers drying up, animals migrating, and how the strange geological activity was ironically boosting tourism, with crowds coming to gawk at the latest underground unrest across the stepwise copies. Maybe that fanatic at the Twain terminal had a point about Yellowstone's turmoil, even if his apocalyptic interpretation was off. Sally asked, "So, this Mott has never done anything like this before?" "Not. That's officially documented, no. But a lot of the firsters operate that way now. Their tactics have changed, they absorb the rhetoric, keep quiet, stay off the radar, and start carrying stakes." "Stakes," Joshua interrupted. "That's their term for the weapon he used, like driving a stake through a vampire's heart, an iron stake for a stepper. It's a nightmare to detect. Then, out of nowhere, they find themselves in the perfect situation with a target right in front of them. Like near a Twain station, but just outside the security perimeter where nobody checks their bag, exactly where this man found you, Joshua. And recognized your face," Sally added, her tone flat. "And then bang, he would have been aiming for your heart. By the way, even a miss could have caused serious complications if you tried to step away with a piece of metal lodged in your chest." Sally let out a humorless laugh. "I've heard there are datum governments that are actively encouraging that sort of thing now, attaching surgical clips to your heart or to one of your arteries." Jansen nodded. "They call it stapling. Look, don't stress about it. Mott is still locked up, and he'll face charges. Law enforcement on the datum isn't as sharp as it was when I was on the force, but nobody walks away from an attack like that." "And apparently neither does my wife," Joshua replied, his voice thick with resentment. "I still can't believe they charged Helen with assault. She did knock the guy flat with a pretty solid punch. It was self-defense, though. She'll likely just get a warning. She's still in a holding cell. They confiscated her stepper and denied bail. How long is this going to take?" "I'm afraid that's standard procedure now for anyone who isn't a permanent resident of the Low Earths or the datum itself," Jansen said. Sally shook her head in disgust. "The datum has turned into a planet run by the fearful for the fearful. It's no surprise we avoid the place." "You had a reason for coming back this time, though," Jansen said, turning to Joshua. "Your meeting with Senator Starling?" "To discuss the troll situation, yes." He shrugged, a fresh twinge of pain shooting through his shoulder. "I owe you for that, Jansen. I know you pulled strings to make it happen. But honestly, now I'm questioning whether this whole trip was a mistake." "You have to try," Sally insisted sharply. "We already had this debate back at Hell Knows where—" He let out a weary sigh. "I know, but being here just confirms it. The well-being of trolls isn't exactly a top priority for the datum government." Jansen gave a slow nod. "You might be right, but that incident with Mary at the Gap has made headlines even here. It's such a blatant case of cruelty, right in the middle of a high-profile space program. For heaven's sake, it couldn't be more visible. That creates an opening for change, which is why I helped arrange your meeting with Starling." "Exactly," Sally said. "Joshua, what's the point of having a recognizable face if you don't use it for something worthwhile?" He gave a humorless grunt. "So far, this recognizable face of mine has gotten me stabbed, my wife thrown in jail, and my kid terrified." Jansen glanced out the window at Dan. "I think that little explorer is made of sterner stuff." Joshua made a pained face. "President Cowley would call him a little mutant." Jansen offered a faint, sorrowful smile. "Also a sinner." Sally nodded. "Genesis 3:19, we've seen the posters." Joshua closed his eyes, a fragment from long-ago Bible classes surfacing in his memory. What God said to Adam and Eve after casting them out of Eden, "By the sweat of your brow you will eat your food until you return to the ground. Since, from it you were taken, for dust you are, and to dust you will return." "That's the one," Jansen confirmed. "The idea is that God placed us here to labour, you comber types content to just drift from place to place, or at least that's how you're portrayed here, are seen as avoiding your duty. Without hard work, humanity can't move forward. And so the argument goes," Joshua sighed deeply, And fueled by that kind of thinking, we keep sliding closer to war or something worse. Jansen took a sip of her coffee. Joshua thought he detected a slight shiver, though the day was warm. He asked softly, "How are you really doing, Monica?" She looked up. "Best to stick with Lieutenant Jansen, don't you think? Are you settled here in West 5, then? Nobody gets to stay in Datum Madison for long, not even now. They might grant you a temporary pass, Joshua, if you wanted to see it. I could probably arrange it. It's a strange sight now. The wildlife is taking over. Prairie flowers pushing up through scorched rubble. They call it America's Chernobyl. I suppose it's healing in its own slow way." He chose his next words carefully. "And are you healing, I mean?" She looked at him, exhaustion etched on her face. "Is it that obvious? My apologies, don't be. It's leukemia, my own foolish mistake. I was too impatient, hopping back to the datum too often after the detonation. But it's controllable with medication, and they're mentioning gene therapy options. You always try to make things right," Joshua said suddenly. "That's what I always saw in you," she shrugged. "It's just what a cop does, but you took it further than most ever do. I always respected that." He reached across the table, ignoring the protest from his shoulder, and briefly placed his hand over hers. "Just don't you give up on it yet, all right?" Sally rose to her feet, her patience clearly wearing thin. "If you two are going to start getting all sentimental, I'm leaving." Joshua turned toward her. "You're heading out already?" She gave a quick wink. "There's always something that needs doing, Joshua. You know how it is. I'll see you later. Take care, Lieutenant Jansen." With a faint, almost inaudible pop, she vanished. Jansen arched an eyebrow in surprise. "I suppose I'll brew another pot of coffee." Marlon Jackson, aide to Senator Starling, was steeling himself to endure this meeting with the peculiar frontiersman, Joshua Valienté. In Jackson's experience, the senator was usually manageable. The frustrating exception was Starling's sharp, if unpredictable memory, which could make guiding him, a core duty of any competent aide, maddeningly difficult. Thankfully, the senator's outbursts tended to be brief and ultimately pointless, a trait that reminded Jackson of his great-grandfather's description of Lyndon B. Johnson, a human hurricane until he blew himself out, and then you could finally get things done. Jackson came from a long line of behind-the-scenes operators in service of democracy, though great-grandpa had never contended with modern annoyances like a digital calendar. Specifically, one that had somehow been booked with an appointment for this Joshua Valienté, despite every staffer with access swearing they hadn't done it. Even after Jackson deleted the entry, it stubbornly reappeared. Valienté clearly had backing from someone with clout. Jackson, a Washington veteran, recognized the signs. And of course it had to be someone like Valienté, who the last time Jackson laid eyes on him was obstinately evading questions before a Senate panel about his bizarre unmanned voyage across the long Earth. That ship had run on shadowy technology, some of which the Black Corporation later donated to the government, much to the quiet rage of the political establishment. Here was Valienté, a living emblem of the long Earth, propelled by some invisible influence, more or less forcing his way into a meeting with a senator whose core constituents loathed the new colonies and all they represented. This confrontation was happening just as colonial politics were at their most volatile, thanks to the Valhalla Declaration and all this unsettling business with trolls. In Jackson's world, this was a minor incident spinning dangerously out of control, like a live grenade bouncing across the floor. If he could just massage the senator's more asinine impulses into something resembling productive conversation, they might get through it. Sometimes in this line of work, hope was all you had. He dry-swallowed a pill for his stomach. As it happened, Joshua Valienté and his associate, both clad in old-fashioned earth-toned pioneer attire that wouldn't have looked out of place on a ranch, were several minutes behind schedule when security finally ushered them into the office. To Jackson, they seemed like a sudden breach from America's half-legendary past into the organized chaos of this mid-21st century workspace. After a terse introduction, Valienté immediately went on, the offensive. "Your security procedures made us 7 minutes late. Is it just me you're scared of, or all the people who vote for you?" Before Jackson could formulate a reply, Valienté's gaze swept over the hunting trophies mounted on the walls. "Interesting choice of decor. They all look either inedible, endangered, or probably both, quite the symbolic statement." His companion let out a loud, rude laugh. Jackson realized he hadn't managed to utter a single word yet. He felt utterly off balance, as if he'd been sideswiped by some elemental force. "Why don't you both have a seat, Mr. Valienté, and Mr.—" He glanced at his notes. Chambers, at least, they obliged him that much. Just what was this Valienté? His briefing had painted a picture of a simpleton with a peculiar talent for stepping between worlds. The man before him was clearly more than that. Even his voice was odd, Jackson thought. As he tried to assess him, it delivered words with the definitive, deliberate finality of a poker player laying down a winning hand. He didn't seem quick, but rather relentless, as unstoppable once he got moving as an advancing tank. Jackson was well aware that the tiger head mounted on the wall had been purchased by Starling's grandfather from a dealer in Chinese medicinal curiosities, but the majority of the other trophies were the senator's personal achievements. This entire display sent a clear message. Valienté had correctly interpreted the symbolism, announcing to any guest that the senator maintained a formidable, well-maintained arsenal and was not reluctant to employ it. This resonated with his base, as nearly everyone who cast a vote for him shared an enthusiasm for firearms. Jim Starling paid no mind to modern environmental activists who became distressed over hunting in what they perceived as distant, lesser worlds. That very tension, of course, formed the backdrop to this entire meeting. Jackson's task, however, was simpler: endure the next hour or so until these visitors departed. "Can I offer you gentlemen some coffee?" Chambers inquired. "You wouldn't happen to have any tea, would you?" A quick phone call later, the beverages arrived. Shortly after, to Jackson's immense relief, the sound of a flushing toilet echoed from the adjoining bathroom. The door swung open, and Senator Starling entered, thankfully fully and properly dressed. A robust man in his 50s, sleeves rolled up in the midst of his work-day, he projected a disarmingly warm welcome. The colonists rose to their feet, their previously bristling demeanour softening slightly as the senator shook their hands. This was Starling's particular talent, disarming people from the moment he entered a room. Jackson noticed Valienté's visible surprise when, after they were seated, the senator asked for his autograph. "Not for me," Starling explained with a practised smile. "It's for my niece. She's quite the fan." Valienté, signing a proffered card, seemed almost apologetic. I should mention, I didn't vote for you. Postal ballots don't exactly reach all the way out to hell knows where." Starling gave an easy shrug. "According to Aegis jurisdiction and the electoral registry, you're still one of my constituents." Joshua maintained a legal residence at the home in Madison West 5. "And you're in the political arena yourself now, I understand." The senator leafed through the file on his desk. "A mayor in a pioneering community, admirable work." He settled back into his large leather chair. "Now, gentlemen, you've travelled a long way from your distant world all the way to D.C., insisting on an urgent meeting. Let's get to it. The issue, I believe, concerns wildlife preservation in the stepwise Earths, correct?" "Yes, sir," replied Bill Chambers, the Irishman. "No," Valienté countered, shifting back into a confrontational stance. "Trolls are not game, and there are no stepwise Earths. Each is a complete world, an Earth in its own right." "That's a very datum-centric perspective," Senator Jackson prepared to interject, but the senator took the correction in stride. "Point taken. My concern, however, is for the Earths inhabited by American citizens under the Aegis. My duty is to safeguard the constitutional liberties of those citizens." He shuffled his papers, glancing over them once more. "I believe I grasp the reason for your visit. But why don't you explain it in your own words?" It was clear to Jackson that, despite his local political role, Valienté was no polished orator. Haltingly, he attempted to outline the growing concerns across the long Earth regarding the treatment of trolls. "Look, when I learned about that infamous incident, Mary and her cub at the Gap, I was appalled, but that's just the visible part of a much larger problem. Out at hell knows where we've extended a form of citizenship to protect our trolls." "You can't be serious," Starling interrupted, a hint of mockery entering his previously cordial tone. "How far does that go? Actually, never mind. Whatever backwater statutes you enact in who cares where. Hell knows where. Don't carry any weight back here in the real world. As folks like you might say, let's be blunt. These trolls are humanoids. Correct? Humanoid, perhaps pre-human, but they are not human regardless of the ordinances passed in your little frontier town. They are animals. And according to the best intelligence available to me, they are dangerous animals." Senator Starling leaned back, a thin smile on his face. "So, we're talking about creatures out there that are powerful, aggressive, and now, according to these reports, killers. Yet your position is that they shouldn't be killed or even significantly bothered. I've read the files despite what my assistant might think," he added, with a knowing glance toward Jackson. Valienté responded calmly. "Powerful, absolutely. A female troll can weigh as much as a professional sumo wrestler and hit with the force of a champion boxer, but aggressive? Only when provoked, most of the time. They're incredibly helpful." "Helpful?" Starling echoed, his tone dripping with skepticism. Senator, humans and trolls cooperate all the time across the long Earth, even in the low Earths. You must be aware of the economic boost from troll labour, Valienté insisted. Trolls had become a constant presence in human-settled worlds. For pioneers lacking heavy machinery, they were willing, intelligent workers who cleared land, hauled harvests, and even helped raise community buildings. In more developed societies, they worked on the sprawling sheep ranches across parallel Australias, shearing and spinning wool, and in the vast rubber plantations of stepwise Malaysias. Some even worked on factory assembly lines in certain low-Earth Americas. Perhaps, Starling said, shuffling the papers before him. But here I have a stack of incident reports detailing attacks by these very trolls on people. One man was left paralysed. In another case, a small child was traumatised and the mother was killed. What's your explanation for that? Senator, trolls are dangerous in the same way bears in a national park are dangerous. Every now and then, some clueless tourist tries to get a photo of their kid next to a cute bear cub. That kind of ignorance is risky enough back home, but out on the stepwise Earths, which are essentially wild frontiers, it's fatal. We constantly warn people in most of those worlds acting foolish is a shortcut to a funeral. Valienté's voice grew more urgent, and the situation is deteriorating. Trolls possess something known as the long call, a way of sharing knowledge across worlds. It takes time to spread, but eventually every troll learns what every other troll knows. If humanity keeps treating them like violent beasts, our entire relationship with them everywhere will be shattered. Starling let out a loud, derisive laugh. And that, sir, sounds like a whole lot of tree-hugging nonsense to me. The long call, what's next? Are you going to warn me about the wrath of some planetary goddess? Let's be clear, Mr. Valienté, our citizens must be protected even from their own stupidity, which, last I checked, isn't a crime. Thank goodness, or the prisons would be overflowing, especially here in the capital. Valienté pressed on. All I'm requesting, sir, is a declaration from the United States granting trolls protected species status throughout the ages. Is that all? Starling spread his hands wide. You must realize how convoluted animal protection laws are in this country. We have federal statutes, but much of the legislation is handled at the state level. Who exactly would draft these new laws, let alone enforce them? And as with everything concerning the colony worlds, there's perpetual debate about how far our datum laws extend. He glanced at his notes. I see you've suggested classifying trolls as an exotic species that would place them under the Department of Agriculture's Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service. But there's a compelling argument that they aren't exotic at all, but endemic. They're native to all those other Earths, aren't they? So our old legal and moral categories simply don't fit. Regarding the specific research base at the Gap, if it falls under the US aegis, they would require a Department of Agriculture permit to justify using trolls in any studies. They should have followed the proper procedure to secure a permit, and perhaps some oversight could be established through that channel. However, Mr. Valienté, you must understand that while American citizens are part of this project, the Gap base itself isn't even on US soil. It's located somewhere in England, correct? Your argument might be better presented in London, not in this office. He gave a dismissive shrug and set his papers aside. The legal standing here is ambiguous, and frankly, the moral argument isn't clear to me. I'm hearing you out, but I'm not convinced. The most I could possibly do is mention your worries to the Senate, but I don't feel inclined to take that step. And honestly, you're overlooking the larger picture. What larger picture? Whether you accept it or not, Mr. Valienté, this touches on national security. This isn't just about animals. For heaven's sake, I'm talking about a genuine threat. That's what worries the people I represent here on the datum, the danger of the unknown. It was simpler when we only imagined aliens arriving from another planet, like in the movies. At least then we'd presumably get some warning. At least we'd have a fighting chance to shoot them down. But now it feels like we have open borders. These beings could just stroll right in. The Irishman Jackson had to glance at his notes to confirm the name Bill Chambers finally spoke up, his voice cutting through the tension. Senator, you're referring to those absurd military trains you've dispatched everywhere, aren't you? Starling leaned forward, and Jackson braced himself, recognizing the signs of his boss's rising irritation. Yes, sir, Starling replied. That is one measure we've taken. A responsible government must prepare for the worst-case scenario. That's our duty. To Jackson's astonishment, Chambers actually made a rude, dismissive sound. Oh, give me a break, Senator. Are you serious? This is just another wasteful project, a blank check for spending like the missile gap panic after Sputnik, or the reaction to 9/11s or the Madison situation. The less defined the threat, the more funding you get to throw at it, isn't that right? Listen, I live out there in the long earth, and here's my view. You can't have a single government trying to rule a million different worlds. It's impossible. It would create a monstrous bureaucracy, and let's be honest, it's already a mess. Hell, the English couldn't even run Ireland properly after centuries of trying. How do you people expect to manage this? Valienté chuckled. You might want to keep that opinion to yourself when those Navy airships are hovering over our town hall, Bill. Yeah, maybe save that thought, Pioneer. But Chambers wasn't finished. You know, before Step Day, one world was plenty for you folks, because you didn't even know the rest existed, did you? Now we've gone out there and built something from nothing, and you all who stayed behind suddenly want a slice of it. One world isn't enough for you anymore. Can't you just leave us be? Starling simply stared at the man, his expression steady. Then, to Jackson's relief, he leaned back and turned to Valienté. At least a physical confrontation seemed unlikely now. You know, Mr. Valienté, Starling said, I have nothing to say to your associate here, but I am somewhat disappointed in you. I understand you have a reputation for honesty and caution. I've read accounts praising your bravery on Step Day when you were younger. You saved quite a few lives. Then came that journey you took deep into the long earth, going where no one had ventured before. All very commendable. And now you come here with these outlandish demands, this nonsense about animals. I would have expected you to grasp the broader stakes. Ah? What's the use, then? Unexpectedly, he grinned. Jackson knew this was typical Starling, shifting to a folksy, congenial tone after he felt he'd sufficiently dominated the conversation. Look, let's not end this on a sour note. I believe you're courageous but misguided. Just as you probably think, I'm nothing but a pawn for the military-industrial complex. You made your point well, and I have to say, I enjoyed our debate. I imagine your sister Agnes would be quite proud of you, if I may offer that thought. The remark stopped Valienté in his tracks, a calculated move by Starling, who had clearly done his homework. Jackson was surprised the man knew about the old home on Allied Drive. It's part of your story now, for better or worse, Starling continued. I actually met Agnes once when she stormed into this very office to lecture me on an unrelated matter. I was genuinely sorry to hear of her passing. I understand she was very important to you and the others from the home. Valienté managed a faint smile, a testament to Starling's persuasive charm. Thank you, she passed peacefully. There was even a representative from the Vatican at her funeral. A respectful gesture to a formidable opponent, from what I've gathered about her work, Starling observed. Yeah, Joshua replied, a dry chuckle escaping him. She used to joke they called her the worst Catholic since Torquemada. You know, Mr. Starling, I don't exactly miss her. It's strange, but it feels like she never really left. Helen was waiting for him at Jansen's place in the Madison West District. She was out of custody, thankfully, but confined to the house under arrest. She listened patiently to his agitated retelling of the meeting with Starling. To shift his mood, she showed him the latest correspondence about the Black Corporation's updated Colony in a Box initiative, a concept they'd been testing back at hell knows where, with hopes of using Joshua as a promotional figurehead. The package had evolved into a sleek, all-in-one solution. A single large airship delivery to a new colony site would contain what seemed like technological salvation. A satellite navigation system backed by 3 microsatellites launched by a compact rocket, equipment to establish a fully functional hospital, a starter kit for an online university complete with virtual instructors, and a range of communication gear from simple landlines to shortwave radios and satellite dishes. The more unusual items included a few bicycles for initial transport, guides for finding marriage partners through mail-order services. The most advanced component was a matter printer for fabricating complex parts from raw materials, though Joshua knew such devices were notoriously finicky. With technological progress largely stalled since Step Day, fields like nanotechnology hadn't advanced much. He figured the most practical tools for the average settler would be the compact libraries of how-to manuals, encyclopedias, and medical references. A core philosophy of the package was encouraging new colonies to connect via shortwave with other settlements on the same stepwise world. That was my original idea, Joshua said, his frustration momentarily forgotten, the lateral connections. I love the thought of people seeing themselves from day one as citizens of an entire planet, a world growing outward, not just stepping forward, a new world born without borders. You're just a modern-day hippie, Helen teased gently. Perspectives shift. Old ideas of nationality just fade away. Maybe projects like this could finally end wars, a clean slate for everyone. Now you sound like my father, Helen said, her tone lightly mocking. Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive? Shakespeare, I believe. I think you'll find that was Wordsworth. Sister Agnes quoted that line to me constantly. His wife studied his expression. You still think about her, don't you, Agnes? You've brought her up a few times since we returned. Joshua shrugged, the weight of Madison settling back onto his shoulders. Well, here we are, and having Senator Starling mention her, it threw me, which was probably his intention all along. Agnes was the greatest gift of my childhood, a truth that held for all of us at the home. They've asked me to return for a visit, you know. Do you think you will? Perhaps, but not as Joshua Valienté, the celebrated alumnus, the mayor and Long Earth icon, all that nonsense. Only if I can simply speak to the children, talk about practical things, how to handle a knife safely, basic first aid for the wilderness. How the stars can be your compass, with the Big Dipper a steady landmark and Orion a faithful guide leading you back. That's what I needed to hear back then. I just wish she could have seen this peaceful morning, Agnes. I mean, I should bring flowers to her grave. Was she the sort of person who liked flowers? Joshua grinned. She always claimed she didn't. Then she'd take them anyway, muttering about it being a foolish expense, and keep them in her office until every last petal fell. Helen gave him a kiss on the cheek, then go. Right, now. What? Just go visit her. Forget about any formal invitation from the home. Do it for yourself. You'll be glad you did. Don't worry about us here. We aren't going anywhere. I certainly am not. He thought it over that night. The following day, he set out. In Madison West 5, this rising city built to replace the shattered old one, following new post-step-day designs where Helen's family had once briefly lived, the home had been reconstructed with painstaking care, its original flaws corrected. Joshua had contributed funds to ensure it. Sister Agnes had lived long enough to supervise the rebuilding. She passed away in the gentle autumn light of a new earth, laid to rest with many dignitaries in attendance, some of whom Joshua was aware would have preferred her gone much sooner. For now, her grave occupied a fresh plot in a new cemetery. On a crisp, sunny afternoon in May, Joshua arrived with his bouquet and carefully placed it on the stone in the small yard beside the home. Flowers were already there from the sisters and from former residents whose lives had been changed by Agnes's tireless patience and deep compassion. He lost all sense of time, standing motionless and alone. If anyone in the quiet home noticed him, they left him undisturbed. He was startled to see the shadows stretching long, the day advancing, leaving the little cemetery to begin the walk back to Jansen's. He noticed a figure standing across the street, a woman in a nun's habit, simply watching him. He crossed over. Her face was unclear, but she seemed young. "Can I help you, sister? I've been away." Her voice carried a soft, lilting accent. "I only just heard about Agnes's passing. You wouldn't be Joshua Valienté, by any chance? I recognize you from the broadcasts." "Oh, forgive my manners. I'm Sister Conception. Agnes and I, we go back decades. We took our vows together. I always knew she'd make her mark on the world, even if she could be a bit of a stubborn handful." Joshua said nothing. Sister Conception studied his face intently. "It's not convincing, is it? If you're hoping I'd believe you're someone else, then no, I'd recognize her in total darkness. I remember her walking through the dormitory every night, pausing at the door to switch off the light. That distinct click of the old Bakelite switch, patched with glue because funds for proper repairs were never there. How she made every one of us feel protected. Besides, she was never any good at lying or at faking an Irish accent. Joshua? I think I understand, Lobsang. A trick like this has his fingerprints all over it. And I was the one who brought him to see Agnes as she was dying. This is probably my doing. And now, well, here you are, Joshua. Hello, Agnes." He wrapped her in a hug until she laughed and gently pushed him away. For Agnes, it had all started with an awakening. She drifted in a soft, rosy warmth, trying to piece together her final memories. The familiar bed in the home, the low murmur of a priest's voice. After what felt like an eternity, she ventured a cautious whisper. "Am I in heaven?" "Heaven can wait," a calm male voice replied from the void. "We have more pressing business first." Sister Agnes, unsure how she even formed the words, whispered again. "Will there be a band of angels?" Not precisely, the voice from the firmament answered, though full credit for working in a Jim Steinman lyric so soon after waking. Sadly, you must rest again. Darkness swept back over her, and as it did, the voice added with a note of wonder. Remarkable, the truly remarkable part was that the entire exchange had been in Tibetan, a language she now understood perfectly. More time slipped away in the haze. "Agnes, I need to rouse you briefly for a final calibration." That was when they revealed her new form, pink, utterly bare, and unmistakably female. "Who requested those?" Agnes demanded. I beg your pardon. Even in my prime, I was never built like that. Could you dial it back a bit? No need for concern. Everything is adjustable. With a little patience, we'll provide you with a whole wardrobe of bodies for different situations, all prosthetic. Naturally, you'll blend in perfectly. The technology has advanced tremendously since my early trials. Though technically, much of you won't be human. By the way, you're currently surrounded by a surgical team employed by a discreet subsidiary of the Black Corporation. They have no clue who you are. Amusing, isn't it? Amusing in a flash. Agnes knew exactly who was behind this. Lobsang, you utter devil. The darkness swallowed her once more, but her fury remained a hot, familiar ally she clung to fiercely. Eventually the rosy glow returned, and Lobsang's voice spoke gently. My apologies again. This is the most delicate phase, the end game. I've spent 3 years reviving you, and we're nearly there. Sister Agnes, dear Agnes, you are safe. I look forward to meeting you in person after breakfast tomorrow. While you wait, perhaps some music. Not that John Lennon nonsense again. Certainly not. Given your tastes, what are your thoughts on Bonnie Tyler? Sister Agnes awoke once more, confused but greeted by the rich aroma of coffee, bacon and eggs. The scent came from a tray beside her bed, delivered by a friendly, bespectacled young woman of East Asian descent. There's no rush, madam. My name is Hiro. Please ask for anything you need. Returning to life grew easier with each moment. With Hiro's assistance, she shuffled to the bathroom of what looked like a generic hotel suite, showered, marvelled at her flawless teeth in the mirror, and expelled very little from her bowels. Physical functions should come easily, Hiro explained. We ran your body through basic routines while you were under training it. In a way, would you mind walking about and describing how you feel? Agnes paced the room and reported back. She sipped the coffee. Quite decent, and was startled to find the bacon fried to a crisp, nearly blackened, exactly how she'd always preferred it. A closet awaited her, stocked with clothes, including a nun's habit identical to the one she'd worn for decades. She paused, her theological certainty already shaky before this ordeal, and now utterly upended. Yet her vows felt enduring, so she slipped the familiar garment on, a small anchor in the surreal new dawn. As she dressed, a smile touched her lips, savouring the absence of the deep, familiar aches in her joints. A forgotten freedom of movement returned. She turned to the Japanese assistant. I suppose my appointment is with Lobsang himself. Hiro chuckled softly. Very perceptive. He mentioned you'd be direct, if you'd please follow me. Agnes trailed the young woman down a corridor of polished steel, moving through a sequence of doors that slid open and shut with a smooth, automated grace. She was finally shown into a room crowded with bookshelves and antique furniture. It could have been a replica of Charles Darwin's private study, complete with a crackling fire in an ornate hearth. Yet Agnes recognized the setting from Joshua's vivid descriptions. Classic Lobsang theatrics across the room. A high-backed swivel chair faced away from her. It's an illusion, isn't it? She stated flatly. The fire. Joshua mentioned it to me. He said the flickering patterns weren't randomized correctly. Silence lingered from the chair. Listen to me, Agnes continued, her voice tightening. I can't decide if I should be profoundly grateful or absolutely furious. But this is what Joshua requested for you. A refined voice finally answered. Or so I understood. I visited you when you were unwell. Do you recall at the home in Madison West 5? The last rites had already been administered. You were in agony, Agnes. I'm not likely to forget. And Joshua asked me to alleviate that suffering. Surely you would have wanted that, Joshua. Naturally, he would come. Of all the children she had tended over her long years at the home, Joshua Valienté had always been the most extraordinary. It was just like him to remember to not stay away, to return when she needed him most. As her long life flickered weakly toward its end, he had come back to try and make things right. Joshua would ask for help. I imagine you weren't inclined to refuse him. No. Especially since he asked through clenched teeth. We did have something of a disagreement after the Madison affair. But he was surely only asking you to ease my passing. I never anticipated this abomination. At last, the chair rotated smoothly, and Lobsang faced her. He wore an orange robe, his head cleanly shaved. She had seen him in person only once before, and that unsettling face came back to her, not quite ordinary, ageless, reminiscent of a reconstructed burn victim's features. She thought of her own reflection. Her new mechanical form was evidently a more refined model. He inquired. Abomination. Must we use such charged language? What language would you prefer? Perhaps we could discuss the reason I recovered you. Reason. What possible reason could there be? Oh, an excellent one. I would be delighted if you could rise to this unique circumstance and entertain a proposal, a new vocation, which I believe aligns with your inherent nature. Will you listen? Sister Agnes settled into a similarly plush chair opposite him. How are you adjusting to your body, by the way? She lifted her hand, examined it, flexed the fingers, and almost fancied she could hear the faint hum of tiny hydraulic actuators. I feel you've turned me into a modern-day Frankenstein's creation. In fact, Frankenstein's monster was notably more educated and principled than his so-called creator. Just an observation. Get to the point. What do you want? Very well, Agnes. Knowing a great deal about you from Joshua, from your own diaries and other sources, and understanding your profound compassion for a deeply imperfect humanity, I have, in a manner of speaking, recruited you on behalf of that very humanity. I have a mission for you. It is this. I require an adversary. A what? Agnes, you know what I am. My reach is global indeed. It spans multiple worlds. I wield immense influence from trivial matters like fixing parking citations to scales of power no historical dictator could ever claim. I have no overseer. I answer to no one but myself. Even Douglas Black is merely a patron, a facilitator. He couldn't stop me. And that's precisely what troubles me. It does, naturally, shouldn't it? I require an adversary, Agnes. Someone to tell me when I've crossed a line, when I'm acting inhuman, or perhaps when I'm being too human. From everything Joshua has shared about you, it strikes me that you are uniquely positioned to be that person. You brought me back to life to serve as your conscience? That's absurd, even if I agreed. How could I possibly prevent you from doing anything you wish? I will provide you with the means to shut me down entirely. What? Is such a thing even possible? It's complicated, Lobsang admitted. There are numerous iterations of myself dispersed across the world, the long Earth, and even various points throughout the solar system. One can never have too many backups. But, yes, I can devise a method to make it happen, to have me erased from all those locations. And in all those places, Sister Agnes mused, where does your soul reside? Here, conversing with you like this, within these new forms, surely we can agree that the soul recognizes no boundaries. Do I have any actual choice in this matter? Of course. You may walk away this very moment and be taken to any location on the planet you desire. You will never hear from me again. Or, well, you too possess an off switch, Agnes. But I am confident you will not select either of those options. Oh, you are you? You see, when I visited you with Joshua that day, and I inquired if you had any regrets, do you recall? You whispered, so much left undone, now you have the opportunity to do more. What is your answer? Will you be the Boswell to my Johnson, Agnes? The Watson to my Holmes? The Satan to my Miltonic God? Your nagging wife? He laughed, a strange, not entirely human sound. Sister Agnes fell into an uncharacteristic silence for a long while. The loudest noise in the room was a not quite convincing crackle of the artificial fire. In this womb-like chamber she felt stifled, trapped. She yearned to be outside, to feel the open road beneath her. What became of my Harley, Joshua saw to its proper storage. Lifted off the ground, tyres overinflated, fuel drained from the tank, all components thoroughly greased. Will I be able to ride it? I mean, will this new body be physically capable? Absolutely. And will this peculiar alchemy of yours permit me to enjoy a beer? Most assuredly. Where on earth am I, by the way? In Sweden, at the headquarters of a wholly owned subsidiary within the Black Corporation's medical division. It's a rather crisp and clear day outside, is it? There are motorcycles available. I planned ahead, you see, not Harleys, but would you care to go for a ride? It was a tempting offer to be young, once more young, and on the open road. In a moment, she stated firmly, how is Joshua? And so Joshua found himself sitting with the reincarnated Sister Agnes in a worn-out coffee shop in Madison West 5. The atmosphere was peculiar. Here were two people struggling to comprehend this inexplicable new reality, a world where the deceased could return and sit cheerfully sipping coffee while reminiscing about old times. Two people fumbling for the right words that seemed just out of reach. For the moment, however, their shared smiles were managing to bridge the gap. Agnes sat upright, somewhat primly, taking small sips from her cup. Perhaps her features were a touch too symmetrical, her skin a bit too flawless to be entirely convincing as human. But as far as Joshua was concerned, far too many of the regular patrons in the shop, mostly construction workers from the low earths, were casting irreligious and appreciative glances at Agnes's new physique. They ought to show more respect for the wimple. Oh, hush! All men are rather basic creatures who respond to symbols far more fundamental than a habit and a crucifix. I still can't quite believe this is real, neither can I. And it's profoundly strange to even be present to experience the disbelief, if you catch my meaning. When he looked up, she was smiling, that radiant, flagstone-cracking beam that had always taken 20 years off her appearance. Agnes's smile was not the sort the ordinary world would typically associate with the word nun. That familiar smile still held a glimmer of mischief, but now it also carried a deep, simmering fury, a rage she had always carefully controlled, unleashing it only when absolutely necessary. It was this potent combination that had allowed her to sustain the home and her countless other endeavours, even as she faced opposition stretching all the way from the Vatican. She took a convincing sip of her coffee, a gesture so perfectly human it made Joshua briefly consider the intricate internal systems that allowed it. Setting the cup down, she looked at him with what seemed like genuine pride. "Look at you now," she said warmly. "A grown man, a father, a mayor." "Lobsang did this to you," Joshua stated flatly. "He did," she confirmed, her tone turning stern. "Though I should note he used some rather incautious remarks of yours as his justification. We will be having a serious discussion about that later." "But how?" Joshua stammered. "I mean the process, according to Lobsang. He attempted 2 methods," she explained, with a wave of her hand. "One involved downloading my consciousness from my failing brain into a vat of nutrient gel. The other, rather more colourfully, involved Tibetan monks chanting the Book of the Dead over my grave for 49 days. He does believe in having a backup plan. A faint smile touched Joshua's lips. That sounds exactly like him. Always have a contingency. I attended your funeral, you know. He kept all of this from me. I had no idea about the reanimation. Or the monks. They must have driven the sisters at the home to distraction. Does anyone else know you've returned? I mean, at the home. I contacted the home as soon as I was able, she replied. I asked for Sister Georgina, thinking she was the least likely to have a complete meltdown upon hearing my voice. I was apparently mistaken. I even received a rather pointed note from the Archbishop. The Church gathers secrets more efficiently than Lobsang himself. But no, I am not public knowledge yet. I will have to come out, so to speak, eventually. If I am to reclaim my place in the world, at least thanks to Lobsang's prior work, I am not the first consciousness housed in silicon and gel, even if his own origins are shrouded in mystery. Enough people are aware of his nature. My own existence might be grudgingly accepted. What place in the world? Joshua asked, perplexed. She gave him a look of mild exasperation. Joshua, if you had ever paid attention, you would recall that before my final illness, I was the Deputy Chief Executive of the Leadership Conference of Women Religious. I was in the middle of a rather spectacular dispute with the Vatican's Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, the modern Inquisition, if you will. It concerned a book by a Sister Hilary in Cleveland. A book about what? The spiritual merits of female self-pleasure. Joshua choked on his coffee, drawing another round of stares from nearby patrons. Her eyes sparkled with defiant amusement, as if she was already back on the battlefield. We've been in a quiet war with the Pope and his cardinals since the Second Vatican Council, simply because we believe social justice matters more than fighting abortion or same-sex marriage. Simply because we reject their condescending patriarchy, which one way or another is why many women become nuns in the first place. Oh, Joshua, I cannot wait to dive back into that fight, and with this new body, I'll never tire. I'll be the relentless, drum-beating mascot of militant nuns. What's an Energizer Bunny? My dear boy, you have so very much to learn. Tell me why Lobsang really brought you back, Joshua pressed. I'm guessing it wasn't for my sake. She let out a short, sharp laugh. Perhaps that accounts for 10% of it. Apparently I am to serve as a moral compass for Lobsang himself. That might not be the worst idea. Perhaps not, she conceded, her expression turning wry. But I remain utterly astonished that he fails to see the needle on my own moral compass is permanently jammed, pointing firmly toward trouble. Joshua couldn't help but grin. I remember when you threw a shoe at that papal nuncio. We all cheered, even though we didn't know the full extent of the scandal he was embroiled in. When it all came out 2 years later, we all wished you'd thrown the other shoe too. Of course, initially, I despised Lobsang for dragging me back from the peace of the afterlife. The sheer audacity of it. At the same time, if you can grasp what I mean, I was profoundly thankful he made that offer. She glanced down at her own form at her hands. But he did give you the option to refuse, didn't he? You could have walked away and tried to build some separate kind of existence, or let him point out where my power button was located. How did he persuade you? She considered this. I'll be honest, It really came down to one specific talk we had. Lobsang remarked about something, saying, "does not compute." "All right," I replied. That was meant ironically for the record, Lobsang had interjected. They were in a sort of training room, both wearing somewhat mismatched athletic wear, where Lobsang was assisting Agnes in honing her physical coordination. What was ironic about it? The expression "does not compute" was employed with ironic intent to convey baffled frustration. Lobsang explained patiently. It was not deployed mindlessly as a standard error response to inadequate or conflicting data. "Lobsang, yes? What on earth are you going on about? You continue to perceive me as a mere computer." "I'm attempting to dismantle that misconception. Why are you shaking your head?" "Sorry, it's just you're trying a bit too hard, I think. You may address me as Lobby. Perhaps a nickname will help ease the tension, don't you agree? Lobby Joshua," he kept leaving these pauses, expecting me to fill the silence. "Have you ever been around someone from another country who's desperate to practice their English with you?" That was Lobsang in those early days, nervously testing out his personhood on me. "Listen," Agnes said. "You're approaching this entirely backwards. You aren't a human. You can't become one. You are an immensely clever machine. You surpass human. Can't you accept that? Humanity isn't just about the mind. It's tangled up with all the messy stuff, organs and fluids and gut feelings. You are describing your physical vessel, not your essence, your previous vessel, to be precise. Yes, but outwardly you were an organic being, but that was not your true self. Outwardly, I'm a mechanical construct, yet you should not assess by the surface alone." "Okay, but we could attempt the Turing test," Lobsang suggested. "Oh, machines have passed the Turing test for decades." "No, the Turing test. We both pray intently for an hour and see if the divine can distinguish between us." And she couldn't help but laugh. "That was it? He made you laugh?" "Well, it was the first moment he seemed genuinely well real, and he was relentless. It was like being affectionately overwhelmed by an eager puppy. He simply wore down my resistance." Joshua nodded. "You know, if this arrangement works out even a little, he'll be fortunate to have you with him." She gave a short laugh. "You should pose that question to him. I'm learning to be quite assertive, Joshua. I'm aware you and he have had your disagreements. That's putting it mildly. When I contacted him to help you, it was practically the first time we'd spoken since the Madison incident. I believe he misses your company, you know. His awareness may stretch across the globe, but he possesses very few friends, if any at all. Which is precisely why he has to engineer them, correct?" "That's a rather cruel thing to say, Joshua. To him and to me." "You're right. I apologize. Look, Agnes, from my perspective, however you arrived here, I'm just glad to have you back." Now her expression grew strangely troubled. She took both his hands in hers, just as she used to when he was young, and she had something difficult to convey. "But you and I both understand the real question, Joshua." "What question?" "I resemble Agnes. I reason as she did. I can continue her life's work. I feel as if I am her. But can I be her? I was a nun, Joshua, or Agnes was. And I was nun enough to know that Catholic teaching has no room for Tibetan-style rebirth. Then what are you?" She looked away, which was unusual for her. "My death, Joshua, yes, I went through it, what we term the particular judgment or something akin to it. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes. I met God, or so it seemed, so I believe." She raised her hands once more, turning them over as if seeing them for the first time. "And now here I exist in this miraculous new shape. The mortal must be clothed in immortality, and the corruptible in incorruption." She offered him a gentle smile. "Don't fret, I won't quiz you on the scripture. Perhaps I am merely an electronic spectre, not truly Agnes, or at best a heretical imitation. Or perhaps, in this new world shaped by technology, I am here to enact a divine purpose in a manner previously unimaginable. For the moment, I choose to believe the latter." He swirled the dregs in his coffee cup. "What do you suppose Lobsang is after? What is he trying to become? Some kind of guardian for all humanity?" She considered this. "I tend to think of him more as a gardener. It sounds pleasant and pastoral, doesn't it? Until you recall that a gardener must occasionally prune." Joshua stood up. "I need to head back. My family's had a rough time since we returned." "I know. As for your new state of being," he said, "I spent enough time with Lobsang. I'm no expert on theology. My advice is to simply move forward. Do the good that's right in front of you. You were the one who always said that?" "I did say that," she acknowledged. "Though I must admit, I'm half expecting a theological opinion from those gentlemen in the ornate robes at the Vatican one of these days." "The Vatican doesn't matter to me," Joshua said firmly. "As far as I'm concerned, you're Agnes." "Thank you, Joshua." She rose and embraced him. Don't be a stranger. Never. Sally arrived back at Monica Jansen's house without fanfare, offering no account of where she had been. Jansen was alone, waiting for Joshua to return from the home. Helen was tied up with police and lawyers discussing bail, and Dan was off playing softball with a perpetually hungover Bill Chambers. The two women sat with coffee, a pair of misfits thrown together by circumstance. Sally was her usual restless self, her pack by the door and her field jacket with its many pockets ready to go. Their conversation meandered, touching on life, their shared connection to the long earth, and Joshua. In a strange way, Joshua had always been at the heart of Lieutenant Monica Jansen's experience with the long earth. It had unfolded during her watch, ultimately reshaping her career and her entire life. She shared old stories with Sally, like her numerous attempts to recruit Joshua. There was one instance about 7 months after Step Day when Jansen arranged to speak with Joshua at the home, then still in Datum, Madison. The meeting was chaperoned, which Jansen understood, sitting on a sofa with a sister or two. Joshua was only 14. His distrust of her was so palpable it felt like a third presence crowding the sofa. He had asked bluntly, "Do you want to put me in a lab? What? Hand me over to university researchers. Lock me up and study me." She was taken aback. "No, Joshua, never that. Listen, you've become famous, a legend, whether you want to be or not. But from the very beginning, from Step Day, I've done everything I can to keep your name out of official reports." He pondered this. "Why? Because it would hurt you. You can do what you want, but I'd like you to consider working with me. Not for me, use your abilities, all that energy you have to do some good. I can find you assignments, ways to help people. It would be paid work, like a weekend job. It wouldn't interfere with school. Joshua, I promise you, if you work with me, I'll keep protecting you." He recoiled slightly. "But if I refuse, the protection stops." "No, that came out wrong, Joshua. I will protect you regardless." But he was already gone, vanishing with a soft pop of displaced air, leaving the two sisters sighing in frustration. Jansen chose to look on the bright side. He hadn't actually said no. She kept pushing until reluctantly he came around to her side. He'd been there for her ever since. "A sweet tale," Sally remarked. "And I suppose that was your method of looking out for him, wasn't it? Joshua is the kind of friend who sticks with you forever. He does have a habit of gathering formidable women around him, you, Helen, Sister Agnes, and you as well, retired Lieutenant Jansen. I'll consider that a kindness. It can't be easy for Helen, though. She is his wife, after all." Sally turned her gaze aside. "Helen doesn't interest me in the slightest, a dreary homebody. Though I'll give her credit, she landed a solid right hook on that lunatic in immigration." That she did. Sally kept checking her watch. Jansen ventured, "Where are you headed next?" "The Gap." "Really? Because of Mary the Troll, I imagine?" "Yeah." Jansen offered a faint smile. "What's the plan? Wave a protest sign?" "Why not? It beats sitting back, while they quietly put that poor being to death." "Fair point. It was a horrifying scene. When I saw it, I fired off a few emails myself. That's actually how I managed to arrange Joshua's meeting with Senator Starling. I wish I could join you." Sally looked directly at her. "Are you being serious?" Jansen was caught off guard. The words had slipped out. "What?" "Well, yes, I suppose so, if I could." "Why do you ask?" "Because you're useful, that's why. You're Joshua's spooky Jansen. You know how to get things done in the human world in ways I can't." Sally seemed almost embarrassed, as if admitting any limitation pained her. "Maybe together we could actually accomplish something, or at least give those idiots up at the Gap a good scare. Joshua told me you fix things. That's what you do. And with everything happening around the trolls, pretty soon the whole long earth is going to need fixing. Come with me. What do you say?" Jansen gave a hesitant smile. "Just like that. Sounds like a Thelma and Louise road trip. And at my age, in my condition, I'm not supposed to be more than a couple of hours from my hospital. I guess I could manage my own meds, but I've never stepped anywhere near that far. It's 2 million steps to the Gap, isn't it? I don't think I'd survive the journey. Don't dismiss it so quickly." Sally winked. "Remember who you're talking to? I know a few shortcuts. It's insane. It's impossible, isn't it?" As Jansen and Sally were getting ready to depart from Madison West 5, Maggie Kaufman was just arriving. "Find me a troll expert," Maggie had instructed Joe Mackenzie. What the captain wanted, the captain received. It took a couple of days. No outernet search was ever quick, given the nature of its patchwork infrastructure, though information flowed faster the nearer you were to the datum. But Mac soon compiled a list of universities that had studied trolls in their natural habitats. He showed Maggie some of their findings. Trolls were described as curious, social, and rapid learners. Most researchers agreed they were at least pre-sapient, though a minority argued they were fully sapient. Their intelligence simply operated from a different perspective than the human mind. Clearly, they learned at an astonishing pace. All of this felt a bit clinical to Maggie. She asked Mac to find someone who understood trolls as more than research subjects, someone who had lived alongside them. That's why she briefly left her command, and without informing her superiors, stuffed shirts like Ed Cutler would have shut this down before it started, boarded a fast commercial train back east, ending up in a world 5 steps west of the datum at the growing city of Madison, Wisconsin, a few miles outside the city. Christopher Pagel and his wife Juliet ran, among other projects, a rescue centre for abused big cats, animals illegally purchased by drug lords and other lowlifes to flaunt as status symbols, then abandoned when they were no longer convenient. The enterprise had been established long before Step Day, originally catering to lions and tigers, but the discovery of the long Earth, with its endless pristine landscapes, had expanded the possibilities. Now, the spacious enclosures held creatures like the saber-toothed Smilodon and the immense cave lion Panthera leo atrox. The Pagels, an older couple who were both gracious and gentle, employed an extended family of trolls in their operations. They explained to Maggie that the trolls contributed far more than brute strength. Their calm demeanour had a soothing effect on the big cats. Dr. Chris recounted an incident where a tiger grew aggressive toward its keeper. The male troll simply placed a massive hand on the cat's neck, applying steady, deliberate pressure until the animal settled to the ground, receiving a very clear message about the consequences of further trouble. Maggie absorbed many such insights about the trolls. They sought novelty and engagement from humans, it appeared, new ideas to explore. Present a young troll with something like a lawnmower, with components large enough for their fingers, and they would meticulously disassemble it, arrange every piece in a neat row, and then reassemble it perfectly, purely for the satisfaction of the task. Juliet Pagel had experimented with music, finding that a vibrant gospel choir or the intricate harmonies of a 1960s group, like the Beach Boys, could leave the trolls in a state of silent, rapt attention. All this information was crystallizing into a resolve within Maggie. Her command, the Benjamin Franklin, was meant to be a floating emblem of American values. She couldn't just cruise through these stepwise worlds like some antiquated battleship, relying on implied menace and distributing tax forms. Her mission needed to actively embody the nation's better principles, which in this era of the long Earth meant fostering harmony with its native beings, especially the trolls. On reflection, she agreed with Sally Lindsay's earlier point. What stronger symbol could there be than welcoming trolls aboard her own vessel? As captain, Maggie possessed considerable autonomy, but she still worked to secure at least the tacit support of most of her crew for this unconventional plan. She had no intention of informing her superiors until it was absolutely necessary. So, upon returning to her ship, she brought 3 trolls with her, a family unit the Pagels had named Jake, Marjorie, and Carl. Predictably, the old debates flared up again among the crew the moment they came aboard. Maggie let the discussions run their course. The trolls weren't leaving. Ironically, it took less than a week. As the Franklin drifted over the endless variations of America, the crew grew accustomed to pausing their work at dusk. The large bay doors would swing open, and the trolls would add their profound, resonant voices to the long call, their harmonies blending with those echoing from world after world. "Look," Maggie said to Mac and Nathan later, "even on Star Trek they put a Klingon on the bridge." "And a Borg," Nathan added. "Exactly. Never a Romulan, though," Mac mused. "They never trusted a Romulan. The trolls," Maggie stated with finality, "are staying." It took Nelson Azikiwe several months to fully disentangle himself after his revealing conversation with Ken. He methodically settled his parish affairs, pared down his possessions, and thoroughly briefed his successor, making special note of the temperamental plumbing before he was finally ready to embark on his new journey. His goal was to seek out the enigmatic Lobsang project and other mysteries, and he was in no particular hurry to begin. Nelson had always been a wanderer at heart, yet he firmly believed in taking the time to offer proper farewells. He chose to fly to America. His generation had little patience for the slow, deliberate pace of Twain travel, but as he soon learnt, conventional airplanes were becoming a rare sight these days, especially since the rise of the Twains across the long Earth. These airships were perfectly suited for the new stepwise worlds. They required no runways and could land almost anywhere with ease. Even here on the datum for travel across the familiar Earth, airships had made a remarkable comeback. Helium, a safe and non-flammable lifting gas, was now far more accessible thanks to the vast resources unlocked in the stepwise worlds, replenishing what the datum had nearly exhausted. The leisurely speed of airships posed no issue for freight. Sacks of grain and loads of ore never complained about the journey's length or the quality of the in-flight entertainment. Still, the traditional airline industry wasn't going to vanish overnight, and for now, planes continued to operate on the datum, though Nelson's trip was plagued by delays. Numerous US flights were grounded due to ash clouds drifting from a minor eruption at Yellowstone. The aircraft he finally boarded lifted away from England, crossed the cold expanse of the North Atlantic, passed over the rugged Canadian Shield, and eventually descended toward the vast, uninterrupted farmlands of Datum America, which unfolded beneath his window like a sunlit quilt. To the observant eye, that sweeping vista of cultivation wasn't entirely unbroken. Here and there, patches of returning wilderness punctuated the summer greenery, places where a homestead or farm had been abandoned, almost certainly because the inhabitants had chosen to step westward. And it was west for most Americans, no matter what the experts said about those directional labels being arbitrary. They stepped away in pursuit of more land, a better future. Or, Nelson considered, perhaps they went simply because the new worlds were there, and something in the American spirit, maybe even the Canadian one, always nudged you onward. It was a frontier with no visible end, and while there wasn't exactly a stampede these days, the long earth still called to the pioneers. His own goal was more immediate to O'Hare. He intended to pause in Chicago for a while. After that, he planned to visit a new university rising in Madison, Wisconsin, on West 5, part of the city's recovery after the nuclear incident. He had friends there and personal interests to pursue. Madison was, after all, where Willis Lindsay first uploaded the designs for a prototype stepper box online, that brilliant, disruptive act that forever changed the world, or rather all the worlds. It was also the childhood home of Joshua Valienté himself. Nelson, following the trail of the Lobsang project, had a feeling Madison might hold some answers, a place where a few lingering questions could be resolved. As it happened, this tentative plan didn't even last until he exited the airport. Nelson was always relieved to escape the cramped confines of an airplane. He was a big man, the sort who struggled to fit into standard airline seats, but could walk through any neighborhood anywhere without giving much thought to his safety. Sometimes the automatic respect his size commanded bothered him. It felt unearned. But he mused as he shuffled patiently through the post-landing lines. He had to admit it was handy to get your way without even asking. That very size had spared him from all but a few confrontations in the South African townships of his youth. All those childhood troubles, however, simply melted away the day he discovered the local library and lost himself in a universe of ideas, his young mind soaring faster than a rocket lifting off from Cape Canaveral. It wasn't that he had passively absorbed the teachings of those in charge. From the very start, he was spotting issues that needed fixing and then fixing them. A professor once noted his remarkable talent for making connections. His entire world had been turned inside out, for better or worse, from the moment he first turned his analytical mind toward the idea of a supreme being. Even if he rejected the classic image of God, it had always felt to him that without some kind of prime mover, there was just a philosophical emptiness, a gap waiting to be filled. His friends in the online puzzle community liked to stuff that void with tales of the Illuminati, or maybe the all-seeing eye on the dollar bill. But after Step Day, after humanity was shown a cosmos that was immense, fertile, and within reach, he felt that urge to fill that emptiness had only grown stronger. That was, at its core, why he had chosen to dedicate this next chapter of his life, to probing that void and its associated enigmas. In any case, Nelson's formidable presence combined with his knack for solutions made navigating the labyrinth of US immigration at O'Hare that morning considerably smoother. After he passed through the final customs checkpoint, an officer hurried after him, holding out a pamphlet. "Almost forgot. This was left for you, Mr. Ezekiwe." It was an advertisement for a Winnebago motorhome. His plan was to fly to Madison. He had no need for a Winnebago, but when he glanced up, the clerk had vanished. A jolt of recognition shot through him, that familiar click of solving a tricky puzzle. "Message received, Lobsang," he said quietly, tucking the leaflet into his pocket. Within the hour, he had rented a premium Winnebago, one with ample generator power for his equipment and a generously sized bed fit for a man of his stature. He guided this rolling home out of the airport lot and, with no clearer instructions to follow, chose a direction at random and merged onto the interstate. The sheer act of driving on these vast American highways was exhilarating. He mused whether this ultimately was the purest form of the American dream, to be in motion, every trouble receding in the rearview mirror like discarded litter, life reduced to the simple horizon-chasing pursuit of movement for its own sake. He pointed the vehicle west and drove through the morning. Later he pulled into a quiet town, stocked up on groceries, and connected online for a brief scan of the latest digital chatter, including the work of his Quizmaster's crew. He'd set them on a round-the-clock hunt ever since he'd dangled the faintest clue. OK, we've all seen that footage of the Mark Twain being hauled into Madison and the girl mentioning a cat that spoke Tibetan, right? Is there something there? But a clue to what? Feels like someone's messing with us. True to form, given that scant starting point, the Quizmasters had gone into a frenzy of speculation, inference and wild pattern matching. As Nelson stood in the Winnebago, crafting a fragrant curry from his fresh ingredients, he watched a cascade of messages and convoluted theories dance across his monitors, turning it all over in his mind. When the meal was ready, he mostly tuned out the screens. Nelson had developed an affection for certain old English customs from his time at St. John on the Water, like the quaint practice of formally addressing one's food, the peculiar phrasing never failed to amuse the man who grew up in the townships. But as he ate, he caught glimpses from the corner of his eye of the Quizmasters tying themselves in knots, churning out a new theory every minute, some utterly bizarre. Then, one particular data trace snagged his focus due to a strange fluke in television programming. By channel hopping starting right about now, you could watch the classic film Close Encounters of the Third Kind non-stop for a full day. A slow smile spread across his face. "Devil's Tower, is it, Lobsang?" he murmured to the empty air. "A little derivative, I must say, but I've never been, always wanted to see it. I won't bother asking for directions. I have a feeling you'll be the one to find me." Nelson polished off his curry and tidied up. According to his GPS, it was roughly 1,000 miles northwest from Chicago to Wyoming. In a vehicle like this, it was the perfect road trip. He decided he'd take it slow and enjoy the scenery. He wasn't on anyone's schedule but his own. Maybe he'd even managed to catch a screening of one of those Close Encounters, reruns somewhere along the way. Sally and Jansen's last descent through the soft places, the longest one yet, finally deposited them in a world just a handful of steps away from the gap. These soft places moved you through geography as well as across worlds. They landed in northwest England, near the Irish sea coast, a region Sally recognised as being close to the Gap Space Facility, home to the new generation of space cadets. Monica Jansen arrived utterly spent and disoriented. Sally had to help her lie down on the damp grass of the hillside, bundling her in silvery emergency blankets. Their journey through the soft places, crossing 2 million worlds in only a week, was far quicker than any Twain could manage, but it was still brutally draining. Sally had to locate each soft place using slow, deliberate motions that resembled a form of Tai Chi. They tended to gather inland away from the coasts and were easiest to spot at dawn or dusk. Sometimes Jansen could even see them, a faint shimmer in the air. Strange, but effective. In just 4 or 5 steps, they could take you wherever you needed to go. Jansen, to her credit, never once complained during the trek, though it took Sally a few transitions to realise just how much it was costing her. A soft place was essentially a flaw in the long Earth's multi-dimensional geometry. Finding them was the unique talent Sally's genetic legacy had granted her, and honestly, it beat the alternative. Trudging step by step across countless worlds the way that earnest little Helen Valienté once did with her family, all to build some rustic log cabin out in the boonies. But nothing comes free. Using the soft places took its toll. It wasn't an instant step. It felt like a long, cold fall, a passage that seemed to last even if your watch insisted no time had passed at all. It was exhausting. And Jansen was already sick before they even started. She wasn't the complaining type, no matter what. Sally busied herself gathering wood for a fire and unpacking their supplies. Then, on this warm, late May afternoon in this particular stepwise England, she settled quietly beside the flames, letting Jansen sleep off the journey. Sally looked up as the moon rose. It wasn't the moon she knew here. Only a few steps from the gap, Luna was pockmarked with fresh craters. The mare Imbrium, the man in the moon's right eye, was nearly erased, and the crater Copernicus was overshadowed by a massive new scar, a brilliant splash whose rays stretched across half the visible face. It must have been quite a sight, she mused, on this world and its neighbours, when Belos and its stepwise siblings made their terrifyingly close pass, missing this particular Earth, but coming near enough, shaking the ground below with fragment impacts, while the moon above lit up like a celestial war zone. Jansen stirred and sat up. Sally had placed a pot of coffee over the fire. Jansen took a tin mug gratefully with gloved hands and gazed vaguely at the sky. What's wrong with the moon? We're too close to the gap. That's what's wrong with it. Jansen nodded, sipping her coffee. Listen, before we get there, pretend I'm just a clueless cop who knows more about bar fights and blood spatter than cosmology and rockets. What exactly is the gap? And what does it have to do with these space cadets? The gap is a hole in the long Earth. Look, the alternate Earths stretch on forever, as far as we know, all broadly similar but different in the details. However, the gap stands alone as the sole location discovered thus far where Earth is entirely absent. Step across, and you'd be adrift in the vacuum of space. This was caused by an impact, a massive object, perhaps an asteroid, a comet, or even a wandering moon-like body, paid a visit. The space enthusiasts have dubbed this theoretical object Belos. Why Belos? Sally gave a shrug. Probably some silly old film reference, I'd guess. Joshua would know. And Lobsang likely has the movie in his archives. The idea is that everything possible must occur somewhere. So Belos, or countless versions of it, emerged from the darkness. It missed untold billions of Earths entirely. A handful like this one were just close enough to its trajectory to be grazed by debris, sustaining different levels of ruin. Such as like painting fresh craters across the moon or shearing away vast portions of Earth's atmosphere. Shifting the poles or scrambling continental drift, basically making the dinosaur extinction look like a minor scuffle, but not obliterating the planet completely. Jansen nodded slowly. I see where this is heading, and one Earth was erased completely. Jansen let out a low whistle, the concept clearly unsettling her. It could have been us, she murmured. Our datum Earth was way out on the lucky end of the probability spectrum. True, but even if we'd been living on one of these neighbouring worlds, we'd have gotten earthquakes, tsunamis, all that festive chaos. Honestly, the ensuing dust winter likely would have finished us off, or more accurately, our primate ancestors, given how long ago it was. Brutal. Not really, it's just cold numbers. It occurred, that's all there is to it. Sally refilled her coffee cup. It couldn't wipe us out now, at least not by that method. I'm talking about human extinction. We're scattered now. The long Earth is our ultimate insurance policy. Not even a Belos could erase all of us. All right, and this gap is valuable because you can simply walk into space. Picture this, on the world just before the gap. You suit up, step through, and suddenly you're in solar orbit. No need for a skyscraper-sized rocket to battle Earth's gravity, because there is no Earth there. Once you're out, the cosmos is yours. That's the vision, anyway. Easy access to the final frontier. Jansen's eyelids were growing heavy. Can't wait to see it. Tomorrow, okay, tomorrow, you get some rest. I'll set up the tent before nightfall. Need anything to eat? No, I'm fine. Took my medication already. She lay back down, pulling the blankets up. Good night, then. Good night, Sally. As Jansen drifted back to sleep, Sally remained still, perhaps the only conscious thinking, being on this entire world. In the fading light with the scarred moon glowing brighter, she felt a sudden, profound expansion, as if the walls of her mind had been torn down the grassy hillside before her, seemed to gain a strange depth, a palpable otherness in a direction she could almost perceive. It felt bottomless, multidimensional, infinite. She recalled an old dream where she learned to fly. It was laughably simple, just jump into the air and jump again while aloft. Now she chased that same tantalizing sensation that with just the right trick she could step not into one world at a time, but somehow be spread across the entire thick band of the long Earth all at once. The very air tingled, the land felt as insubstantial as mist, but then Jansen coughed and murmured softly in her sleep. Sally's glimpse into infinity vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Gradually, the crew of the Franklin grew accustomed to their troll companions. This acceptance, however, wasn't universal in the colonies they visited. New Melfield, a somewhat shabby and unremarkable farming settlement in the Corn Belt, was a case in point. The entire town gathered as the Franklins settled to the ground and appeared uniformly stunned when a family of trolls ambled down the gangplank behind the human crew. The trolls and others explored while Maggie conversed with the local mayor, handed over official datum paperwork, and generally worked to engage the man and ease his obvious discomfort. It was clear the mayor needed some serious convincing, as her initial report had marked this town as yet another pocket of simmering resentment toward trolls. Not to mention a general disregard for humans and other creatures. Progress, however, had to begin somewhere. By mid-morning she had 3 trolls seated in his office chairs. Trolls adored chairs, particularly the swivelling kind. After finishing the coffee she'd been offered, Maggie said plainly, "Please wash the mug, Carl." The young troll cradled the cup like a treasure, scanned the room, and noticed the open door leading to a small kitchenette with a sink. He meticulously washed and dried the mug before placing it in a drying rack. Returning to Maggie, he received a peppermint. The mayor observed this entire exchange with stunned silence. That moment kicked off several more days in the township, a campaign dedicated to winning over the community. Younger children were treated to flights in the Franklin, seeing their homes from the air for the very first time, while older kids under close watch were allowed to interact with the trolls. But on the second day, the crew grew alert when a second airship appeared in the skies above New Melfield. It was a merchant vessel. That evening, its captain crossed over to the Franklin with an aide, meeting Maggie in her sea cabin. They brought a package. Maggie shot a quick look at Nathan Boss, who had escorted them aboard. "We scanned it," Boss said. "It's clean," the merchant captain, a young man with a rounded build, grinned at her. "You must be someone special, Captain Kaufman. We were rerouted quite a distance to deliver this. You have the personal assurance of Douglas Black himself." Douglas Black? Of the Black Corporation. Well, she thought, Sally Lindsay certainly has connections. "Yes, Captain, Mr. Black assures you nothing in this package is harmful to you or the Benjamin Franklin. Instructions are inside. I know nothing more." Maggie felt a silly, childlike excitement, like unwrapping a holiday gift. Once the man had left, and on Nathan's cautious advice, she took the package outside the ship to open it, just to be safe. Inside, carefully wrapped, was a strange instrument that faintly resembled an ocarina. A troll call Sally had come through. She fiddled with the controls. It looked more advanced than the device Sally had shown her, possibly an upgraded model. A single page of handwritten instructions was included, signed G. Abrahams, a name she didn't recognize. She was eager to test it. After dismissing Nathan, who walked off grinning and shaking his head, Maggie headed alone to the observation deck, where the trolls preferred to sleep, likely due to the cooler temperature. They were huddled together, grooming softly and murmuring in their nearly inaudible tones. Maggie quietly switched on the ocarina, pointed it at Jake, and listened. To her surprise, a clear, synthetic male voice emanated from his direction. "I am fed content. This is enjoyable. I desire to return to meaning not understood." It was more an exchange of concepts than a precise translation. But it worked. Those brilliant minds at the Black Corporation, or whoever G. Abrahams was, must have had a field day developing this gadget. Next, she aimed the device at Marjorie. "Female here, observing no mate female, meaning not understood. Tentative translation, a female choosing independently not to take a mate." They were talking about her. "Everyone's an expert on my love life," Maggie muttered under her breath. Gathering her nerve, she lifted the troll call to her lips and spoke clearly into it. "My name is Maggie Kaufman. Welcome aboard the Benjamin Franklin." A fluid, melodic warble accompanied her words. The trolls immediately perked up, their attention fully captured. They gaped at her, jaws slack and eyes wide. She tapped her own chest. "Maggie, just Maggie." Marjorie chattered in response, seemingly searching for a word to define her. Companion, elder, curious visitor. It was elder that truly stunned Maggie. Elder, how utterly human. Was that really how they viewed her connection to the crew, as some matriarch tending to a flock of youngsters? Well, to be fair, most of them were decades younger. With a surge of resolve, she strode over to the trolls who were curled together in a cabin corner and settled onto the carpet beside them. "I'm Maggie, and you're not wrong. I have no partner, no family waiting anywhere. This ship is all I have." She sensed deep, mournful understanding in Marjorie's soulful brown gaze. Then, with immense care, a leathery, shovel-sized hand came to rest gently on Maggie's own. Feeling she had no other choice, Maggie leaned in and was enveloped by massive, warm arms. Meanwhile, Carl had gotten hold of the ocarina and, after some fumbling, managed to produce a sound that clearly meant peppermint. That was exactly how the crew found her at dawn. A sailor very cautiously extracting his captain from the circle of snoring trolls. Breakfast was a quietly awkward affair. Every single person on board knew exactly how she'd spent the night. But Maggie had never been one for false pride. She spent the day allowing the crew, under close watch, to experiment with the troll call. She even had Jerry Hemingway from the science team analyse its mechanisms, or at least its triggers and responses. By evening, she had to order the device stashed away, letting the exhausted trolls sleep undisturbed on the observation deck. The next morning, she gathered everyone. Her eyes scanned the room before settling on Jennifer Wang from the Marine Detachment, whose family Maggie knew had roots in China. "Jennifer, you spent quite a while with Jake yesterday. What did he communicate to you?" Wang glanced around, a little self-conscious, but then straightened. A lot was hard to grasp, but the gist was far from home. "It really got to me. I'm a proud American, but that connection, it's in my blood." "How did that big guy know?" "Because he's clever," Maggie stated firmly. "He's perceptive. He's sapient. Listen up, everyone. One of our core missions out here was to find sapient life in the long Earth, correct? Well, we found it. It's right here on this ship, living alongside us. And that, incidentally, will be my entire defense at any court-martial. I'm proud of how you've all adapted, but if this room isn't cleared and you're not at your stations in 2 minutes, you'll all be on report. Dismissed." The final step was a jarring shift from a wind-swept dune field along a grey copycat Irish sea into what resembled a scrapyard masquerading as an industrial park. A jumble of grimy storage tanks, corroded walkways, smokestacks, and stark concrete buildings. Nothing about it struck Jansen as remotely futuristic at first glance. "This way." Sally adjusted her pack and moved forward. Jansen followed, her boots crunching over grass that soon yielded to uneven sandy mounds. The morning here, just one step from the gap, was dry and clear. The wind carried the tang of salt and decayed seaweed. She tried to picture the reality, that a vacuum, an absolute nothingness, lay just one click of her stepper away from this ordinary ground. The concept simply wouldn't stick. They hadn't gone 100 yards when a searing light erupted from the edge of the complex ahead, like a fragment of the sun plunged to earth. Acting on pure instinct, Jansen shoved Sally down, threw herself over her, and yanked her jacket hood over her head. She'd been in the adjacent world during the Madison detonation. The memory was etched in her bones. The blast's roar reached them, followed by a scorching gust and a tremor through the ground itself. Then, as suddenly as it came, it was gone. Carefully, Jansen shifted off of Sally, gritting her teeth as her weakened muscles screamed in protest. They both sat up and turned their gaze westward. A thick plume of white smoke and vapour was climbing into the sky from the site of the blast. "Not nuclear," Sally stated flatly. "Not today, some kind of chemical plant going up. My apologies for tackling you." "Don't mention it." Sally stood and dusted the gritty soil from her clothes. "This whole area is turning into a sandbox for overconfident tech enthusiasts who might not have a clue what they're doing. We need to stay sharp." "Understood." They continued on, senses heightened, watching for further trouble. A fire still smouldered at the wrecked facility. As they drew nearer, they could make out steam wafting from what looked like haphazard efforts to extinguish it. Jansen saw no visible security, not even a perimeter fence, but their arrival did not go unnoticed. Workers stopped to stare. Eventually, a man strode out to meet them. Perhaps in his 50s, he wasn't tall but stood very straight, lean and sun-weathered, with close-cropped grey hair. He wore a faded blue jumpsuit bearing a NASA patch and a name tag, Wood F. He offered a welcoming grin. "Ladies." "Gentlemen," Sally retorted quickly. "Frank Wood, ex-NASA, currently with, well, whatever label you'd like to apply here. Gap Space Works, we're incorporated under that. Mind if I ask your business? We don't get many drop-in visitors way out here. Are you volunteers? If so, give me a glimpse of your technical skills and I'm sure we can slot you right in. Press." He cast a rueful look back at the column of steam and smoke. "You've caught us right after a little incident with a liquid oxygen tank, but that's practically Tuesday around here." Jansen flashed her badge and ID. Police Madison, Wisconsin, to be specific. He glanced at it, but she tucked it away before he could discern she was long retired and had no real business carrying the shield anymore. "Ah." His expression turned disappointed. "Frankly, Lieutenant Jansen, that sort of datum authority doesn't carry much weight out here, even if we were under the US aegis, which we're not. I'm guessing you're here about the troll situation." "That's correct, Mr. Wood." "Call me Frank." "I think I recognize you," Sally interjected. "You do. From the video clips, you're the one who stopped that technician from putting the troll down on the spot." He actually flushed and looked away. "Well, I never aimed for notoriety. Look, the person you really need to speak with is Gareth Eames, the closest thing we have to a chief executive here. He's English. To be perfectly honest, if it weren't for the uproar on the outer net, yes, we get news even out here, that troll would likely have been euthanized already. But even folks like us pay attention when we're caught in a crossfire of public opinion. Come on, I'll take you to Eames. No need, Sally said briskly. I can find my way. Wood looked uncertain, then shrugged. All right. He pointed toward a low, solid concrete building. That's the admin block, or our version of one. We build everything like a bunker here. Working with rockets teaches you caution. You'll find Gareth inside. That's also where we're keeping the troll in our makeshift holding cell. Perfect. Sally turned to Jansen and whispered, Let me go scope it out alone without Captain Cosmos here breathing down my neck. Jansen felt hesitant, but she was learning this was Sally's standard method. Keep everyone else guessing. Fine. And what should I do? Distract our friend here. Let him give you a tour of his toy rockets or whatever. I think he's taken a bit of a shine to you, by the way. Nonsense. And for the record, my personal launch system operates from a very different pad, so his powers of observation are as limited as most men's. Sally winked. Undo a button or two, and he'll be your devoted servant. Catch up with you later.